last forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. This is it now. Come out of the shadow.
But actually, the most important thing about these bans is that you'll notice there's no Jinx, there's no Aphelios on there, which means that we're going to have the toss-up of the hyper carry AD carries unless we see something really unforeseen.
Yeah, for now it's really interesting because all the top junglers are open, the Aphelios, the Jinx are open, all the supports are open, and there's going to be a lot of interesting priority picks to look at here.
We'll see. Zeri, even though she got nerfed, she is still not allowed on the Rift. Traumatized. And there we go. The Xin Zhao off the table. They listened.
Okay, so one of the most interesting things for me is when we have both of these hyper carry AD carries left open, because what we'll see is that when you have like a Jinx versus an Aphelios Thresh, it works very differently to like Jinx versus Aphelios anything else. There's a lot of variation in how the first couple of levels can go, and that's not what I expected in the first round draft.
They just locked in Aatrox, I was about to say the same. That catches me a little off guard as well, because Aatrox is a champion that has been played a little bit, but he hasn't really been considered much of a prior pick. So
what was buffed on this patch,
Yes,
I believe that the Q sweet spot went from 150% damage to 160%, which means that a lot of those kind of like skill matchups become, ouch, he really hurts.
Yeah, I mean, that for a pro player could be enough, right? Because we know it's a comfort pick for every top laner around the world, I feel free to say at this point in time. So why not?
Well, why not normally is because Aatrox is really difficult to play into very long-range champions with a lot of disengage. So you've already got the Jinx. What happens if you... Okay, we do see the Hecarim, that's good to see.
Yeah.
But what happens if you do lock in something like a Thresh now and you have to engage very much down the throat, go front to back? That's actually very difficult to play, even though you do have the Aphelios to have your own scaling damage.
I actually think it would be really interesting to see Excel taking away the Thresh here, mostly because obviously Makoon playing a different champion, being on the Hecarim. Hecarim is really nice to play into Aphelios because Aphelios is no escape.
Okay.
It's pretty easy to get onto him. Now, they didn't take away the Thresh, but they went for a different approach. They went for the all-in. They basically want to Kleddle right in there, run him down.
And it's a Finn classic.
It's actually funny because I was talking to Finn earlier this week and Finn was telling me, well, now that you're coming to Berlin, don't worry, I'm gonna whip out the Irelia, the Kled. I'll spice it up just for you. And there we go. He actually
A
locked
man of his word.
the Kled, yeah.
But does it work in this comp?
I mean, into the Aatrox very much does,
Very
because
much.
Kled, when you pop the Bear Trap on a rope, which is one of the best ability names in the game, you do... Okay, I guess we're very happy about this too. We'll talk about that in a bit. But of course, you get the 60% Grievous Wounds from the Kled Q, which means that even though Aatrox is doing well in lane, Kled removes one of the core parts of Aatrox's kit, which is that just really vicious healing he gets. But very good blind pick in the Ahri.
What does an Ahri need to succeed?
Well, hopefully not an Everfrost, because I'm tired of seeing that item, but we're probably going to go see it anyway. The thing about Ahri is that Ahri is a very good blind pick. That's normally what we've been seeing in the LCK. We see a lot of blind pick Ahri because it's kind of hard to just get her out of lane. She has a lot safer wave clear at level 7 to 9. You don't need to take something like Sorcery or Dematerializers in your secondary runes, so you can go for laning runes instead. Lots of ways to play this game out safely. Question is, how's that's going to combo up with something like a jungler to have a dive combo between the Ahri and that?
It's pretty funny because when I was looking at the drafts from last week, I feel like all the drafts were like, it was pretty easy to guess what they were going to pick. And now I'm sitting here first game of the day, and there's surprise after surprise. We get the Aatrox, the Hecarim, the Kled, the Ahri. Like, well, what's going to be next? I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, maybe the teams felt similar and said, everything is so predictable. Let's spice it up.
Maybe they wanted to just make it a little more exciting here.
And I think that I'm really glad that XL have banned out the Jarvan. I think that obviously Mad Lions already have a lot of very big diving champions. Question is, are you going to ban away something? I mean, if we're talking about Horseman of the Apocalypse and the Hecarim, Rel actually might not be awful here at this point to just pile on the engage time after time. And obviously it's something which Kaiser found a lot of success on beforehand. But Mad Lions have shown very much that they're going in. Question is, now, do XL have the ability to draft something which will disengage enough on their side?
There we see the jungle being debated, of course, the Viego
They actually went for the Viego. I'm a little surprised to see that because Viego is a pretty good jungle champion, but he has not been successful in the LEC. Actually, so far in the LEC, Viego jungle has 3 wins and 12 losses, which is not ideal. And now seeing him come back, not the worst matchup into Hecarim, obviously could work out pretty well now. Excel also hovering the Victor, not too surprising, because Ryze and Victor have been the 2 most popular champions for the mid lane so far. All supports are open as well, so...
Mickey's like, yay!
Yeah, I mean, Mickey and Kaiser have both been loving the Leona and the Nautilus, so we'll see. Maybe the supports want to play something a little more exciting than usual as well, or they could just pick some stable picks. Often that's what you want to do when you have a lot of new champions. Often just getting a few comfort picks in to avoid making it too crazy can be the way to go as well.
And this last round of the Victor Lulu is exactly what we were predicting in terms of this is going to punish you diving in hard. If you get hit by the Chaos Storm, have a gravity field to work around as well. Very hard for the Aphelios to follow up outside of just his ultimate. The Lulu keeps the carries in the fight longer. If you miss one of the Victor or the Jinx in the fight, they just shred your whole team. And that's going to affect, obviously, the Aatrox first and foremost as someone who doesn't really have a way to get out of that fight too. Really interesting in the last pick.
There we go.
I think the Lulu pick is huge, actually, because right now with the Mad Lions team comp, it's really hard to actually ever get onto the Jinx, and when they finally do, the Lulu is the appealing. Now, obviously, they have a good amount of engage, but with Lulu next to Jinx, like, who's actually going to kill her? It's going to be pretty hard if Jinx is not behind.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's a very secure composition when you look at Excel. Of course, we'll have to see what happens in that top lane as well. But then we get also the Pyke as the last pick coming in for Kaiser. How does that change things up? It almost makes things even more difficult, but if it succeeds, it could be huge.
I'll take the easy one. Gravitum into Pyke hook is really nasty.
Yeah, well, if I was a Lyoya right now, I would really be enjoying life, because Kaiser and Lyoya have so good jungle synergy, and now Lulu is most likely going to be stuck bot lane laning with the Jinx, while Kaiser is going to be roaming all over the map with Lyoya, getting leads, and that's really what I want to see from them. I want to see them winning the early game, playing more clean in the mid game, and then actually closing it out this time.
Yeah, that's the question. Yes, they can have a good pair up with their jungle and support once again, but what are they going to do against that Jinx in the mid game to the late game? I think this is a very interesting game to watch.
Absolutely, because this is a game of kill the carries, and if you do not, you're going to get out DPS'd and you're going to get outraged too. So the objectives are very clear for me from the comps.
I think in this situation, XL have great scaling, great late game, really clear, easy to execute plan. For Mad Lions, it's going to be a little more difficult, and therefore I think Mad are going to have to win the early game, otherwise it's just going to be too tricky, especially with them already having mid-game problems.
We'll see what happens. Unbelievable drafts for the first game, spicing it up from both sides. The Mad Lions versus XL for a spot in the playoffs. Let's go.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift for the first game of Week 7. I am Quickshot, joined by Trouble for the Troubleshot duo once again.
Hey, here we go. We're back, baby. So, Trevor, we have to start this cast with a Katarina fun fact.
Why
fact.
Katarina?
See, my A's and my U's, man.
But she's not even in the game.
Okay, but she has something that she shares with Kled. And that is the most percentage on grievous wounds in her kit. Kled has that too. His chain provides him with 60% grievous wounds. You know what that's really helpful against?
Aatrox.
Aatrox healing, Aphelios healing, Kara healing, yeah.
Okay, nice. I mean, it's reliant on landing that skill shot, of course. And what a wild draft. I mean, Shock said it perfectly. First game on a new patch, and we see a number of changes. You had your fun fact. I've got one for you. Armored on Aatrox. His all-time record is 15 wins and 2 losses. And his LEC record, 5-0.
Are you telling me it's doomed?
I mean, look, he insta-locked it, and I think we'll need to keep track of what Kled, being played by Finn, can do. But let's take a look at screen now. We've got a minute and a half in. Jungle's starting to be cleared out. It looks like Armit giving Alyoya a little bit of a hand, at least. And then returning to lane, and as expected, Unforgiven and Kaiser going to be bashing head-to-head against Patrick and Mickey.
The difference here is that there has been a ward put down right where Marcoon is crossing right now, so they know exactly where the horse will be. But as far as Alyoya goes, they don't exactly know, and he's gonna probably do the buff to Grom to maybe a level 3 down bot lane. The bot lane is trying to shove in the wave. Marcoon is gonna be pathing top, so who is actually going to defend them? Patrick and Mickey want to smash the next wave, crash it underneath the tower, but Kaiser's playing Pyke, and that could be a very easy setup for Alyoya if he heads down bot lane.
I mean, gotta punish. I mean, when you play Pyke, you have to find those kills. Finn in the top lane, starting to push his way into Armit. So Armit has rejoined the lane. The wave is going to crash under his tower in just a moment. And the junglers doing their top to bottom clears right now. Patrick and Mickey getting this wave.
Here he comes, here he comes. He's on his way towards the bot side. He tricked me.
Will not be able to
It's
get
fine.
spotted out just yet. But playing out somewhat to expectation. Alyoya's going to sneak around from behind, and you just saw the ping.
He's
So
not.
there we go. XL fully aware of it. Patrick and Mickey haven't yet backed off, though. Maybe a little late for this one. Alyoya's going to step forward, lands the skill shots, flashed away from Mickey. And the hook is not going to land from Kaiser. But a flashless Lulu in the bottom lane is a juicy target.
Oh, it's a very juicy target. At this point, it becomes a target even to the 2 versus 2 in the bot lane. We have seen what Hilisan can also do with the Pyke. It is very dangerous. You get hooked in. The trade is unbelievable. You're so squishy. And then you're again faced with a wave that's shoving in yet again. So Alyoya could potentially stick around, see if they can get another pick. They're going to destroy the ward as well. Marcoon knows exactly what is happening.
I'd love to know what that ping was. Because we assumed it was XL spotting out
They
Alyoya.
did. They did. They had a ward there.
Then maybe
Quick
the
shot.
communication. No, but I'm saying maybe the communication didn't come through. Patrick, Mickey stuck around too long. Kaiser's going to step forward. Phantom undertow. Bone Skewer lands and finds the stun as well. But there's not enough distance for Unforgiven there to land all those shots, and Mickey just loses half his life.
Yeah, so you asked me at the draft, because we were talking about, okay, B1, what's going to come first? And we were like, Aphelios, Jinx, is like Volibears, lots of stuff. And you asked me if I prefer the Jinx or the Aphelios. I always do prefer the Jinx if you have to be one of the 2 carries, because Aphelios is a little bit more conditional when it comes to him having the perfect gun so he can out-push the lane, whilst Jinx will always have the rockets, and especially with Lulu, a range support next to her, they become an extremely heavy shoving lane.
Yeah, I mean, stand all the way back, use the AoE for safety. And despite the fact that it's Aatrox versus Kled in the top lane, the false alarms for now, just pushing and back and forth trading. Almost going to be able to use that Dark and Blade, just dash out of range from the Bear Trap on a rope, which is one of my favorite spell names ever. And Alyoya is once again going to show his face in lane. Finn still has his flash, though. Let's see if Alyoya can sneak his way close enough.
He has his flash, and he also has Skarl, I think is his name.
Skarl!
There.
The timing on that was incredible. The timing was so good.
That was so good. So Alyoya is just so active on the map right now. He's gone down the bot lane. He's made Patrick and Mickey X fear for their lives. He's all the way up top side of the map. And if you look at the farm, 28 and 28, Marcoon is pretty even with him, which means Alyoya has not necessarily fallen behind, which is pretty good for him. Especially when you're picking Viego, who doesn't necessarily have the setup that Hecarim does after level 6. You expect him to be a little bit more mobile when it comes to moving around the map really quickly, trying to find these openings.
Yeah, and right now, Alyoya is the first one to show up. Skull will pop there for Finn. Marcoon's making his way into the top lane, but decides to back off. And it's a pretty even early game thus far. Marcoon farming up the jungle, Alyoya putting pressure on the lanes. Both of these teams looking for their opportunity. I think Mads was talking about Kaiser on that Pyke, and we saw roaming mid. And Finn uses the Skull timing flawlessly. Bear Trap on a rope does land. No, it doesn't! It just flashes forward, though. And now Armor's running for his life. One more hit will just about do it. Skull is still alive. Finn running, gets the chop. And Finn for first blood. The fight's not done yet. It's in the bottom lane. Alyoya and Rika, they found Mickey. He's flashless from that earlier gank. And the Bone Skewer sends him to the fountain. Man Lions start to back away.
But that was 4 members all the way down the bot lane. The TP is coming in from Kled, and Marcoon is there.
Well, here comes the devastating charge onto Alyoya. Rika's the next target. And just as Mad pick up their first kill, they lose 2. They're going to lose more. Unforgiven and Kaiser, they're caught out, but XL aren't flanked. They're not pushing this aggressively.
You're stuck between a Lulu and a Victor. I don't know how deadly that is. Because you could turn on the Lulu.
Oh, the Bone Skewer manages to pull the kill back there. Mickey drops for the second time. Nukeduck will find one of his own. At the end of it, it's a 1,000 gold lead, 4 kills to Excel, and Mad Lions overchased.
3-0 on the Kled. That is the most important thing, because I think Armut made a boo-boo up in the top lane. I think he overthought it himself. He tried to juke the juke, but it never happened. We mentioned how the Aatrox sweet spot was buffed on his Q, but yet again, we'll see the dive. 4 members had to be dedicated down to the bot side of the map for that play. What do they get? They just kill Mickey, but Patrick keeps hitting, gets everyone low enough. Kled is done with his fight in the top lane, so he gets to TP back. Bot level 6, by the way, at this point. And then Markoon and Finn clean up the entire fight. And I think the beneficiary from all this has been Finn with 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic start for him. Mickey just gets caught out once more. I mean, you're stepping into the darkness.
I mentioned, I'm like, I don't know how deadly it is to be stuck between a Lulu and a Victor, and it was very deadly for the Lulu.
Yeah, it really, really was. Rika did unfortunately go down immediately after that. But I wanted to go back to Finn on this Kled pick, because he's played it 14 times. He's won 70% of his games, and he was like known for his Kled play in solo queue prior to joining the LEC. But seeing him pick up that solo kill the way that he did against Armut, who has somewhat struggled throughout the course of Spring,
that must have taken a lot of nerve. It was the Q3 from Aatrox. It was going to hit, and Finn decides not to flash away from it while Armut tries to predict the flash from Finn. And this is what ultimately solidified that 1 versus 1.
I mean, every time you see Finn trading, he's using that Skull HP and timing it so incredibly well.
It's doomed. You can't play towards the top side of the map. That Kled is extremely powerful. Level 6 on Markoon's Hecarim as well. Nukeduck is level 8 with his ultimate available. Top side of the map is a little bit of a no-go at this point for the side of Mad Lions.
Now, do you think it's fair to say that's somewhat sort of expected in terms of the focus for Mad Lions was the bottom lane? Rift Herald does get picked up here, secured, and Markoon's going to be able to run to safety.
That was a flash and an ultimate expended from the side of Mad Lions to, in the end, not get the Rift Herald. I think Elioya flashed in to try and get it, but he wasn't able to, and then Markoon just escapes with just using his flash.
Of course, that's another time this game where Mad Lions, very, very eager, very aggressive. The in-between 2 towers on the bottom lane ends up costing them. Losing their summoners and ultimates at the Rift Herald. Enrica will land the charm, predicting the sidestep. Nukeduck 250 HP flashes away from the skewer. Very nicely done, frankly, from both players.
So well played. I'm going to give this 100% to Nukeduck. He holds his flash because he knows Elioya doesn't have his to flash stun him, so the only thing that can hit him is the taunt, and then he saves the rest. I'm going to save the rest because Armut.
It's one word, charge! Finn and Markoon take down Armut, and they'll get themselves some plates as well. Another kill to the top.
I just said a tier here, quick shot. I just said a tier because when I was here last, it was week 2. It was Finn building up waves on Ornn. Finn getting dives successfully, but he was on Ornn. He was playing weak side tanks. Now he's playing a Kled. He's banking in all this gold, all these skills, but he can actually carry on this champion. 3 plates to his name. Look at all these minions. Look at all these minions in the top side of the map that Armut is going to lose. That's so much golden experience that he's falling behind on.
I mean, 5 kills to 2, 1,300 gold lead in favor of XL. It does look like Mad Lions will be just sneak this dragon away. The first of the game. But I want to go back to this notion that you look at the draft from Mad Lions with the Pyke pick, with the Aatrox, that was the first pick for them. And neither has been able to find that impact just yet. And they need to stop and slow down, because when you combo the Kled and the Hecarim, it's difficult to get away.
I'm going to take it from the other side of the Rift, and I'm just going to say that the XL composition is just very well-rounded. They have engaged, they have disengaged, they've got protection for the Jinx. Even if they leave her alone, Patrick has gone with the exhaust as well, so he can defend himself on a 1 versus 1 situation. It's just very well-rounded. You want to go in, you do. You want to go back, you do. On the other side for Mad, I think it's up to individual skill to find the picks. Viego is not a champion that's necessarily going to set up for you. He needs the setup to then dive in and play these clutch scenarios when he grabs soul after soul after soul. Kaiser on the Pyke, the same. He's not as tanky. Yes, he can make a pick, but he can very easily get punished if he gets polymorph, for example, when he's going in.
Yeah, I like that, because when you simplify how those team comps can play, it also makes it easier then for teamwork and getting on the same page. I mean, Marcoon was making his way up the top lane. You can see Patrick doing the same. They've now abandoned the bottom lane, and everybody's starting to shift around the map, and Mad Lion's going to need to find an individual member to step up in a spring season where they've left a lot of people underwhelmed. Mad Lions not yet working as coherently as a team. And time is starting to run out. I mean, when you look at the standings, 5 and 8. They're not out of it yet, but it's very scary.
I see that a lot of people in general are being critical of the Mad Lions, and it is true. When you're the back-to-back champion, when for an entire year you dominated EU, you are expected to do well. They're not out of the game yet here. They're only 2,000 gold behind, and Elyoya has pulled a bunch of aces out of his sleeve. He's playing Viego, a playmaking champion that he can wreak havoc on the Rift if he's given the opportunity. He's actually ahead right now. He's a level ahead of Marcoon. Just hopefully we can see him unlocked on the map. I just don't necessarily think that the composition helps too much. It has more of a clutch factor than ease of execution that Excel has.
Well, let's see if Kaiser can make that clutch happen. Gonna lock down Nuke Duck, and 3 members pick up the second and third kill. That was, just pretty easy gank from Mad Lions, but that's exactly what you were talking about. You know, it's those individual moments, find somebody out, and that's what Mad Lions needs to do a whole lot more. You talked about Elyoya was ahead. Well, now Unforgiven is as well. It's got the Gale Force, puts a lot of damage down to Patrick, who flashes away from the Moonlight Vigil. Patrick has got the Super Mega Death Rocket. Will it land on Unforgiven?
Yes,
He's got a flash available to him. Zap! Rocket! Dead! What an outplay!
What did we mention before? Patrick has the exhaust to defend himself, and I think 1 or 2 auto attacks from Unforgiven went through with the exhaust on him, which mitigates a lot of that damage. Patrick played this really well. Unforgiven thought that he caught Patrick, but he was actually caught in Patrick's nets.
I mean, such great play there. Flashing away from the Moonlight Vision.
He had to flash away from the W.
Oh man, that was such a great moment for Patrick. Closes that gold gap, picks up a Gale Force of his own. And it's Excel that are currently pushing the Mad Lions around. This is a departure from the last time these two teams met. It was very even for a very long time. And some slightly chaotic team fights later in the game resulted in Mad Lions picking up the win.
Finn is putting down the pain onto Ahmed. He can't even step forward to clear his wave right there. And if you look at the inventories as well, it tells the entire story of what's been happening so far. Gold Drinker completed versus what I would like to say a bootyard sale in Ahmed's inventory.
I like that. Gone to the flea market to pick up a few pieces.
Pretty much.
But obviously, great game.
Oh, we get to this again.
Far.
So the fact that Unforgiven Gale Force is in tells Patrick that he doesn't actually have a way out to dodge other things, but Unforgiven is still holding on to his flash. Now the W was not gonna hit him because it was tanked by a minion, but because Unforgiven flashed that, he could never dodge the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Patrick wins that 1 versus 1.
Patrick really heads up play, understanding the full kit available to him, as well as Unforgiven's. And that was the 6th kill for Mad Lions. They still hold on to that 2,000 gold lead. Mad are going to push this top tower. They've lost 2 of their own. Finn's still got the charge available. We will use that to escape. If you look at the mini-map, some XL members are starting to roam up and potentially going to contest for the Rift Herald, but it's a little bit split up for the time being.
So right here, if you are Excel, you can actually give up that Rift Herald. You don't mind. You've taken top lane tier 1, you've taken bot lane tier 1, and now you can start stacking these dragons. You can start stacking the dragons because when it comes to later on fights, you know that you possess the better 5 versus 5, the better front to back, and that already a bunch of your carries are actually fed to that point. So later on in the fights, Mad is going to have to run into you to stop you from getting a soul. Now, of course, it's going to be a Cloud Soul. A lot of teams don't mind too much giving that away, but of course having Cloud Soul with Hecarim and Kled is going to be very deadly.
Yeah, very deadly indeed. It was difficult enough trying to keep distance.
There's too many zoomies. Add this on top.
So let's look a little forward into the future. If Mad Lions want to play for that Dragon game, play for the Soul. Correction, XL want to play for the Soul. How do Mad Lions stop it? How do they disrupt it?
I think you're going to have to rely on getting a pick. You have the Pike, you have the Ahri, you have the Viego. Just make something happen on the map. Know which champion doesn't have the flash, the same way they did with Nukeduck, right? They saw Nukeduck, Kaiser has to expend his flash, but then they get a kill in the mid lane, and then they get their Ahri ahead, they get Rika ahead. So I think by getting picks all over the map, this is how it's slowly going to start snowballing. And especially my eyes fall onto Finn, who also has a 300 gold bounty on his head. That would be really juicy for your Aphelios or your Ahri if you can give that over. The problem here is that Kled is not necessarily a champion that dies very easy. Victor, on the other hand, is.
Yeah, Nukeduck has got the flash available to him. Teleport also committed here from the Mad Lions. No one from XL making their move yet. That's the flash from Nukeduck. Rika's under the tower. Armored steps forward as well. A fourth member shows up. Nukeduck is still just long enough for Pike to pick up the final blow. Unforgiven's left alone inside the jungle, and Patrick gets his second. So trade 1 for 1.
Look on the map. Yes, they're gonna get the tier 1 bot, but what is XL gonna take in their advantage? They're taking tier 2 top lane with all the experience and gold that comes from the sort of Finn. More importantly, tier 1 mid is so important to open up this tower. We've talked about this so many times. It opens up all the vision on the sides of the jungle. And sure, Mad is gonna take tier 2 bot lane as well, but all in all, the trade goes in favor of XL here.
Yeah, of course, with this comp that they've got to initiate into Mad Lions, it's going to be so powerful.
Think about it this way. When you're playing a bunch of assassins, right? You've got the Pike, you've got the Ahri, Viego is also in the lines, 50-50 to be an assassin as well. He wants to be sneaky, right? When your whole jungle is lit up, who's gonna walk into face check? Who's gonna try to see if XL is doing Baron? Who's gonna walk in first into a Hecarim, into a Chaos Storm, into Finn's Kled? It's just gonna be so difficult. This is why taking that mid lane tier 1 opens up so many opportunities for XL to just play their game.
It is, and of course, like, the stats don't tell the full story. 1 dragon apiece, 4 towers to 3.
1,000 gold diff.
1,000, that's not a lot. But when you take into consideration how these 18 minutes of game has played out, XL do feel like they're in command. Mickey's got his flash available. Patrick has put the Flame Chompers down. Kaiser will be able to pick up the kill, but Patrick gets it in return. The rest of the members of XL thinking about an engage, and they don't go for it. But look at how much Mad Lions had to invest just to pick that up.
So, because Kaiser killed with his ultimate, he's also donating money to one of his teammates, so that makes it worth on the gold department, if you will. But I'm pretty sure because Kaiser at that point was 3-0, he must have had a shutdown on him. So he's also giving extra gold to no other than Patrick, who's sitting very comfortably at 3-0-2. So at this point, yes, they're using Mickey as a very juicy bait, and yes, the Lulu will die, but if Patrick is banking up on all these kills, they're more than fine to do that.
Yeah, exactly as was predicted by the analyst desk. Lulu's going to have a tough game. But Patrick, who was behind Unforgiven in CS and items, is now ahead. He's got that rapid fire cannon completed. He's evened up that farm differential. He's got 3 kills, 2 assists to his name. And for XL, in the several weeks that they've played on stage since Mickey has joined them, they are showing noticeable development and improvement in their game. One of the things we talked about in our prep for this was how much more varied their approaches to the mid game are. You can see it this time around with all those side lane pushes. Finn is just dedicated to shoving those waves as close to the inhibitor as he can. And they're playing around the fact that Mad can't really stop him.
And it's all down to their setup, right? And the vision they've put down. This is something that we criticized XL for weeks 1 to 2 before Mickey joined. And that wasn't necessarily to say Advian's fault. It's the fact that whenever they were setting up for something, there just wasn't the necessary vision there, or they weren't ready to fight it. It was also the shot calling part from the side of XL. I think for Mickey, this is his bread and butter. Knowing when things come up on the map, setting up for them is just his bread and butter. Obviously here on the Lulu, he can't necessarily go too deep for vision, but every time he knows how far to move, he puts down the vision, he puts down the control, and allows his team to do the rest for him. And so far, it has been working out for XL.
Yeah, as Mad Lions hoping XL will poke into the river. Armut is going to be able to pull Finn towards him. Patrick, his flash is available. Bonescure won't find a target, but boom, the Flame Chompers do. While Finn and Armut trade blows 1 for 1. Unforgiven will be the next taken down by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Rika's now running for his life. XL just obliterate Mad Lions.
So we have 2 split battlegrounds going on here. Finn completely opens his domain expansion, puts Armut in, nothing misses, all his attacks amplified, Armut cannot get away, he gets solo boloed. Well done, Finn. All the gold on him show off here why they were so important onto that Kled. Whilst on the other hand, we talked about the front to back. Even if you take the Kled out, you don't have to have Kled hit there. He can also split push. Your core 4-man is just so strong at engaging and disengaging that they just catch Mad off guard. Mad are trying to pull the play. And what did we say? We said Kaiser is playing Pyke. He could potentially make a play. Great. They're hiding into Fog of War. XL doesn't necessarily know where Mad is. They don't know where the Pyke is. And Finn overextends. Great opportunity for possibly Kaiser to make a pick. But we talked about this. Kaiser is so squishy on that Pyke that the second he gets rooted, he actually insta-dies. Finn. Yeah.
Fantastic from Finn, but I also think you can see the comp playstyle difference really exquisitely in that mid lane fight. Had Kaiser connected onto Patrick with that Bone Skewer that prevent and delay him getting those Flame Chompers out, maybe that goes differently. But unfortunately, the skill shot did not find its target, and XL just run away with it. They pick up the Baron at the cost of another Dragon, and again, they are in control of this game.
And I also think that Mad overreached there. You had already control of the bot side river. If XL wanted to contest with the Dragon, they would have to walk into you, use the Fog of War, use the 3 assassins and sneaky champions that you have to try and get a pick onto someone rather than grouping up. Because when you group up, XL are superior here. And obviously, they can choose to go 1 and 4, leave the Kled on the side versus Armut's Aatrox. They know he beats him 1 versus 1. And they also know that XL beats Mad at this point 4 versus 4. I think maybe even 4 versus 5.
I think so too. When you look at Patrick's item difference, fully completed Infinity Edge.
I mean, I don't think, three item Jinx is not going to melt through this Aatrox.
It's completely outclassing Unforgiven's ability to deal damage. Up in the top lane as well. 2.5 items completed is now Unforgiven. Can't even get out of the fear. He's just squashed under the hoof of Marcoon. Now all of a sudden, Mad Lions have to try defend their inhibitor turret, but they're
going for
nowhere near.
Finn. They're going for Finn, but they could actually lose the game here. There's 2 waves pushing in with Baron. So yes, their target was Finn, but they can't actually let XL push through the entire base.
Fantastic from XL. They get the inhibitor, they turn their attention to the mid lane, and frankly, disappointing from the Mad Lions. They pulled out the Aatrox, the Pyke. It is not working. Mad Lions came into this game on a 4-game losing streak, and they're definitely looking like they're going to lose once more. There's the charge! Going to connect onto Rika. He's still got the flash to safety, doesn't need it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like your attention here. Look at the huge wave that Finn built up in the top lane before he had to respect that they couldn't see Mad members. He built up the top lane wave whilst the other side of the map was being pushed. I think Finn has played the map to absolute perfection in this game. He got ahead. He was always very respectful of getting ganked or possibly shadowed by opponent jungler, and he hasn't given a single inch of opportunity to be punished by Mad Lions.
Not at all. And I think the rest of XL also playing around the pressure that he creates in the other lanes, playing those like side lane pushes, and Mad Lions falling so far down. As I said, 4-game losing streak coming into it. They're 5-8 in the standings. This weekend is going to be so crucial for who is going into playoffs in spring.
Also, let's not forget, later on we have Vitality versus SK, so that means that either Vitality are going to get further away from Mad Lions, or SK Gaming are going to overtake them at this point.
And also, the last time these two teams played, Mad Lions beat XL. So with XL, if they close this out, and they should, they'll tie up that head-to-head. And things get a little bit more interesting depending on whether Vitality or SK or Misfits manage to join them in the race. We'll have to see. For Mad Lions, I mean, they made that dive bottom lane, and after that went bad, and Armut got soloed. They've just kind of fallen to pieces, unfortunately.
Ask me the question, Trevor. What can Mad Lions do to get back into this game?
I only do that when I think there is some sort of tenable answer.
Because I was about to say go next here.
Some sort of tenable answer. But I will ask the question, do you think this draft diff is now Rika's going to get run down? We'll talk about it once the game ends, as Marcoon is then going to devastating charge away. Patrick continues to use that minigun onto Alyoya, and Armut is killed by Marcoon 14 times. Mad Lions have died this game. The Bone Skewer does land to Nuke Tech, but he's going to go golden, stays alive just long enough to watch Alyoya die. As he pops back up, gets away for now, and the towers are starting to fall. XL outclass, outshine, and take down the Mad Lions, avenging their Week 3 loss. XL defeat Mad.
Thumbs up from me as well. XL had a very easy to execute composition. They take down the Mad Lions. And honestly, you know what? They're gonna give us like, a key player of the game or whatever. For me, it's gonna be like Finn. Because that 1 versus 1 in the top lane won them the game for me.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
I'm Javier Prades, also known as Seljoya, and I play jungle for Mad Lions. When I was 5, my parents wanted me to do a lot of sports, so they put me into swimming, football, and on my holidays I was simultaneously skiing. I was doing this until then, and then I had to decide between football and swimming. Both were really time consuming and I could only focus on one. So I chose swimming over football. Swimming was all about giving everything I had. I remember finishing competitions completely exhausted, but it was all worth it. You would take down your time, even if it was only a couple of seconds. It felt really satisfying to see your mark go down. So at the age of 16 I had to make a decision. It was either continuing swimming or going full-time into league. I chose league because it's my dream to become the best. Personally, I think that having done some sports before league, it's really important. I was not conscious that sports really helped me to free my mind. The pressure of being in a swimming competition, the pressure of a football game, it helped me to prepare what this is gonna be, what this world is. From my experience, I have learned that you need to disconnect. it's really hard to distinguish when it's good to separate from the game or when it's good to take a time for yourself. Every time I'm doing sports, I just don't think anything related in league, and I think that that's beneficial for me and for everyone.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
Do you know who I am? How much it took to get to this point right here? How often I struggle with myself? How often I feel lonely? Do you know what music means to me? Music is so much more to me than just doing music. Often words can't describe my feelings, but producing music does. This is me, raw, real, uncensored.
안녕하세요. 저는 젠지 롤팀에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재욱이라고 합니다. 적어도 그냥 최소 10시간 이상은 매일 하는 것 같아요. 울트라 기어가 화질도 되게 좋고 나노 IPS 1ms/s이라서 이제 시야각이 좀 넓은 것 같아서 게임하기 좀 더 편한 것 같아요. TM보다는 좀 IPS가 더 색 표현이 되게 정확하잖아요. 그래서 약간 화질과 속도 이런 두 마리 토끼를 둘 다 잡을 수 있는 것 같아요.
fall in the eye. Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Riot Games is supporting and donating to the International Medical Corps, and you can join us in the effort to provide relief to those in Ukraine and the surrounding regions. The IMC teams are responding by expanding access to medical and mental health services for those living in affected areas and working to help refugees. Your donation can help more people receive the life-saving care they deserve. Join us at riot.com/donate. Welcome everyone to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC and the final week of the spring regular season. We have 3 action-packed days ahead of us to decide the final 2 playoffs participants as SK is entering the stage for their first do-or-die game versus Rogue in our opening match of the day. Of course, Rogue still wants to snag that first place going into the postseason, and SK needs every single win they can get. My name is Shax, and I am joined here on the desk by Kadril and by Niski. I'm so excited that Niski's back, at least in the studio.
True, I'm back, but I guess as a caster.
As a caster, welcome to my life, buddy.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes. Yeah, no, cool to see you. You excited to be here for Super Week?
Yeah, I'm excited to do some stuff with you guys.
Yeah, do some analysis.
Do some analysis. Yeah, our favorite. So let's talk about the race for playoffs and the teams that are still in the running. 4 teams have already locked their spot, and we have, of course, Excel Team Vitality currently in those spots, but SK Gaming and Mad Lions are also fighting for it. If they lose one single game, though, SK or Mad, they're out, and if Vitality or Excel win one single game, they are in. So for Mad and SK, oof.
It's got to be a lot of pressure, hasn't it? I mean, they're coming into the series not only with it not in their hands whatsoever, but even then they still have to win every single game. You can see the schedules there on your screens for the Super Week. Mad Lions have Vitality, Astralis, BDS, so that first game is going to be very important for them for momentum. And then the second for SK, they've got Rogue, Excel, Misfits. These are top 5 teams. A lot of pressure on these players, Niski.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be interesting to see how they handle the pressure. I think, especially for SK, I want to see how they do, because I don't think they've been that great, but maybe coming to the Super Week, they can turn things around.
And what a way to do it on stage as well.
Yeah, exactly. Kadril, you also looked at their early game from SK, specifically against Vitality, for some signs of hope.
Yeah, I mean, their early games have been okay. The problem is they're getting a lot of kills, but they're not finding leads from the kills. If you actually look at their early games in their loss against Vitality, there was at one point there were 6 kills to 1. They were up in gold. I think later on in the game, they had around 10 kills to 4. So they're getting all these kills. They're finding the obvious place to get picks, but it feels like they aren't really transitioning into any major leads to kind of blow the game open.
When we look at SK and Niski, it looked like they had a lot to work on in every single game. For you, you know, as a player yourself, is that easier or harder knowing, okay, at least we have something new to work on every time, but it almost seems like the season isn't long enough?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you need a lot of time to fix a lot of issues that you have. So usually you just put away the issues you have and you just choose on like 1 or 2 points that you really focus on. And I don't know what they focused on this
No,
week.
that's, I guess, the issue.
Yeah, that's a very good point, though, because you've got so little time to win these best of ones. You either have to focus on things that aren't working, focus on things that are working. What do you want to fix? What do you want to drop? Like, we can work on Barons for a week, right?
Yeah.
But then we're dropping our Drake setup, right? So you have to really pick and choose how you kind of grow as a team.
They're in a pickle. So are the Mad Lions. For Vitality, it's looking a bit more positive. They are on course, actually, to book their spot in the playoffs. Niski, what have you found of Perks on his brand new Vitality roster?
I mean, I think it's interesting the way he sees the game. I feel like in the beginning of the split, he was mostly playing carries. And I feel like in the last weeks, he's been playing more supportive. So I don't know if he adapted it by himself or if he thinks it's just better for the team.
Yeah, I think it's also kind of matches their playstyle. I mean, I think Vitality probably realized, okay, we need to win these best of ones. We've been a bit inconsistent. What's a good way to do so? And Perks was like, look, I'll play supportive champions, Zillion, Galio, Ryze, Orianna TF, roam around the map or be reliable, and then we'll put our resources into Alphari.
Is your gut feeling that because of that adaptation and maybe what else you've seen from them in the mid-game, they could be successful in playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's always good to have like different styles coming into playoffs. I mean, I'm right now thinking about like Rogue, for example. I feel like they're like one-sided kind of team compared to Vitality, where they can execute a lot of different comps with
So maybe sometimes it's good to not have the cleanest regular season, but at least try a couple of things.
Sandbag it a little bit and then make a miracle run all the way to the lower brackets.
Don't sandbag it as much as Mad and SK, though, or Astralis and BDS. That's,
otherwise you're out.
That's a bit too much. So then let's talk about Excel. They are so close to making playoffs for the first time ever. Cajewel, you've even joined the organization, so is that a good or a bad thing? Who knows?
I hope it's not a bad thing, because it's not my fault this time around, but it's kind of funny to me that they're going to make it in their 7th split, which is just,
Hopefully.
you know, always 7th place. They're going to make it in their 7th split, the good old stuff. But no, the biggest question on my mind for XL is great. We've hyped you up all these years to make playoffs. You're finally probably going to do it. Now my question is, how are you going to do in best of 5s in playoffs? Because it might be so overwhelmingly exciting for them to do it, and then they show up for one series, and then they're knocked out and gone, right? They stay an extra week in the LEC. We don't want that to happen, of course. So we'll see how
I mean, someone has to lose in that first round this game. When you look at kind of the theoretical top 6, if we assume that Vitality and Excel make it, what kind of chances would you give Excel?
I don't want to be that guy, but I think they will probably lose in the first round.
Yeah.
I think they have some players that have experience, and I believe Youngbuck has a lot of experience with G2 in the past as well, so maybe they can help them, but I believe XL will not do too great.
There was into a self-made on Invin, and he was talking about playoffs, and he said there's probably 2 teams coming into the playoffs best of 5s he's not really that worried about. One of them is Misfits, and one of them is XL.
Mickey did say that he thinks they should actually be top 4, right? So he must notice something that is aspirational.
A lot of opinions flying around.
Yeah,
from
so
players.
many.
But
Mickey
I mean, what
this,
Niski just said
self-made
there about
this.
XL, they have a lot of veteran experience for best of 5s. You know, you've got Mickey, Finn, Patrick, Youngbuck, Nuke Duck even. So maybe they're veterans, so you can carry them through it.
We'll see. XL, in any case, is looking to make history during this LEC Super Week. So let's hear from their longest standing member, Patrick, what this means to him.
They had the early game. They threw it all away. And when you give G2 a lead, they do not back down. Excel, for the 6th split in a row, will be denied playoffs.
Missing playoffs felt really bad for me every time, because I think every split we were also really close. Maybe 7 wins, or I think we had even 8 wins one split, and we still didn't make it. When it happens so often, just like makes you doubt yourself a little bit. Like if you're still good enough, or for me, I'm 21. I've been playing in LEC since I was 17, so I'm not always sure if I'm still good or if I'm getting too old. But if we make it this time finally, I think I'll just be really hyped up about it and happy that I'm still really good.
Unless they can stop Vitality from returning to their base. Finn, he can't even take down the 2nd tower, but he will take down the Wukong. Now they're all leaping in Finn. What can he do? Finn taking down Self-Made. The GG Excel find their first win.
I think in the Super Week, it's very important for us to win some games. For me, some are more important than others. For example, the G2 game. And we also play Fnatic and SK. I think the one against SK is quite important. They're like similar to us in the standings. But for me personally, I think the G2 one matters the most. So I'll for sure win that.
I think most importantly, we have to stop thinking about playoffs. I think if we just play our own game, we can beat any team right now. We just focus on what we can do, and it will happen for us.
3 years in the making, XL have fought and fought and fought, but they've never beaten Fnatic. Let XL say today, no one beats them 13 times in a row.
Making playoffs would be, of course, really big for me. I think everyone in this team, because it's never happened for Mark, and Finn had like a bad year. All of us in Excel, we weren't always like super successful. So I think making playoffs is just a big step forward, and I think can encourage us to realize that we're actually really, really good. I know it's not like super easy to support the team that never makes playoffs, but I will be really happy to make them proud a little bit.
What a lovely video. And I know we have to be realistic about their chances if and when they do get to the playoffs. But yeah, it's good to remind ourselves of these players, so many in our league, that are not the ones that end up on the final stage, but also grind it out day by day. And as Patrick said, I've been on this team for so long now. This would mean so much.
Yeah, a lot of overlooked players as well,
Yeah.
like Rogue on their success story. You wouldn't think of Finn. Origin in their success story. You wouldn't really think of Patrick. G2. And kind of overshadowed Mickey a little bit by, Caps and Jankos and Wunder. So all these players coming together and proving a point.
Niski overshadowed. Fnatic is doing well. So
Yeah.
there we are. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay, it's okay. So speaking of Fnatic, on top of the standings, there's a very explosive fight for first place between Fnatic and Rogue. So we'd like to ask everyone at home, which team is the strongest in the LEC going into the playoffs? You can head over to discord.lec.gg to cast your vote. So Niski, let's start with you then. Out of Fnatic and Rogue, who has most impressed you in the regular season, and do you have the highest hopes for in the postseason?
I think Rogue impressed me the most during the regular season, just because of how clean they play. I feel like they're on the same page. But I'd say for the spring split, I'd say Fnatic would come on top, because I feel like during playoffs they would be the better team compared to Rogue. So
What is it that makes you say that about Fnatic and Rogue respectively?
I just feel like, for example, playing with Humanoid and Hylissang and even Wunder, I'd say, during playoffs is a way different beast compared to Spring Split. Whereas Rogue, I feel like you'd rather have them in Spring Split, and they just look way better in Spring rather than in playoffs.
Do you think that's because they maybe play a little bit more safer in playoffs in general, and like they maybe best of ones they feel a bit more confident, just go for risky plays?
Yeah, I think also one big point is that they just keep the same playstyle, whereas other teams, I feel like, adapt to the enemies. And I feel like against Rogue, if you just study them and you know what they do, then it's pretty easy to counter.
Yeah, and it's a Malrank factor every time you think of Rogue, and it's that kind of thought of, can he keep getting away with it? As much as people think that they figured him out, he still finds these crazy plays to get Rogue ahead. I'm similar sort of train here for Niski when it comes to Fnatic. I think they are slightly better when it comes to the best of fives. I wonder what it is in Rogue, because for so many seasons, so many splits, they're always finishing top 4 no matter what, and as much as they bomb out in playoffs a lot of the time, I wonder how their prep looks as a team. When you're preparing for just 2 teams and you're practicing all week just for those 2 best of ones, that's a lot different than preparing for 1 best of 5 for an entire week with multiple side drafts, multiple different compositions. You want to run different ways to play the game.
Oh, absolutely. I do think we have to be a bit fairer to Rogue, though. Bombed out of playoffs. They made it to the
they made it to the finals, yeah.
No, but I think that's kind of what's happened in the storytelling about this team, just because they have the caliber of players to win that title, right? And you really want to see that being realized, especially for people like an Odo Wamne, for someone like Larson.
I think once they prove it to us and they shut us all up and they finally win a finals, or they do make it multiple times and they finally kind of take a trophy, then we can say, wow, Rogue is a very, very well-rounded team. But it really feels like on the important moments, like at Worlds especially as well, they just can't cross that line.
Yeah, one of our producers, Evan, actually made a really good point. And it's like, yes, they may have not won a title, but if you look at what they've done in the last few years in terms of being consistently #1 in the regular season, getting deep into the playoffs, they're a phenomenal team and a phenomenal track record, but you got to win that title. Talking about Fnatic, who is winning with a lot of faith from the fans then. There's been a discussion about the bot lane of Fnatic Niski so far, as well as Hylissang possibly for Spring MVP. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Fnatic bot lane is probably the best in EU, if not in the West. I feel like Hilly is for sure one of the candidates to be MVP, because I felt like before he would have 1 or 2 games where he would int, kind of, has random plays. But I feel like right now he's playing at his limit and he knows them really well, and you can see it, he always smurfs every game. So yeah, I think Hilly is for sure one of the strongest points.
And as much as analysts, casters, and viewers, we can see these pop-off performances from the bot lane, from Hylissang. You've played with them, of course, all throughout last year. How is the dynamic of those players when it comes to the mid to late to even the early stages of the game in terms of communication, the things that we don't see?
I mean, basically from level 1 already, he already has crazy plans, and then he tries to convince you on he should do this and you should do this, and then you kind of just
follow along.
Yeah, kind of. You just follow him, and then sometimes it works. I mean, usually it works, and then when it doesn't work out, it's like, oh, my bad, And but yeah, and then also also in mid-game, he just kind of leads the way he picks good fights and he just catches people well. So I don't know, he just has everything. He's just too good.
Yeah, and I mean, you're seeing his development now. He's getting really close to being a very complete player, right? Mostly not inting as many times.
Definitely is. And I mean, for me, as much as he is an MVP candidate, even like discussion of best player in the West right now, you know, Caps and Perks are still struggling, but I think Hylissang is just so good. He's in his top of his game right now.
That LEC copium, so good. But however, we're going to be looking forward to what Hilly shows us in the Rift so far. And in other news, a new champion will be hitting the Rift this weekend. And who else to break down the latest addition to the support pool than a master support himself? Medic, over to you.
Thank you very much, Shox. Although I have lost Masters in the last couple of weeks. I got back to D1, though, so I'm on a good run at the moment. Now, following in the footsteps of Zeri in League and Silco in TFT, Renata Glask is the latest Zornite to remind us Riot have recently released a hit TV show on Netflix called Arcane. You can watch it right now. This is the first support champion released since Rel in 2020. Let's see if Renata can actually stick around for more than a single split, or whether she'll be killed off like most of the other Chem Barons. So what does she actually do? Well, as much as Renata has 4 separate abilities and a passive, pretty much the only thing that people are talking about are her W, Bailout, and her ultimate, Hostile Takeover. Let's start with Bailout. At its core, Bailout is an attack speed and movement speed buff. When Renata casts it on herself or on an ally, they gain up to 30% attack speed and 20% movement speed towards enemies for 5 seconds. Getting a kill or assist with Bailout active will reset this buff. Now that's the simple part. If a buffed ally dies while Bailout is on them, they come back to life at 100%, burning down 10% of their HP every quarter of a second until they reach 0 HP. However, if they score a kill or an assist, they no longer die and instead are set to 20% of their max life. In essence, once you kill them, they then become a zombie and you've got to kill the zombie before it kills you. Now, this hugely disincentivizes diving Renata in the early game because you know you have to get the job done twice to get out alive. Her ultimate is Nelson from The Simpsons. It's a stop hitting yourself, a slow-moving wave of fog that makes pro players seem more like my solo queue teammates, infighting and squabbling amongst themselves. Enemies hit by the wave will gain 100% attack speed and attack the nearest unit, prioritizing allies, then neutrals, then enemies, then Renata. The sly minx that she is, she'll claim credit for anyone killed by a Berserk champion, giving her the potential not only to shut down her opponents, but also her own teammates from time to time. So will we see her in pro play? Well, currently, it's looking like Renata won't jump all the way to the top of pick ban lists. However, I still expect that we'll see her from time to time. One of her main weaknesses is just how damn long her cooldowns are in the early game. Her Q has a flat CD of 16 seconds, her W starts at 28, her E starts at 14 and comes down to 10. And when you compare this to other enchanters like Lulu, whose shield is on an 8-second cooldown out of the gate, you can see how she would struggle. Also, she's really weak against engaged champions. Things like Leona, Nautilus, Thresh can all shut her down because of how squishy she is. So in summary, Renata is super situational. I wouldn't be surprised if we see her, but we might not. She works well into divers, has the ability to turn around a late-game teamfight, but also some key weaknesses in terms of her laning phase. It may be that our favorite 2D waifu stays on the screen for a while and not on Summoner's Rift. Back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Medic. I think if anyone can make Renata work, it's probably you, okay? So we're looking forward to your streams. In any case, the kit is really awesome, but I think Medic made a good point there. It is tricky. Like, you gotta get through that laning phase, and then once you get going, it can be oppressive.
Yeah,
but...
small thing. Me and Niski were just talking about it backstage. Poke champions, not very good for Renata.
No. All right, so we'll see if it comes out this week. But now, as you already saw, something equally as questionable as Renata's friendly fire ultimate are certain gameplay moments from last weekend, which we want to review in this edition of Wait, That's Illegal with Kadril and Niski and Shox. Anyways, so first up, let's take a look at this clip from Rogue vs. XL last week. Malrung, who spent 2 minutes in the bot lane, eventually getting off the gank Kadril.
Okay, so let's have a look at this play. XL do spot him and push him out of bot, but bot wave's bouncing into XL. So he's going to be there to cover it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Niski?
Yes. Basically, he covers his bot lane and then he might look for a dive if it's possible.
Yeah, so the bot lane takes a really heavy trade, and then Malrang was recalling. He was like, hang on a second, they took a really big trade. Maybe we can look for a dive. And as much as this dive did work, I feel like Marcoon should have stayed around his bot, maybe to punish the enemy team from that bot wave coming into them. So as much as I want to say that's illegal, I think that's pretty legal, Niski, right?
Yeah, it's pretty legal. I mean, they played it pretty good as well. Maybe also the fact that enemy team was like, okay, there is no way enemy jungler stays this for like 2 minutes, right? Then
Surely
but
not,
then he
right?
stayed, and
and that's the interesting thing about Rogue. You can't track Malrang. It's very difficult to do so, but like he's in bot lane for 2 minutes, but you don't see him in bot lane for 2 minutes. You just saw him briefly at his Gromp, and then he was gone. So maybe mid lane scared, top lane scared, boom, he's diving.
Imagine you load into a game, Niski, and the jungler in the solo queue is just hanging around bot lane for 2 minutes whilst you're getting dove. What's...
yeah, that is not very fun.
Or is it mid lane taking all your XP?
Oh no, please. No, I don't want to see that,
That's
please.
definitely very, very illegal. The next case we want to look at is Misfits. Their huge comeback for G2. I don't think we need to remind anyone of this. 13.5k gold, Niski. How did this happen?
I think G2 just wanted to have fun till they realized that they had too much fun, and then they were starting to lose the game. And yeah, I don't know. They were getting outscaled this game as well, which didn't help, but I mean, they should have definitely closed this game.
So you're telling me fun is lose?
Yeah,
fun is lose. Yeah, no, as soon as they lost this fight, they got ace, they lost Baron, and from there it felt like the momentum kind of shifted into Misfits' favor. But when you're ahead, sometimes you feel like you can still take fights.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when you're ahead, usually if you have a bit of fun and then someone makes a mistake, you try to help the person that made the mistake, but then you make even more mistakes yourself, and then that's when it snowballs and it never stops.
Sunken cost fallacy.
Everyone's just falling over each other constantly.
Yeah, I'm going to give him one more kill. All right, cool. We'll just give him one more kill. I'm sure nothing will happen. Crazy game. And the final file on the docket is the Winions ending the game for Vitality versus SK. Imagine being Vitality, a super team with the best brains in League worldwide, but you know, this happens instead of you finishing.
Maybe they knew it would happen, so that's why they took the extended bot fight so that the minions could end. No, but SK were chasing in bot. They found a good team fight, but this has got to be one of the worst feelings in the entire game, Niski, right?
Yeah, just watching your base and you're like, okay, guys, I think we're losing, and then you look and you're like, okay, we lost, and then you don't really know what to say, you know, so even they didn't know what was going on.
They have no... It's one of those things, SK win the fight, and then you're like, oh, damn it, maybe we're throwing? Oh, wait, the minion just ended.
I've not often seen Selfmade or Alfari laugh that much, period. Like, it's...
Emotions are flowing.
Yeah, thanks SK for that boost for our... how do you call that? Our momentum.
Momentum boost,
Yeah,
momentum shift.
Boost. Yeah,
that was definitely legal.
So, Team Vitality will also face off against the Mad Lions later today in our marquee match of the day as the reigning back-to-back champions are fighting for their last chance to stay alive in the race for playoffs.
For Mad Lions to make playoffs, we have to beat all the oppositions in the Super Week.
We have to win everything, like there is no more room for mistakes. We have already done too many. At the beginning we were in a really good spot. I think we all thought we were fine, we were good. But after that we kept having some mistakes, we kept having some losses that were affecting a bit our confidence, and like the moment they keep coming and then you just go into a negative atmosphere, then everything crumbles a bit and you realize you're just like 5-9 in the standings.
Try to get in behind the Chaos Storm, Basil will fall. Wonder going forward, Unforgiven, pumps the Moonlight Vigil, has to pop the blast over to get away, and Hitlersack's on the chase. And double once again for the Pike. Rika third, and Upset will take him, Unforgiven, number 4. Venetica done with this game.
Not making playoffs after winning LEC back-to-back would be embarrassment for us.
From being champion to maybe not even making playoffs, it's something really tough because it affects your confidence a lot. Like, you think you're better than what you really are. When you don't have that support that you would have last year, you realize that you're still missing a lot of everything to be a good player. Like, you're still missing a lot of experience, you're still missing a lot of knowledge, a lot of like everything. You just realize how bad you are when you miss that part. It's a really big hit for my ego and my confidence, but yeah.
Fnatic will shut Mad Lions out of playoff.
Climbing this wall is like the last chance we have to make playoffs, so we have to give our best right now. It's just one more week and then I'm gonna be bored of vacations or whatever, and it feels really bad, man. There is always hope. I don't know where it comes from, but you always have to hope. Like, you need to stick to something there is always a reason. In this case, we want those playoffs. We believe it's still possible, even though it's for sure not in our hands anymore. I mean, it can still be, but yeah, it's hard. But it's on us.
I see hope. I think we can do it.
Wow, that video kind of knocked the air out of me, especially Elyoya, rather, who last week already, he was really downtrodden after his game. You know, you see that the remaining members who have not been changed since last year, they really take all that pressure on themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they said it, back-to-back champs, and now coming into this split, not even making playoffs. It's a hit to the ego, it's a hit to the confidence. Is it the patch? Is it me? Is it my teammates? What's going wrong? You just kind of like, you're circling around in your own head trying to find the problem, and it's so hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more sad for, I guess, the people that were champions last split. So Elyoya, Kaiser, and Armut. You can see that they're devastated, and they don't even know themselves on like how to fix it, I guess. So I wish that they go to playoffs, but I think it's going to be very tough for them.
It's going to be super difficult for them, and then they'll need to evaluate, you know, whatnot in the roster. But it is still all possible. They have to win every single game. And this game versus Vitality is today already. It could decide so much. So let's take a look at what we may expect and where there might be chances for them. And you looked at the early game for Vitality and Mad specifically.
Yeah, just small hits. I feel like if you look at Mad's early game, they're getting good early games. That's where their strongest point is. Their mid to late game is where it all horribly falls apart with its communication, macro, whatever it may be. But the early game is good because they have good fundamentals built up with Elyoya and Kaiser, and they're getting good leads through their jungler, which is just coming from individual performance, yes, but both the two of them. Whereas Vitality, I feel like they've been a bit lackluster, a bit all over the place, very inconsistent, especially towards top jungle in the early game. So if anything, if Mad Lions want to stand a chance here, I think early game has to be there, as it always has been, and the mid game has to be cleaned up in under a week, which is so difficult to have.
Nisky, why do you think it is that Vitality's early games have not been so good when that's actually what I would usually equate with their caliber of players?
I think it's just they take way more risks, I feel like, than other teams. I mean, sometimes you see Perks going for some roams and losing like 2 or 3 waves mid. I remember his Galio game where he was like 4 CS behind at like 8 or 10 minutes, something like that. So I think they just take way more risks compared to Mad, where I feel like they just play standard and they just have a good jungler, good support, they play good around the map, and yeah, they just do the job.
Yeah, Mad lose the plot in the mid game, and Vitality usually brings it back there. I think I would prefer the latter, but let's take a look at today's schedule, where every game has implications in the race for the playoffs and the top 4. This first one, we'll talk about it in just a second, because it could decide the fate of XL. We have G2 versus XL in game 4 also, which is the Revenge Tour by Mickey, is going to look for another victim. And we may have a special little intro for that.
He's hunting down Caps and Yankles.
Yes.
Anime style. Story arc, whatever you want it to be. It sounds scary though.
Actually, I would like the day to go as such that game, like XL hasn't locked yet. I know I'm tempting fate here, but like hasn't locked yet, so that game is
it has loads of meaning behind it.
But we'll see. So, as said, some people already locked firmly in those playoffs, but for 4 teams, the race is still on. And SK Gaming, they need a perfect Super Week to stay alive in the fight for the top 6. And Lore is joined by their head coach Swiffer to talk about their preparation coming into today.
And thank you, Shox and Swiffer. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of this Super Week. How is everything going for SK? Because you're entering Super Week knowing that you still have a shot at playoffs, but you have to win all games. So I saw that on socials. Players had different reactions. Gilius taking a step back from social and Treats being the positive guy he always is. How are the players feeling right now?
I think at the moment we're just really excited to be on stage. This will be the first game this year on stage as well. As for our playoffs chances, we know there's a slim chance where, regardless of the outcome, we're going to give it our all anyway this week. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, we're still going to go out fighting.
All right, and the dream is still alive, so hopefully it looks like a good sentiment for players. But talking about the past few weeks, regardless of what happened last week and the Winions taking over, how do you pinpoint the progress for SK in game?
Generally, I've been quite vocal about it as well. I think I'm really happy with how we're progressing as a team. I think last weekend, our Vitality game was really, really good. I think we regressed a little bit as a team during the Astralis because it was really, like not do or die, but kind of close to it. And I think we might have gone back into our shells. Our draft wasn't like that good, and that's also on me. But I think going into this week, we've definitely risen above where we were, or the state that we were in after our last game last week, and I think we're coming into this pretty excited, so yeah.
Right. And it's always strange going up against a team that has nothing to lose, and this year I feel, especially today, is going to be an interesting matchup, facing the top team in the standings, but also one of the strongest teams in the early game. So how do you see the early game going for SK, and where should we keep our eyes on in the early game? What is the key here?
I think we should be focusing on mid. For the most part, mid bot side, looking to match Rogue around there, I think is probably where we should be keeping our eyes if everything goes according to plan. But I think as well, they're such a strong team. Very, very few weak points. I think I will be really, really happy if everything comes out into the mid to late game relatively even. Yep.
Well, maybe a few words on the jungle matchup. We know that Gilius has been rising in what he's able to propose for SK. And then on the other side, you have Malrang, who's been shining all split long. Any points on this matchup, maybe?
I think both junglers look a lot to play around their lanes rather than their laners playing for them. I think that's going to be really, really interesting, and it's either going to be an absolute bloodbath early, or I think they'll just be like ships in the night. So we'll see.
Well, super interesting. Thank you so much, Swiffer, for these insights. Good luck against Rogue today. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you very much. Lovely to hear from Swiffer, who hasn't had an easy task, I would say, with SK. We've heard from him several times throughout the season, but now this is where it all has to pay off. Talking about the jungle matchup, ships in the night, or it's going to be a bloodbath. I think we would like it to be a bloodbath, Niski. So what is kind of the task list for Gilius, knowing that Malrang likes to play around his lanes?
I think for SK to win this game against Rogue, I believe they have to like either cheese or like just take a pocket pick, just try something. I think if they play standard, they would most likely lose. So yeah, I hope that they cheese and they try something at least.
Well, they're going to have to pull it out because they need 3 wins to be able to have a chance. And if they do win, then XL, of course, locks into the playoffs. If Rogue win, I believe,
Rogue
right?
win.
If Rogue win, XL locks.
But you had one shot,
just all over the place there. But actually, just speaking about what Niski said, I actually think if you look at their games, their wins over the course of the split, they've only beaten 1 team in the top 6, and it was G2. And the comp that they played to do so was a very heavy scaling comp, very safe, playing things like Orianna Jinx. That was the only time they actually managed to find a win in a game where I'm not going to give you any kind of pressure on the map. I'm just going to chill, hope it's even by mid to late game, and if it is, that's when I'll start to take over. But things like cheese picks can always work. You know, if you practice something into a certain matchup throughout the week and you're confident that it works into a meta pick, then that's why you can throw teams off guard. Kind of different scale, I'll take it to, but European teams succeed in international events when maybe the LCK or the LPM is stronger, but when you throw something at them that they've never seen before, that's when they struggle. So maybe some kind of cheese pick could work, but standard seemed to work as well against the top teams.
Yeah, they just need to have a good game plan, and what happened early on in the season often is they would never get to the mid game because they would get blown out by the enemy team. So hopefully they have a stable early game against Rogue. Here are the games that they were able to pick up this season so far. We're also going to cover the picks and bans, and just to set the stakes, because Cadril fudged it a little bit. So if Rogue win, that means that XL is in the playoffs, and SK would be out because they have to win every single game. So XL fans are probably watching this game. So as we theorize about the picks and bans just a little bit, Renata, I've seen it picked up around the world, sometimes like one time in the LPL.
Picked once in the LPL by LGD, I think, and they were ahead, but they lost the game.
They lost the game, and I don't think we've seen it.
No, I don't think it's been enabled. I don't know if it's been enabled or not, but I haven't seen it at all in any year else. The only competitive pro game, I think, was that one game. But I think Medic did a fantastic breakdown. We were talking about it backstage a little bit, how the champ is very good into melee champions. Champions that are very close to you and they want to go in.
We'll talk about it more as we get into these picks and bans. Game 1, SK versus Rogue. Here we go then, last chance saloon for SK Gaming, and Rogue looking to stay firmly put in the #1 position in the standings. The coach Swiffer said, look at the mid lane, and immediately a victor gets banned by SK.
Yeah, taken away from Larson. I was just about to talk about Hecarim because I feel like that's one of the junglers where SK's been finding a lot of success. Of course, has risen to priority a little bit more in the current meta. Hecarim was where my eyes were lying. Now that's banned away. I'm looking at things like Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, but a lot of mid bans already from SK.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand the TF ban on SK side because I feel like it's something that you should be able to first pick, especially I think against a team like Rogue it can work, but I guess that maybe they don't play it or they're scared of Larson's TF.
Do you think Rise is now just raising in priority with these 2 bans?
I think for sure right now Rise is on the list.
Maybe it's a first pick for SK if you're seeing like these 2 bans with Rise, blind pick. What kind of champions mid are we looking at here? Are we thinking Orianna and things?
Rise, Orianna, Rise, Syndra, something like that should be the 2 picks.
Yeah, again, LeBlanc could also be good, but I think LeBlanc Lee Sin is the kind of pairing you want to look at. Curious to see if SK want to first pick Lee Sin, take that away. I mean, we probably will see an Aphelios Jinx trade-off, as we always do see. throughout the last couple patches, throughout the last couple... Yeah, there's the Rise just locked in. So if you're Rogue now, what would you match into it?
I think either Lee Sin LeBlanc or Orianna Xin Zhao, Orianna Viego, I think, is one of the two combos that they would play, in my opinion.
That makes a lot of sense. We'll see what jungler SK want to opt into. There's a lot of early game junglers that I think Malrang's comfortable doing. And the interesting thing I've seen about Rogue is they're also happy dropping Malrang to 4-5. As much as picking up Sins out here or Lee Sin would be fantastic, he's still got things like Volibear and Trundle that he can pick up whenever he wants to do. But there's Aphelios expecting SK to pick up Jinx. And then we'll see what support jungle is leaning towards.
Yeah, looking towards support specifically, I think is going to be very interesting because we saw that Treats is just so much more valuable when he is on something like a Rakan, as opposed to something that keeps him stuck in the lane where he does spend a lot of time. He needs to be roaming around that map with Gilius, and I think similar things go for Trimby, you know? He seems better when he is unlocked.
Definitely is, and we saw Swift in the interview talked about it. Mid to bot is where they need to focus. They need to make sure they stop Rogue from being able to control bot side river and have both those lanes pushed in, because that allows Malrang to push up here. So expecting jungler here. Do you think picking mid on 3, so there's Jinx, picking mid on 3 is good for Rogue, or would you in a draft say to your coach, hey, we can pick a support here and I'm fine, I've got enough champions into Rise?
I think they should pick like Thresh and then ban supports, and then I think Larsen will either get targeted mid bans like Orianna and LeBlanc, or they will also target one of Odoamne's bans, which will lead to Larsen having one of those champs, and looks like he is maybe going for the Corki.
Yeah. This is Rogue we're talking about.
There's no way he's going for the Corki special, right? No way. Is the mid matchup good for Corki?
No. Yeah, Orianna is for sure the better pick here.
Goes here. And SK interesting, have gone for the Gwen flex. Now, we see this a little bit in the LCK. First pick Gwens as well. Tend to be difficult matchups in the LCK specifically. Akali Tryndamere is what Gwen blind picks kind of get threatened by. So we'll see if they ban that away. Of course, it can be a flex, but playing Ryze, Gwen, mid-jungle doesn't sound too hot.
No, you usually want that AD jungler that deals, that can follow up on Ryze CC, not really a Gwen. So I'm expecting like a Lee Sin, a Viego, one of those two for Gilius in the jungle.
Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe a Trundle as well. In Xin, it's pretty good too.
Yeah, with Jarvan banned away, we're looking at probably an AD jungler for them, and then we're talking about supports as well. You mentioned Thresh. We'll see if any support bans do come through, but Gnar taken away is one of the tops that they'll want to avoid with this Gwen.
Yeah, I think SK should probably ban Thresh, in my opinion. I think Thresh and Aphelios is pretty good together.
Yeah.
Also getting into 4-5 is pretty good for them.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then they can maybe leave counter pick. Well, I guess they could also leave counter pick for Trimby on 5. And then pick top lane for Odoamne on 4. But there's the Jarvan Volibear ban, so expecting Gilius to get that Lee Sin for the mid-jungle setup.
Yeah.
And then the blind pick support from Treats. I guess what we see across the world right now is just kind of Thresh early rotations. If you're T1 especially, and Carrier gets his hands on that, the game's over. Or things like Nautilus Leona is where the engaged supports tend to lean towards.
TK off the board. We saw that from both teams last week, and I think we can all rejoice to know that the Catfish won't be in the first game at least. And Graves would also be very much according to plan for Odoamne.
Yeah, it gets the top push into Gwen. Makes a lot of sense. And it's kind of a champ that can also kind of play weak side a bit, I think, as well. You can play more towards bot, especially if you're counter-picking support. But there's Leona blind pick, as we expected. Some engage. And now they're just going to round it out with jungle, with the Lee Sin, which we also kind of expected some kind of AD jungler to pair with their Ryze. A lot of single target damage, though, onto SK's comp. If that Lee Sin does get locked in, what are we looking at here? It doesn't feel like too much team fight apart from mid to late game.
No, I think it's mostly Ryze pushing mid and playing with Lee Sin and looking to dive bot, is my guess. Especially when you play Ryze, you usually want to make early plans, early dives happen. So I think they will play for mid push and look to dive Rogue's bot lane.
Yeah, look to move around the sides and expecting Thresh to get locked in as expected again. Makes sense. The Leona, of course, you can play the Leona E to stop the engage from happening, and you can play Lantern for Aphelios to walk up and catch waves. Oh no, they're going to swap to Rakan for team fight, so sacking the lane a little bit there makes sense with the Orianna, I think. Give you some kind of follow-up.
I mean, they're already going for like the mid-late game composition, so going for Rakan makes sense as well. So.
So, both comps, SK, they can have like an early game push mid play for sides. Rogue, is this more of just a scaling team fight?
Rogue is like, you try to play it safe in early game, and then if you reach mid game and you're even, you will probably win team fights. And for SK, it's mostly just forcing early game, forcing dive, forcing plays in the jungle, and maybe invading with Lee Sin.
So it's in SK's hands to force the game into Rogue, top team, #1 team in the league. They are the ones who have to get the early leads. We saw it against Vitality, they got kill leads. They just need to transition it into objectives so they have an easier time in the mid to late game, whether it's towers, whether it's dragons, heralds, and they need to find the setup. Rogue, of course, are going to play stock standard. Larsen's on his mage, Trimby plays the engage support, everyone's happy, and we'll see what Malrang can do.
bread and butter Rogue composition, and I think it's hard to push them out of their comfort zone when they're in it. But for SK, I like the fact that they've given themselves the tools and the agency. It might not necessarily be an easy task or easy tools they've given themselves with the single target damage, but if they're going to go out, they're going to go out swinging.
They definitely are, but would you say that Rogue's comp is very short-ranged? Rogue, not sorry, SK's comp.
SK, yes. I think it's very difficult, even if they snowball. I feel like they need to be really ahead to win this game because Rogue's comp just scales way better in my opinion.
Has a lot more range as well, a lot more distance that they can cover for engages. And the Graves will naturally win over side if it gets ahead with Hullbreaker.
Yes, we'll see what happens here between Rogue and SK Gaming. Rogue, of course, they want to secure a good position for them going into the playoffs, which I don't think that can go wrong. But we're looking for them to clean it up, right? To see how strong Rogue can be going into those playoffs. And for SK, what a huge task they have this weekend. They have to win all three, starting with this one, SK versus Rogue.
And on to Summoner's Rift we dive. I'm Medi, he's Vedi. We are here for the first two games of the day. Huge game here for SK, obviously, as the analyst desk so aptly broke down. It's win, and you continue to have a chance of being in, whereas if you lose this one, hey everyone, if you lose this one, you are well and truly out. Niski and Cadril seem to agree. They think Rogue has very strong scaling. They have a winning side lane in Odoamne as soon as he gets his full build. By that I mean a single Hullbreaker. And as the game goes on, it's going to be very hard for SK to truly execute into this Rogue lineup.
Also see a bit of an invade here from the bot lane of Rogue. They will take a bit of damage. Trumby going to be forced to start with the W. Not going to be too upset about that, but for the time being, nothing coming off the back of it. Important to note as well, there are more than just the stakes for SK in this matchup, because XL also have a lot riding on the results of this game.
They really do. XL currently sitting at 8 and 7. If SK win this, they can still catch up with XL at 8 wins. However, if SK lose, only Mad Lions will be able to catch up with XL and Vitality. Because Mad Lions have won less games in the second half of the split than XL, XL would automatically get the top spot in that tie, meaning, in essence, if Rogue win this game, XL make their first ever playoffs.
Yep. So, of course, XL still have everything in their own control should Rogue still lose this game, but Rogue could do the work for them. Yep. XL have built the foundation to get themselves into playoffs, and now they are the biggest Rogue fans as we come into the final week.
And how many times have XL got into the final week of a split and be like, we just need one win, we just need 2 wins, and then failed and failed and failed, and here, maybe they don't even need any wins to make it.
Well, it's funny because every time I speak to Cadril about this, he always mentions he's just like, if one team could have just beaten Schalke, we also would have qualified, and then Schalke went on that insane miracle run. So we'll wait and see. Of course, the analyst desk did talk about SK needing to make stuff happen in the early game, and our eyes will naturally be drawn towards this mid laner, Certus on the rise. He is going to be trying to leverage some of his priority and utilizing the strong mid-jungle duo that they have to try and open the map up and look for opportunities for him to roam. You'll notice right now that the bot lane does have push. We may very well see Treats look for a bit of a cheeky roam up, but for the time being, they're just going to keep this wave pushed in, as we see Gilius pathing towards the bot side of the map, Maorang looking towards the top side, and mainly both junglers just playing around where their lanes have priority for the time being.
Maorang, a jungler that has been very active in the early game. Gilius has been copying, I won't say mimicking that style, but across the course of the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of Volibear. We've seen him trying to be more aggressive in the early game, trying to get things rolling for SK, because one of SK's key weaknesses in the regular season has been that early game. They tended to fall behind around 2,000 gold deficit at the 14-minute mark. Here, we'll see if Gilius can make some action happen early on, while See his bot lane pushing up. He's now working towards mid. This ward was spotted by one of those Scryer's blooms. And so Gilius will be able to actually clear out any vision Rogue had on this bottom side.
Now, this is pretty interesting because SK used the Blast Cone to try and get some information as to where Malrang was. He left Wolves up. And so I'm not sure if they actually checked the Gromp or not, but from their perspective, he could be topside pathing towards bot. He could have skipped Wolves and then pathed up towards the top side. And Malrang was able to navigate his way around that cone, which means that right now, SK don't have clear information as to exactly where Malrang is. They can likely assume that he is towards the top side of the map, largely because, well, they just played for that bot Scuttle Crab. Yeah. There was no one there. There was no contest for it. And with the top crab being up and Malrang very clearly knowing that they're on the bot crab, it would make sense for him to be towards the top side. So that does force Genex to play a little bit defensively. He went for an early back. Now got to invest the TP to get back into lane. Make sure he has that extra item and extra bit of safety, as Gilius is going to reset while covering for the bot side of the map.
I did wonder if Gilius would look for a gank here. Because SK pushed their wave up early, it meant that the wave would start bouncing back towards their side. Gilius is here just covering as the wave is shoved in by Jezu and Treats. He's on a ward, so Comp and Trimby, as soon as they saw him there, immediately just backed away, and they should be able to catch this one without too much trouble now, underneath their own tower.
One of the big things we talked about was trying to get this Rise open up and outside on the map. One of the ways in which you can do this is, well, hang on, as we see a bit of pressure just thrown towards bot, as you highlighted, Gilius just helping the spot wave push in. One of the ways in which you can, and ways which we've seen Rises get help in terms of getting out onto the map, is having your support roam up towards mid with the jungle and then attacking it. So by having Gilius come down bot, making sure that they can get this reset out and that the wave is in a good position, this will give Treats the ability to start moving around the map. First, have a look at your mini-map right now. You can see that he is making a beeline straight towards mid lane. And this is that Malrang sees a window where, hey, maybe we can do something bot. If Jezu overstays, maybe we can look for a dive. I can also clear some of that vision out. And basically, you can see how Malrang is kind of pivoting and adjusting based on the map state. And SK is also looking to try and execute upon their game plan. For now, though, Treats just hovering around the bot side of the jungle. Larson needs to get his reset off. But in this matchup where Orianna is often very favored, she can out-trade and out-poke that Rise. And especially on a very confident and capable mage player like Larson, you know that Certus is going to get bullied, he's going to experience some pressure, but he's doing pretty well in terms of the farm department, and now we could see a window. He does have level 6, he does have the wave push in his favor. Is there something that he's going to look for? Is there a potential play that he could find?
He's working his way up towards the top side of the map. Odo Amne already burnt that TP, as has Genex, but Odo already 6. Genex still only at level 5. Needs that final few minions to die and give him their experience to get himself back up towards that level 6. Nothing really happening with that first roam from the Rise, but does exude pressure onto the map just by being out of vision.
Still, not ideal. You can kind of see where some of the coordination, I'm not sure where those pings came from. You saw 2 back pings onto the Wolves and the Gromp. I'm not sure if that was Malrang saying, hey, watch out, Gilius is on this side of the map, or if this was Gilius saying, I need to clear these camps before I can look for a play. Regardless, SK really couldn't find anything up towards the top side of the map. Odo Amne had a big wave stacked up as Trimby gets a bit of poke damage on Treats, likely not going to convert that into much. But regardless, Malrang has information that Gilius is likely on the top side of the map, and he's seeing this as a window to force. Odo Amne has spotted out Gilius, and now they're going to run into each other.
Odo Amne knowing he was on the weak side of the map. Gilius chunked out by Odo. Collateral damage a possibility, and Gilius will flash. Didn't have a ward to jump to with the safeguard, and so didn't really have an easy escape route.
And look at the freedom that this now gives Larson. He's just walking into the face of Certus and openly going for trade, saying, your jungler's just lost Flash. There's no way he's going to come. I know that I'm going to win out on these 1v1 trades, so screw it. I'm just going to fight you. I'm going to force you back. And again, it comes back to this game plan of SK wanting to open up the mid laner to be able to roam around the map and try and attack these sides. But Larson, on a winning matchup, is just not giving him the opportunity to do that. And with the information that the rest of Rogue is gathering, they've got themselves the first rate. They're limiting Gilius' impact. Odo Amne is roaming from top using his prio, and this is then allowing Larson to do what he does best. Play well in terms of the laning phase, shut down the opposition where he has a winning matchup, and basically keep the early game under control, which is exactly what Rogue wants.
And as much as Rogue have already locked their spot in playoffs with 12-3, they do actually need to keep ahead of Fnatic if they want to lock in first spot for their 3rd time in 4 seasons. First, second, first so far, now looking to make it another first. But if they end up tying on win-loss with Fnatic, they actually lose out that tiebreaker because of wins in the second half of the season, our second tiebreaker rule. Rogue going 9-0 and then only 3-3 so far in the second half might bite them a little bit if we get towards that situation right at the end of the split.
Of course. as you rightly said, very much depends on what
if
the
they win
final
out, they're
Super Week
fine,
looks
yeah.
like. Yeah, they just need to keep winning. And this is something that Rogue typically during the regular season does very well. But I also want to bring up, in terms of playoffs, how they have been top 3 for the last 3 splits in a row, you know? And a lot of people say that, like, they choke, they fall short. I mean, like, is third really choking? It's one of those things where, like, I get where it comes from. I fully understand. We all saw that final. We all saw the 2-0 lead that they had over the Mad Lions. So, like, I understand that sentiment, but credit to Rogue. They have been a top 3 team in the LEC at the very least for our last 3 splits, and based on their current performance, they're looking to do it for a 4th split in the row. So, like, huge credit has to be given to Rogue in terms of the caliber and consistency that this roster and organization is able to put out.
And you think of the transformation they made to get here. They were a 9th and 10th place team, and then they brought in their ERL lineup. They totally transformed things, and since then, it has just been up and up and up and up. And even this season, lots of people looked at them and said, hey, you've lost Inspired, you've lost Hansama. Can you actually do anything? As we see Solar Flare going a bit wide there, Trimby dodging. A lot of people put Rogue as a B, C tier team with the changes they made, and they came out and went undefeated in the first half of Spring.
It is very, very true. So, let's have a look at the current state of the game for Rogue. Of course, the gold is dead even. Based on what the analyst has said, they feel that Rogue's comp does scale better. They feel like that it does have stronger teamfight tools. And right now, they're trying to use some of their prio to play around this Rift Tower. You can see that the Rise does have prio in mid, already made the rotation up towards the river. Treats also on his way. Trimby now trying to get back to base as quickly as possible so he can join up with the squad, but it looks like that with Larson going back to base, Rogue are just going to have to concede this. So a big win here for SK overall. Of course, this will mean that Jezu is going to lose a fair number of plates, and you can see how comp just melts through that tower. But getting this Herald could open up the map for SK to start looking for these plays, but 10 minutes in, SK are yet to find anything.
You saw Treats moving up through the bottom side river to try and help out if a Rift Tower fight did start. That allowed Comp and Trimby a little bit more time to force Jezu away from that bottom tower. As much as Jinx can be a menace in the late game when you're getting dived on by a Rakan and a Felios early on, it's pretty difficult to survive that. So 2 plates go over to Rogue, and now we have to see how SK decide to use this Rift Tower. That's going to stop the channel. That's a tempo advantage. The pendulum swings slightly more in SK's favor.
Wow. I think it could have been if SK chose to reset, but they're just going to stay in lane for now. I guess they'll push this wave out and then look for the reset, but you'll notice that Trimby has had the opportunity to go back to base and actually make his way back out onto the map first. What is Trimby going to do? The Drake spawns in about a minute's time. This should allow Rogue to actually be first in terms of Drake setup. They have secured themselves the Scuttle Crab. They have good vision in the area for the time being. Larson is keeping the wave pushed. He needs to be cautious of his mana consumption here. There is no blue buff available for him, and he is going to run out very soon, but he will have the TP up, so perhaps he's going to go for a quick reset, then have the option of TPing back into lane should a fight kick off.
So that's what he's going to try and do with Certus. We'll look for the interrupt, as you say.
Still okay, 40 seconds, but look at SK now. They're back out onto the map. 3 members strong. Treats, Gilius, and Certus. The core trio that you're looking for to try and get that mid-priority. Larson, with honestly a disrespectful base there, choosing to get interrupted means he doesn't get that reset off, and now he's still very low mana with the Drake spawning in about 25 seconds.
So he's got 2 corrupting potion stacks. He's used 1. Gilius looking for the kick here. Larson will flash away. Riff, round walk. On the chase there by Certus. A little bit short. Larson pops the shockwave. Went through all of his corrupting potion stacks to have enough mana to get that shockwave down.
But that's a flash now gone for Larson. Still has the TP available, but will lose his flash as you identified. This will give a brief window for Jezu to get some plates of his own. Gilius still holding on.
And that's actually really good for SK though, because they've evened out the place they were taken. Larson here kicked back, no flash, stunned up, and Certus should be able to rattle the damage down, but the quickness keeps him at bay for the moment. Larson now nowhere to go. The chase is on. Zenith Blade will be up in a couple of seconds. Just wide, Larson continues to dance around. What? The Sonic Wave hits Trimby, but the Mega Death Rocket lives up to its name once again. SK find first blood.
Props to Trimby. He did everything that he could have done to keep his mid laner alive, but Larson just did not have the tools to get out of that situation. SK rightfully punish Larson for overstaying in the mid lane, and they get themselves first blood. Certus should be fine here, or maybe not.
Guard coming out, Zenith Blade. Malrang's actually not in the best of shape. Dives back in with the audacious charge. Certus is ticking. Certus is not going to fall. SK find 2 kills in quick succession.
So we had a quiet early game, but SK, they're able to punish Rogue's, well, honestly, disrespectful play. They're able to get a big pick onto Larson. They punish Malrang as he tries to defend that mid lane tower. They get themselves 3 plates as well. They get themselves a dragon. SK now find themselves with a 1k gold lead.
And they found a couple of early-ish kills. It was the latest first blood we've had in Spring at 12:20 or so. Before that, it was 12 minutes and 4 seconds, but SK backed it up with another one. And the Dragon keeping Rogue away from the Dragon stacking. It's a Cloud Soul for us here today. We'll have another look at this play.
So Larssen, without Flash, is trying to push out the wave so that he can go for a reset, but treats flashes over the wall, uses the ultimate to set up Gilius to be able to get the collapse off, and Trimby,
he does
really,
so much.
He plays that so well. He charms up Certus to mitigate his damage, gets a 2-man knockup, but Larssen, without any flash, with very little mana, there's just no way for him to really be able to escape. And to just add the icing onto the cake, it is Jezu that's able to pick up the kill as well for SK. Now you look at Certus here, just trying to make sure that this gets under the tower. I think it's a little greedy that he does hit that, but he believes, okay, my support is here, I have the stopwatch, I'm fine. And then Malrang thinking that I just need a little bit more damage. Doesn't quite have it, and Certus swags his way with a Teemo emote.
Treats very close to getting the Shield of Daybreak stun down there as well, but good dodge from Malrang meant that he almost took down Certus. And small mechanical changes in plays can really define the early game in games like this.
But let's take stock of this early game.
Let's do it.
Because when we talked a lot about what SK want to do, it's very much about trying to get Certus out on the map, trying to attack these side lanes. Well, the side lanes have not been attacked. No. We have seen some investment in the mid lane as Certus goes for a bit of an exchange. And Certus is in a pretty good position, but overall, the gold is pretty even. Let's see if SK can break open this mid tower, because this is going to be very important. But you can see...
Ooh, Treats locked up. Shockwave comes down, Treats pulled back underneath the tower, and there's no escape for him. They didn't know Malrang was lying in wait, and Treats had no way to get out of the fight.
And it comes back to this overall short-range comp, Certus.
Malrang going in once again, Gilius with the Sonic Wave, but you just can't save Certus here. Root onto Trimby, didn't get the overload Q, so don't even know if he had enough damage to kill off the Rakan.
And just like that, Rogue find themselves with the gold lead once again. SK, they found themselves a good opportunity in the early game, but I feel like that they needed to try and leverage this control that they had over mid to then try and move attack the sides. Why not use this 4-man, or 3-man rather, in the mids to then try and attack the bot lane tower? Then you can bring your Jinx in the mid lane, and then you can start using her range to actually siege. But as you saw, the moment that you have a Ryze, a Lee Sin, and a Leona get underneath the tower against an Orianna, that Orianna is just going to have a way with you. You can't close that gap quickly enough unless you're willing to commit everything, and SK end up getting punished for it.
Gilius spotted on a ward here. Back ping is coming out. Odoamne doesn't have the ghost. Hex flash into the wall. Yeah, you were spotted there, my man. Odoamne. I mean, Solar Flare is an option, but Quick Draw, of course, can get you away from that. Gilius hits the Sonic Wave, looking for the kick back in the smoke screen. Still gets the kick. Treats with the stun follow-up. Solar Flare going down as well, and Odoamne, you knew they were there, just oversteps.
Looks like that he wasn't aware of Gilius's presence. Wait, no, he should have been. He definitely saw him. He definitely knew. And he still gets hit by the Q. Big blunder there by Odoamne.
And Trees wasn't aware that Malrang and Trimby were waiting for him. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange once again. Jinax with not too much mana, but the needles are going to do so much work. Gilius gets another Realm Warp chasing in as they look for Trimby underneath the tower. Flash away from the Sonic Wave. Tower falls in the bottom lane. Still even in terms of gold, but SK are landing some punches.
Wow, a bit of a fiesta developing right now as we see kills and picks going across the board.
Oh, good flash away from the Severum. That Moonlight Vigil would have been enough. Jezu finds the solo kill.
A big outplay there comes from Jezu. He flashes away from the ulti from Comp. Comp then has to flash away, which means that he doesn't have it available for when Jezu throws out the super mega death rocket. Odoamne tries to TP in to defend, but it was too little, too late. SK find themselves with the kill lead, but the gold is dead even.
SK are finding a few avenues to get into this game, but they have to keep the ball rolling and not lose out on the backswing. Treats here looking for Odoamne once again, but isolated with a hull breaker. That is not a fight you ever want to take, even if you can get a 2v1 situation. Rogue now with their second tower of the game, and once again, the gold lead swings into their favor.
So now we're kind of moving into a state of the game where, okay, SK haven't been able to get their ideal early game setup. They haven't really been able to take down any early towers. They haven't been able to open up the map. But what they have done is Rogue, after taking these side lane towers, could be in positions where SK can look for collapses and look for picks onto pushing members of Rogue. And that's kind of what they're going to have to start doing now. Utilizing this Realm Warp, bring Treats in for a flank, making sure that you control areas of the map with vision so that you can look for picks. And this is a good answer here from SK. They know that Orianna's pushing in top. They have control over the bot side of the map. So now it's about trading, getting something back, constantly trying to look for picks and punishes. But they need to be as proactive as possible because the longer this game goes, the stronger Rogue is going to be.
Certus has flash here, but he's respecting the fact that no one from his team is on this side of the map as of yet. Cloud Drake up, and Gilius is trying to secure that as SK invested all their time and all their vision on this bottom side. They will be able to take this without any contest from the Rogue team. For the moment, though, still relatively even between these two teams. Only 100 gold between them. A tower here, a dragon there. Nothing to write home about. First item starting to come out. It's Everfrost Rakan. It's Everfrost Rakan, Betty! Let's go, Trimby!
But you can talk about that in a minute, because right now we've got to focus on this mid lane siege. If they overstep, Trimby could look for an engage, but they're going to be respectful for now. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to overdive. They know that the longer this game goes on, the better. So, Medic, I will now give you a window. Tell me about your Everfrost Rakan. Why is it good here? Why does it make sense?
So originally I learned it from Kaiser, and I will give all credit to Kaiser. He's the guy that kind of, at least to my knowledge, originated the idea. What it does really well, one of the weaknesses of Rakan sometimes is actually getting on top of people. You can quickness W and you can catch people, but if you are unable to slow them, there's so many dashes and so much mobility in the game, it's hard to keep them CC'd down. So what you do is, you either land an Everfrost as they're running towards you and trying to engage onto you, or when you start to move in, you hit your Everfrost, and either you get a slow or a root, and then the follow-up knock-up from the Grand Entrance or the quickness is very easy. You don't see it in a huge amount of games because Shurelya just provides team-wide movement speed and generally is the better choice. But when you're playing into a few different melees, like a Leona who's trying to get on top of you, like a Lee Sin who's trying to get on top of you, even like a Gwen, it can be very strong because it allows you to either disengage or find your own engage.
So you're saying that this makes sense and Trimby's not just doing it because you asked him to do it before the game started.
So he did also tell me before the game started, yeah, I haven't played it yet, but I can just first time on stage. So he might just be doing it because I asked him. I hope that he shows to the world just how strong it can be. And it is slightly more expensive than Shurelya's though, so it's about 300 extra gold that you have to wait for.
I also want to come back to what Kadra was saying on the analyst desk, which is that SK's comp is short range. We saw a prime example of it when they tried to siege onto that mid tier 1, and I think that also in the context that you're just providing, right, when these champions try to engage on you, the Everfrost can be very effective at trying to mitigate some of their mobility and making it harder for them to actually deal damage. Of course, the exception to that is Jezu. Jinx, very powerful late game hyper carry, does have a lot of range at her disposal, and if she gets the space to freely deal damage and get those resets off, then she will be very strong. The question is, will she be able to survive the onslaught of this rogue composition, especially with Orianna, Xin Zhao, Rakan, very deadly, very quick combo that can quickly get onto an AD carry and make their life miserable.
For a second as well, I was thinking, oh, maybe Trimby just wants an early Oblivion Orb, so he got 2 amp tomes, then he's going to go and build a Bandle Glass Mirror. But nope, with the Lost Chapter in his inventory, it will be the Everfrost. Anathema's Chains for Treats first here.
I can have a look and see who that's on real quick.
I'm going to assume it's on the Orianna, but it could actually be on comp as well. You have to click on the opposing champion, so maybe it's on comp.
I can't tell.
Just look at comp for a second.
I'm looking at comp.
Yeah, I can't tell either. No, those are his guns.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Well, it's on someone. We'll find out at some point, I'm sure. I'm going to assume it's the Orianna because then you just build, you can just get armor for the rest of the team. SK continue to try and push in this mid-tier 1. It's been a thorn in their side. A couple of times they've died fighting for it, but with 4 members strong and Certus in the wings, they are able to chunk it out. Still only 700 gold between these two teams. Now, even shrinking to 600, but a 2-item Jinx, a 2-item Aphelios, and team fights on the horizon. As Maorang locked up, Solar Flare just a bit wide. Here comes Genex as well. Maorang's going to have to flash away. Rift Herald should be stopped, stymied from getting any damage, stymied from getting that mid lane tower. Gravitum, though, double flash from SK, respecting the fact that Larssen had that Shockwave as an option. Rift Herald still gets the charge in. Meanwhile, Odoamne is doing top laner things. He has an item called Hullbreaker, and by darn it, he's going to take down towers.
Okay, so a lot of really interesting things happen there. So Maorang dropped the Herald, knowing that pressure was being generated on the bot side of the map, and also it was likely going to run out soon. But also he noticed that with the mid lane tower being low enough, 1 charge should be enough to secure the tower. So as long as they can get a little bit of control, it should be easy, and you can have Odoamne push bot, Larssen push top, everyone collapses, yay, Rogue get themselves a tower. However, you notice that SK actually collapsed first, with Treats going for an engage onto Maorang, and then the rest of the team trying to follow up. Maorang immediately flashes away, recognizing that he's in a numbers disadvantage, so doesn't want to commit to the fight. But then, very cleverly, Comp uses his ultimate with the Gravitum, knowing that Larssen is already on the way down, and there's an opportunity for a wombo combo. If they die there, that could be a Baron for Rogue. So the double flash immediately comes out. The delay on the Graviton means that both Jezu and Gilius can get away to safety, but then they can't stay and actually defend the Rift Herald. So just a very quick and clever response there from Comp to be able to recognize, hey, this is an opportunity, I can stop this, and they end up getting the tower overall, along with the bot tower, because remember, Odoamne doesn't rotate, seeing that everyone had committed to defending the mid lane play. So Rogue, really good awareness of what's going on the map. Again, gaining more and more advantages as Gilius now looking for a pick.
Going to get knocked up here by Trimby. Odoamne coming in with the smoke screen as well. Treats and Gilius trying to team up, but couldn't find anything in this topside jungle. It's something we've seen Rogue do incredibly well, is have even game states, and then off a sequence of plays that they have planned out, they managed to get, you know, a sizable gold lead. 1.7k, not the hugest, but considering it's been basically even the entire game up until this point, and we'll definitely take that. I have been informed the Anathema's Chains is sitting on Malrang. I wonder if it's just Treats is the one diving in a lot of the time, so he wants to try and reduce some of that damage that is coming in from the Xin Zhao. I mean, it also reduces their tenacity. So Malrang, if you can CC him up when you are going in, when you're getting that Zenith Blade, getting that stun off with the Solar Flare, can become very tricky for the Rogue jungler to escape. Odoamne.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. That's annoying.
I mean, the Janax 100%.
I mean,
Odoamne is like, yoink.
Yeah. But there are so many mid laners out there that have just seen that and they're just like, oh, Treats.
It's pretty tanky with the Eclipse. Solar Flare going out as well. He's going to try and flash away. Comp now here. Moonlight Vigil. The chase is just absurd. Trimby able to escape from the Everfrost. Ignite is ticking him, but he will be able to survive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Malrang, look at the damage onto this jungler. Jezu outside of the Crescent Guard. No, the Rockets won't do it. The splash damage didn't do it. The zap didn't do it, and Malrang survives.
Oh my word, Rogue, that's so annoying. Everything about that was just so annoying. SK will use this window to try and force the Baron. Let's see if they can pull it off.
No Moonlight Vigil, no collateral damage, only the quickness.
Jungler for Rogue.
And no jungler, as you say. Malrang still back in base. He's coming back out now. Ghost used by Odoamne as he looks to get onto the backline. Jezu no longer aggroing on the Baron, no longer auto-attacking. It's Jenax and Gilius trying to take it. Trimby going in with the quickness, trying to get onto Jezu. Gilius secures the Baron. Now can SK get out? Gilius will be sacrificed. Jenax needs to escape. An enhanced Baron recall might be enough. Jezu manages to get back to base. Jenax, is he just going to execute? No. Oh, he TPs. Underneath the tower, he TPs out. The final turret will not be enough. Jenax escapes. SK get the Baron. Let's see what they can do with it.
And this time round, it was just a really good response from SK. Like, so many things happened in a very short space of time, but SK recognized that they were the ones that actually came out on top. So the reason why I mentioned this is really annoying for Rogue. Look, so Leona is over the wall, flashes away. Yeah, Comp and Larson are just killing Treats within no real danger of themselves. Trimby's then forced to disengage, and Odoamne and Malrang see an opportunity to force a fight. But hi, my name's Gwen. Malrang having that level lead. But then Malrang just barely able to escape with his life, but he's effectively dead. He has to return to base because he doesn't have HP, he doesn't have the flash, which means that SK know that they can force a 4v4 as Rogue can now find another pick.
Treats every time is on that front line. Solar Flare gets the Banshees out of Larson as they look for the chase. Malrang fighting Treats down towards the bottom side. He's going to get knocked back. Zerdus goes in with the Realm Warp, but they can't get the damage down. Malrang, though, will fall. SK find another kill, and now they're on the chase. Remember, they're still fighting for their playoff lives, and Gilius is not willing to give it up without a fight. Another Sonic Wave connects. Trimby and Larson forced back. The Shockwave does absolutely nothing. Shut down. Trimby now chased out. Odoamne continues to push in the bottom lane, but SK are not willing to go quietly, are not willing to let Excel have that free trip into playoffs. They continue to fight, they continue to push, and they're looking to take down the #1 team in the LEC.
SK, this is a big opportunity for them. If they can get the win here, they still have a fighting chance of playoffs. Odoamne, does not die.
He's looking for the chase. Everfrost gets the root, but he will be shut down for it. As you can see, Everfrost, a great item there. Did root Jezu for a second.
As he died. Yeah, I saw it, Medic. I saw it. But let's take stock of everything that just happened, because Rogue thought that, hey, let's just engage onto Treats again because we've caught another member off. This time, though, the rest of SK is in a much better position to collapse. Treats tanks it all up, and then Malrang gets separated. A really good Realm Warp from Certus kind of splits Larson off from the group, and then Comp and Trimby can't really find an opportunity to get into the fight. Then Gilius here with a great kick with the root follow-up as well. Very well played. Jezu's able to pick that follow-up kill up as well. And ultimately, SK find themselves with a bunch of kills with the Baron as well. I realize I'm saying as well a lot, but that's just because a lot of stuff is happening.
Yep, it really is. 28 minutes in, 2,000, 1,600 gold lead for SK after they snuck away that Baron. They got 4,000 gold out of it. And Venius, there's a
As
poem.
well, the dragon is spawning.
As well, the dragon is spawning. There's a poem that springs to mind. Gilius, Gilius, God of Lee Sin, ascend to godhood and grant me this win. Right now, he's looking to do that. He was part of the Schalke Miracle run.
I think everything is about whether or not Jezu can survive the fights. If he can, then I think SK are in a good position. Janax, though, is level 17 as well. This dragon is melting.
It's only third of the game for SK. Odoamne on that front line. Maorang diving in. Jezu low. Collateral damage not enough. Moonlight Vigil going out, though, in the Inferno is stopwatched by Jezu. Now the turnaround comes in. Janax has killed off one. Trimby gets the knock-up. Comp dived back to by his support. SK forced away, but they get the dragon and they get a kill.
So the initial engage from Maorang looked promising, but I feel like that there was no real follow-up. I wasn't keeping track of what Larsen was doing. I was only really paying attention to Maorang, but he basically forced Jezu completely out of the fight. The problem was he then found himself pretty much isolated against Janax, and when Janax is able to free hit onto that front line, he's just going to melt through. And with 3 items finished, being level 17, it's just way too much damage. So let's keep track. Where does the follow-up come from with Larsen? He throws the ball down. Ideally, you want to put the ball shield onto Maorang, and then he flashes in. But you can see here, Larsen isn't able to follow up with the shockwave. The Q also isn't in range of Jezu either. Larsen actually uses the E on himself, and it just feels like a bit of a coordination issue there. Maorang commits to the fight when there's no real way for the rest of the team to follow up the traps as well. Mitigating that follow-up from Rogue ultimately means that SK find themselves another big advantage. They get the Dragon, they get a kill, and now they're just waiting for the Baron.
Jezu sitting on Infinity Edge alongside his Phantom Dancer, Kraken Slayer. That Jinx can put down a whole lot of hurt. And I do want to say, actually, the more I look at it, the more I love this Anathema's Chains itemization from Treats. Because if Maorang is the one engaging, cool. 20% reduced tenacity. When you're near me, I just stun you and you really can't follow up. If Treats is the one engaging onto Maorang, cool. We just burst you before you can really do too much, and even your Crescent Guard won't save you because we can just walk into it during that stun duration. For the moment, Rogue very much on the back foot, only 1,500 gold behind, but these last couple of fights have definitely gone in SK's favor.
Certainly have, and I think that it's just Rogue's target focus and Rogue's execution in the fights have just fallen short. We've seen Treats be the focus in back-to-back fights. In the last fight, we just saw poor coordination from Rogue. And it feels like the SK right now have their number. But ultimately, the Aphelios is still very strong. The Orianna is very close to that death cap. And you know that if the combo is able to be pulled off, Rogue will have a lot of damage.
I think the big thing is Jezu and Certus. Certus' flash will probably be back up around this Baron spawning, but Jezu's will not. And you have Quickness Flash from Trimby, you have Flash Shockwave, you have all of these key engage tools available. Comp even has Purple Gun as well for the Graviton with the Moonlight Vigil. It's going to be a hard fight for Jezu. No stopwatch, no GA completed yet. They have to protect this Jinx on the backline. They have to protect Jezu if they're going to stand a chance, assuming the fight begins before his flash comes back up.
Well, let's have a go. Let's have a look, rather. Both teams right now fighting for control of the river. Rogue have the numbers, which means that they will gain control and flush out the vision from SK. The reset coming in from Jezu. Has he been spotted on that ward? Looks like for the time being he hasn't. As
spotted on the minion wave, I think, that he was clothing.
Could very well have been as well. But in any case, Rogue aren't going to capitalize off the fact that Jezu's gone back to base, and he's grabbed that GA that you were talking about. He will now have a lot more defensive itemization compared to the last fight. His flash is just about to come out as well, and you know, I acknowledge that the Anistet talked a lot about how when we kind of look at team fighting, when we look at SK's ability to actually kind of play those front-to-backs, it's difficult against things like the Aphelios and the Orianna the later the game you go. But if you do give the Gwen an opportunity to get close enough and deal the damage, if you do provide the front line for Jezu to dish out the damage as well, you have a lot of strong late-game carries that SK definitely can win out these fights.
Yep.
And I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to execution. On paper, Rogues should be easier to execute, but so far that has not been the case.
Certus at 4 items as well on this rise. He's looking for them. Realm Warp coming in. Gilius on there. They dive on towards Odoamne. Solar Flare's going to stun him up. Trimby down. Treats takes it. Odoamne next on the menu. Moonlight Vigil will do nothing as Maorang falls as well. Rogue, 2 members strong. What can you do? You got a Shockwave, but you've also got a Gwen, and she's chasing you down. The Shockwave hits. Jezu pulled back by it. Larsen trying to hold on to hope in this game for Rogue. They will back away. They will take their prize. the Baron in their eyes. And SK once again find a teamfight win.
Massive team fight win for SK. They just keep finding these really great fights, and this time it was off the back of a Realm Warp catching out Trimby and mitigating a lot of those engage tools away from Rogue. They secure themselves another Baron. They're likely going to get themselves the Soul as well. And huge props needs to be given to SK. They just keep finding great team fights, and this time around again, look at the Realm Warp here. They know that they can catch Trimby off guard. They see Auto Omni Isolate as well. They know that 2 members of Rogue are sitting in mid lane, and it's just great awareness from SK. Pretty consistently throughout this game, we've seen them over-grouping. You know, we've seen them staying as a 4-man or a 5-man, not really dealing with the sideways, but it has been working, and they've been catching Rogue off every single time.
And in that fight, Comp and Larson were nowhere near. We saw that Moonlight Vigil Shockwave used well after the fight had concluded. Great picks from SK as they look for more. Larson has to flash this wall. Trimby, Everfrost's up, looking for an engage opportunity. He needs to clear out this vision. Maybe Trimby can find something. Quickness a possibility, but already the Cloud Soul claimed by SK. Baron remains for them for 2 minutes. A 5,000 gold lead has developed for them. And let me just remind you about where they stand in our league at the moment. 5 and 10. They have to win every single game to have a chance, a slim one of that, of making playoffs. If XL and Vitality win later on today, it's done, it's dusted. Our top 6 are decided. Of course, still seeding to play for, but SK coming out strong in game 1, coming into the Super Week with strong intentions. There's the quickness. Gilius was by his lonesome here, and Gilius is shut down. And now SK, 4 players left on the Rift. Can still look to push in, but you can't go as far as you would have liked.
I think Gilius just wanted to keep the mid-wave pushed in while the wave was being pushed in bot, but he was not expecting Trimby to flank around, catch him off guard, and find that pick. It will slow down the siege from SK, but still important to recognize that is a very clear 6k gold lead in the back pocket of SK. The final item is being worked on for Jezu. This SK squad is incredibly far ahead, and they're in a prime position to end the game. The question is, can they actually break the base walls? Can they actually get into the base of Rogue? Because something that we've talked a lot about is this range, right? And so far, we've seen SK get very creative and punish a lot of the mistakes that we've been seeing from Rogue in terms of the team fights and coming out on top. But when it comes to these sieges, they have to be very cautious. They need to make sure that they're playing on multiple lanes, that they're splitting up Rogue, that they're giving Jinx the space to actually hit onto these towers. And they need to try and leverage this Baron as much as possible. They're knocking down this final tier 2. But the real challenge will come into trying to break into the base. We've only seen good things from SK so far this game. Can they round it out, and can they keep those playoff chances alive?
Odoami was split pushing here as well. Won't be with the team. Maoang diving in as they look for the damage here, but Janax on Gwen. Very difficult to lock down. Inhibitor line now falls.
Nicely done.
SK have broken the walls of Helm's Deep, and now they're looking to take the keep as well. They'll take one inhibitor for the moment. They'll push up towards the top side.
And just as their Baron runs out as well. Brilliantly timed there. Genax just soaking up a lot of the damage from Rogue. A lot of those resources were invested into trying to find a pick to force SK back. But instead, SK found themselves a tower and their first inhibitor of the game. Patience is key here for SK. They've been playing the team fight so much better than Rogue pretty consistently throughout this game. And you know, yes, even if they do go 3-0, there's a world where they still can't make it to playoffs because things are still out of their control, right? XL and Vitality, if both of them get themselves a win, they will create a big enough points gap that Mad and SK just cannot catch up to. But ending your season on a high, showcasing that you have grown throughout the split, that there was more to your roster than met the eye, I think is really important for the confidence of the players, especially moving into the offseason and thinking about the summer split. It's been a difficult split for SK, but I think that we've seen
a couple of years for SK.
For sure, but I think that we've seen some bright sparks and bright moments, and to be able to take down Rogue would definitely be a big confidence booster, especially moving into the rest of the weekend.
Definitely agree with you there. Trimby here perhaps looking for a flank as Janax pushes in the wave, but he won't overextend. He'll go back. He's on a ward right now, though. Maoang's on the chase. Trimby could look for this. Maoang seen on vision, just a little bit too close. And because of that, SK are aware of the collapse that was about to happen. Full item on Certus, Gargoyles, Everfrost, Zhonya's, Thimble, Winter, and the Frozen Heart. A tank, but you can see those 654 damage shots showing just how much damage this Ryze can do. And when you have another Fed carry on the team, when you have a Gwen or a Jinx who can output that damage alongside you, Ryze works so much better with this tank build. Just facilitates you so much.
I kind of want to call it the frozen pizza build.
Why pizza?
Have you ever been hit in the face by a frozen pizza before?
No.
It really hurts.
Have you?
Yeah.
That's a story we got to get into.
University was a wild experience. What can I say?
Who's throwing frozen pizza at your face, though?
Who hasn't been hit in the face by a frozen pizza?
Me. Most people.
Well, I feel like you're missing out. Point is, though, that
you
when
just said it was bad.
All I'm saying is that, like, it's tough and it hits hard. You know what I mean? Very durable, you know? An effective tool for in the event that you need to, I don't know, defend yourself. Frozen pizza. Now, back to the game at hand.
Trees gets the engage as the Realm Walk for the chase. Mawang trying to retreat with the Crescent Guard, but he's solar flared, he's stunned up, and here comes Jenax. Stopwatch popped. Gideon's tries to get onto the backline. Solar Shockwave not available for last, and he doesn't have the mana. He does not have the mana, and even though SK funneled into a choke point, Rogue once again were not able to find the fight. A triple for Jenax, who's tanking the Nexus Towers, as SK will deliver Rogue their 4th loss of the second half of the season and hold on to hope for some miraculous appearance in playoffs. A miracle run it would not be, but what a run it would be for SK if they can find it.
Every single fight was pretty much determined by SK. We did not see a single fight really go in the favor of Rogue, whether it be due to execution, whether it be due to like their communication or their setup. Everything was going the way of SK, and it seems that all SK needed was a bit of a stage buff. Their first time on the stage, all split long, and they immediately take advantage of it. A bit of a slow early game, but the way they closed things out looked great, looked promising. Huge props to SK and keeping their chances alive. The irony of this is that if Rogue had won, XL would have locked a spot in playoffs and end up falling short. Of course, XL still have control over their own destiny, and they will be playing against G2 later today, but I just think that that's quite funny.
It is quite funny. I mean, it makes the percentage of scenarios where XL lock playoffs a little bit bigger, but XL still very much in control of their own destiny. How hilarious would it be, though, if Cadril joins them and then they lose?
We're not going to talk about that.
SK, though, very happy with their win, as you say, perhaps a stage buff for them. And you can vote for one of them in your Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. It's Gilius, Jezu, and Treats as your options. And honestly, they all had really good performances. I loved seeing this resurgence from SK because the early game was relatively even, and we said, and the analysts thought, if it's even in the early game, Rogue have a stronger composition as the game goes on. But SK found some very strong fights in the mid game, some very pivotal moments.
But I think a lot of it came down to teamfight execution, right? When you kind of looked at the comps on paper, it did feel as though, especially with the range advantage that Rogue do have, they should be able to play those fights easier. But they got outperformed in pretty much every single fight. So huge props to SK.
Yep, great performance by SK, and they stay alive in the race for playoffs as they take down the #1 team in the league. And after the break, Law will be joined by the victorious Treats.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
and welcome back to the LEC as SK defeated Rogue in what was an important game in their race for playoffs. And I have Treats with me to talk about this amazing victory. Thank you so much for joining me. I talked to your coach just before the game and we said that especially in the early game today, SK needed to be careful playing up against Rogue. And I noticed that you were roaming a bit more than usual. Can you talk me through the early game plan and how it affected also Jesu on the bot lane?
Yeah, I think in general, I tried to pressure the map a bit more than usual because I know that Rogue and team fights, if they don't have a lead, is not that strong. So yeah, our game plan was kind of to stabilize early game and get some leads where we could with our high CC champs like Ryze and Leona. And I think in general it worked out. I had some missteps here and there, but I kind of had to play the aggressive engager for my team as the Leona, so I think it worked out.
This still has some good arguments in the later stages of the game, team fights and scaling especially. Were you worried that they would come back and how did you prevent them from doing so?
I don't think we were worried. I think it's because it was our first stage game as well. It was kind of slower than what we would have hoped, but I think everyone trusted each other and listened to each other, and I think that's the most important. And we're confident in our late game. We always had good late games. It was just the early games, but if we can have good early games as well, then we take the wins.
Yeah, we take it. Anyway, a couple words maybe on Rakan's build. We know that Shrimby loves his Everfrost on Rakan. What's your take on that, especially against this team? Because I feel like when you don't have that much range, maybe it's a good choice for items.
I mean, it's for sure it helps when they were killing me a few times because they had good CC chain. Maybe I should have gone Merc Treads, but in general, I think it's kind of like a cheesy build. And when they fall behind, I think the angle for comeback is a bit harder just because every fight he just disappears. Like Powder from Arcane just one-shots him. But yeah, I think it can work, but it's a bit cheesy.
Yeah, super cheesy, and we got to see it in action finally. Last question for you, Treats. You played your first game of the year on stage, especially during a week where you can't afford to lose when you think about playoffs. Do you think it gave you a buff today? Because thinking about the new players, especially searchers in the mid lane, I was really wondering how it would pan out. And you're going to be playing all your games on stage this week, so maybe a boost you guys needed?
I mean, having the last 3 games that matter on the stage is definitely fun. I think we all played really good on stage today and everyone was confident, so I think it will be a buff for us. And everyone wants to see XL not make playoffs, right? So then you have to cheer for us.
The hope is still alive for you guys. Actually, thank you so much, Treats, for the interview. Good luck tomorrow against XL. And Shocks, back to you for more on this game.
Thank you very much, Laure. Live reaction, Cadril. Everyone wants XL not to make it to playoffs. What?
That's such a funny comment. I don't know what to say.
It's pretty funny.
It's kind of funny. I mean, yeah, if you...
Nervous laugh.
This is the first step. There's like a staircase, and at the top is XL not making playoffs. The first step was Rogue losing to SK. The second step is XL losing to G2. The staircase is quite long till day 3, but it's doable.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything. However, I do want to celebrate SK Gaming because I don't think, even though we were honest about kind of our expectations, I don't think any of us 3 thought that they were going to take this game versus Rogue. Niski, what were the key elements that allowed them to do it?
I feel like they actually played with no fear. I felt like they were not scared of making mistakes, and also I felt like on Rogue side, I think Larsen played a bit cocky this game, so he got punished, and they lost a dragon for it as well. And then I'm not sure. Jesu played really good team fights. Genax was doing his thing on the top lane. I just felt like they just played good, actually.
Oh no, the ones where Larsen actually is more aggressive than usual, and then they lose the game. Also, something I've observed actually is that Rogue usually avoid playing around the early objectives or fighting around the early objectives like the Dragon, because last week versus Fnatic, for instance, they did it and they got wiped. It happened again here.
I mean, I think the 3v3 is kind of favored towards SK, depending on what level it is. When you have Jinx, Leona, Lee Sin, this is really powerful, especially. But what I noticed in the early stages of the game was the Ryze wasn't actually able to leave his lane. When Orianna got blue buff, he was stuck under his tower, and he was kind of getting poked out a little bit, so I was a bit worried for SK, because you had Odoamne pushing in top, roaming to kind of secure top grabs, force away Gilius' flash. Bot lane wasn't having as much impact as might want, but then Treats was unlocked on the map. They went towards mid. Larsen was the one to fall behind. They found a clear win condition through mid.
Very impressive from the side of SK. And what I find maybe even more impressive, Niski, is that they got a small early game lead, but Rogue was able to fight back. They got a couple of kills and things were even. And I think to overcome that again against a team like Rogue is, for me, the most impressive thing about this win.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like in the early game, for example, SK was losing pretty hard, I'd say. Like they were losing all 3 lanes, I believe, and then they made one mistake on mid. I think Larsen made a mistake on mid, and they just kept going, and then game was even, and SK just technically just play a better mid game.
Yeah, and individual plays, I think, played a big part in their win. I mean, we see this clip here from Jezu solo killing Comp. Just a bit of a mistake, I think, here from Comp. Has to flash the Jinx W the second the Jinx full commits to this, but it hits, and he can't flash away from the rocket. Just individual plays. Gilius's kicks this game were insane around the team fights. This one right here just sealed the deal in one of the fights, and this was after they had gotten Baron. Before this Baron start was so fantastic by SK because they chunked out Malrang to 1 HP. They chunked out another member to 1 HP. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Comp on the Aphelios. They had the base. They both escaped. No, it was jungler in AD, yeah. They base and they were like, well, we got these champions low HP. What do? There's nothing to really play for. Well, let's just force Baron. So by the time they arrive, we have it and we can turn. And that's exactly what happened. So from that point onwards, yeah, Jinx was just really far ahead. And the range didn't matter too much when the Jinx has enough items.
No. Niski, what is it like playing against the Gilius who's in Miracle Run mode?
I mean, we all know Gilius is the best jungler in Europe, right? So, no, but seriously, I felt like he played pretty good this game, and looks like when SK plays on stage, they also look better, so...
Yeah,
their first game on stage, Certus' first ever game on stage in his kind of career at all, so as much as these players have stage experience, that's Certus' first, and I mean, Jezu was the one pulling a lot of the weight in these fights, but Certus did his job in helping them play through mid, so very, very clean game from them, and yeah, I mean, this could be the start of something. One thing I want to just pull back to is the draft, because Rogue in the draft banned away Volibear Jarvan on 4-5, and they banned away enablers rather than a playmaker, and then they gave Gilius a 4-5 Lee Sin, which we talked about, right? Ryze Lee Sin, so much setup. We saw it happen through mid, so maybe they kind of second-guessing themselves now a bit Rogue. Maybe banning Lee Sin was a bit better than taking away the Volibear.
Maybe. So even though we went into the game thinking, okay, all or nothing for SK and Rogue, well, they'll probably win. Now, all of a sudden, it's turned on its head. SK have now beaten Rogue. They now are tomorrow playing Excel in the first game of the day.
I mean, they're sitting at 6 wins now, SK. So if Vitality and Excel both win today, then they're out, yes. But if one of them loses, I think they still have hope. They have like a 6% chance.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I've heard worse things. I do want to pull up the full screen graphic of Jezu as well. I think we had expected a lot out of this bot lane after ramping up a lot throughout last year. And it's glad to see him have a good game this game.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought he was pretty good. I mean, I never thought he was like one of the best in Europe, but I always felt like he was middle pack-ish. But I mean, this game he did kind of no mistakes, and he just played really good. So.
Maybe we'll see the Jezu treats of 2021 spring when, you know, he lost his lover in the bot lane. He had a couple subs coming in now.
Yeah.
Now they're back together. Great form so far from Jezu.
All right, fantastic job by Jezu. SK is still in the race. Misfits, however, they are already locked for the playoffs. And before their game versus Astralis, let's hear from Neon and Zlatan on their year so far.
I wouldn't really call it greatness yet because we're yet to play in best of fives, but so far I think it's looking pretty good. Our team coherence in game is on a very good level, I think, and we work together pretty well, and we have like a lot of young players that really care about making it and winning it, which is great to see, and I think we all strive to be the best, and it is showing currently.
It's gonna be 3 more kills, make it 4 for VTO!
I think VTO gets a lot of credit, and I think it's very deserved. But people also need to keep in mind that we have a support in jungle that set us up, or set him up really well. And I think they don't get as much credit as they should be getting. So yeah, I think everyone on the team, and mostly VTO right now, is playing incredibly well.
It's the call here for Misfits. VTO, look for the backline. Blacken and Caps on top of each other. Stopwatch. Yanko's going in with a Heartbreaker. Mercer there as well, and VTO is on a rampage! And VTO! What other way to carry your team to victory?
Making playoffs doesn't mean anything to me for now. I just want to feel that I play really good, and I feel like I still need time, and it's not the form I want to be in. So yeah, I'm in playoffs, we are doing pretty good, but it's not enough.
Finishing first just means that you are really good at best of 1, but when the team's true power will like really come to show is in best of 5s, and a lot of upsets can happen in a best of 5, and like some teams that might have looked really good during the regular split might look really bad. So I really just want to wait for best of 5s.
I think it helps us get like in the upper bracket or whatever. Even if we lose one playoff game, then we have one more, and that makes us more safe. So maybe we can go for MSI this split.
No way!
Neon with the snipe!
I don't think we can like lose every game next week because we play against SK and Astralis. If I lose, I can't sleep, so I don't think it's happening.
My goal for the Super Week is to beat Fnatic, basically that's it, that's the only thing I care about. It's gonna be pretty hard because they're probably the best team in the league right now, so I guess it's a challenge for us.
Great to hear from the Misfits lineup there. The goal for the Super Week is just to beat Fnatic. Obviously, that game is tomorrow, but today Astralis stand in their way. And Betty, here's a fun fact about Astralis you might not know.
I love fun facts.
You know, everyone is always like, I can't make a tier list. I can't predict who's going to end. And then it's like, I don't know who's going to win Astralis last, right? They never finished last. They finished 7th and 8th tied, and they finished 9th place across their 2 seasons. And here, if they win this game, they actually tie with BDS in terms of scoreline. So maybe the Astralis miracle run is going to happen, Betty. Maybe they don't get 10th.
You really are looking at the bright side of everything, aren't you?
You got it, mate. They're eliminated. They have been for a little while. You got to look on the bright thing. Of course, Misfits, though, still fighting for first. Let's see if they can do it in this next game. So, Champion Select.
Yes.
And Pick and Ban.
Yeah.
Has been pretty standard over the last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll see something inventive. You know, perhaps from Astralis. It's always a possibility.
No, Medic, no. We're in professional play now. The meta's pretty established. Patches are tame. So you know what we'll see? We'll see Jinx versus Aphelios. We'll see Graves top lane.
Into Gwen.
We'll probably see, you know, Leona, Rakan. We'll probably
I expect those,
I think the only place that is interesting right now is mid.
Okay.
That's the only place where Victor doesn't get insta-locked.
Okay, I see that. I see
you know, but we'll wait and see. Let's have a look at what gets removed. Thresh, Jace, Twisted Fate, Zeri, not too surprising. I mean, they could ban Aphelios and Jinx and make things interesting, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Instead, we're going to get junglers banned, and this probably is a Xin Zhao ban, isn't it?
Yep. I mean, that would make the most sense.
Is it a Xin Zhao? No,
it's a Jarvan instead.
So that means what's going to happen is we're going to see Jinx locked in, and then we're going to see Aphelios and Zhao.
Yep.
And then the other side, we're probably going to see Graves, and then
maybe mid.
Maybe a jungler.
Oh yeah, maybe jungler.
Mid.
Actually,
Could be a Rise. Rise is up right now.
Well, there's the Jinx.
Right.
There's the Aphelios.
Oh, I'm so smart.
Genius. Genius. Like, there are oftentimes in League of Legends where you've done a lot of like prep on draft, and you're like, I can predict this team's drafts when things are a little bit more dicey, a little bit more up in the air. At the moment, credit for Jinx Aphelios really falls out of the window. Like,
ooh. Okay,
Hecarim.
Been rising in popularity a little bit more ever since some of the itemization changes. And of course, Zanzara, his classic Trundle. Okay, so we are getting a little bit more variation in the jungle. I like it. We'll be seeing Schlatan on a hard engage, a little bit more of a scaling jungle pick. Zanzara is just on one of his most comfortable champions in pretty much his history here in the LEC. He's the one that really popularized it as a counter pick to Viego last season. And it became pretty prevalent at the World Championship as well. So Trundle, definitely something that he's happy to pick on. Of course, though, we are going to see the Leona. I wouldn't be surprised to see a blind Gnar, but it does seem to be...
you do have bans, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, it does seem to be returning to the meta as a safe pick. And as you rightly said, you can just ban away some of the answers to it, especially if you don't expect White Knight to play things like maybe an Aurelia that could be a good answer into it, or perhaps some other strong counters. For the time being, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see some of those things removed, like the Gwen, for example, could be something you take off the board. They could also look to, well, from Astralis' side, rather, you could look to remove some of the support champions. Sylas ban.
Deo's played one Sylas game so far. Vex is his most played, but...
Well, I'm just trying to think about what it suggests for Misfits, because typically you would see a Sylas ban if you were thinking of something like a Twisted Fate, right?
Yep.
Because you would steal the ultimate, but I'm like, well, with TF already gone, what could it potentially be that Sylas is a good answer into? And the Akali ban, I think, is exactly it. When we think about champions that VTO is very well known for, but also champions that Sylas is often considered quite good into, Akali is definitely the one that comes to mind. So really good awareness there from Astralis. I do like that ban. I mean, everyone knows how good VTO is on Akali. But he's really good, by the way. Like, you should watch back that Misfits G2 game. I know a lot of people will say that G2 threw that game, which they did, but VTO, his mechanics on Akali really are insane. So definitely a champion worth respecting. With the Rise now removed out of the pool, we are definitely going to have some interesting matchup in the mid lane. We have seen Dior on a lot of Vex. He does just kind of play that champion whenever it's up. It does seem to be his go-to comfort that is pretty safe and blind. And with the LeBlanc removed, well, usually that Vex would be considered a good answer into the LeBlanc, but perhaps they just want to remove more of those playmakers away from VTO.
And of course, if you see the support pick here, and it is, you know, the Rakan that we mentioned, quite high up in priority, then Vex does work relatively well into that as well. Misfits will probably want to save their mid lane pick for last. VTO has played 11 unique champions across the course of Spring, so that's... For a second I was excited, but no, Rakan comes in once again. Astralis here, top lane and mid to pick. Give Dayor something safe. I mean, Corki's still available if you do want it.
Probably Graves and Vex, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably is.
At least based on trends that we've seen from Astralis with Dayor typically prioritizing that Vex, it is something that he often defaults to whenever he has to blind pick a champion and wants something scaling. And then also to just neutralize top lane, why would you not pick Graves? Because meta.
I mean, Hullbreaker exists, and
So,
we're on 12-4, so no ranged Hullbreaker nerf.
So now the question is, what does VTO go for? Because he has a very deep pool. We have 4 mid laners banned. And typically, range is what's a good answer to Vex. I think that if you wanted to be a nuisance, you could go for something like an Azir. Of course, he does have a dash in his E if you wanted to keep that range. I think that Veigar could also be very good as well. Syndra is another very powerful option. And we know that it is one of VTO's most comfortable picks as well. So definitely makes a lot of sense, offers a lot of burst, very powerful pick potential as well. Very difficult champion to face check. Usually when you play against champions like a Syndra, you try and be on the objectives first, just because if you have to walk into Fog of War against a Syndra, it's not very pleasant. You do have a Leona that can act as that front line to soak up some of that damage, but even still, when you have a Hecarim that can fear the Leona out of the way, and then, yeah, there's a lot of team fight power on the side of Misfits. I think that Astralis do still have a lot of options themselves. There's a lot of, well, there is a decent amount of dive when you think about the Leona going in with the Vex. You then also want to try and close that gap with the Trundle and Graves, who are relatively short ranged. Meanwhile, I think Misfits just have a little bit more of a well-rounded teamfight comp with really good crowd control coming out from their top side and their support. They have good scaling in their mid and AD carry, and overall they have a lot of crowd control. So I think it's going to be some really interesting and dynamic team fights. I think the early game should be more in favor of Misfits, especially with the Syndra in the mid lane, but it depends on how much involved the supports get on the rest of the map.
And of course, although Astralis are out, they can still play Kingmaker. Misfits looking for the top 2 spots. We'll see if they can make their way there after this. Let's get right on into it. As we see both teams are lines of scrimmage across the map. No real invades happening, at least not in the first 30 seconds of the game.
A couple of wards invested in the early game. We can see Corbett going to drop his off in the Tribrush, so he can make his way over towards the reds. You can also see Schlatan dropping his ward off just outside of his red buff. It does look like Zanzara may be considering a delayed invade. Will he pull it off though, or instead is he just going to hold on to this? And what will Misfits do? Because they're actually in the exact same position on the bot side of the map. Will we just see a trade across both sides?
Zanzara does this like so many times. It's such a trait of his. Alongside picking the Trundle, they go for this really late invade onto the red. There is a ward there, and Astralis might know that it exists. You see Dayor shadowing that side as well. Misfits slowly pushing in. Mercer will probably just look for a ward here. Gets it over towards those Razor Beaks. Zanzara now into vision alongside White Knight.
And you can see Schlatan was positioning in a way that allowed him to basically react depending on what was happening. So he was just sitting in this sort of quadrant. So basically saying, hey, if he shows up on the ward, we invade. If he doesn't, then we back off. And after spotting Zanzara out on that ward, they were like, okay, we're going to go for the split map. This does mean that Kobe and Promiscu will likely be separated from the jungler for a while. White Knight will have that additional support. Here it has to be careful of any potential early dives. Dior will spot out information, so he's now going to share with Zanzara, hey, your Raptors are gone. They're creating a split map. You know what to do. So Zanzara is going to take the entire top side. The problem for Zanzara is that Vito will have this priority, so it's something that he has to be very cautious of because, of course, Vito will be able to collapse first, but I just expect standard clears with a typical cross map. The question is, will Misfits look for an early dive or not?
Always difficult to dive a Leona. She doesn't have Aftershock. She does have the Glacial Augment here. Level 2 hit for Kobe, but not for Promiscu. Promiscu needs another minion. Kobe's going to get chunked out. There's the stun onto Mercer, but damage coming out from Neon with the Severum. Promiscu still yet to hit level 2. That Shield of Daybreak on a 6-second cooldown at all ranks, but Zlatan could look for a gank here. No oracles for him. He already used that on the invade. Promiscu still only level 1. The heal coming out. Kobe forced away, and he will be chunked out. Easy enough dive, well, easy enough gank there for Zlatan.
Well, they will force him back. That will result in a loss of farm in terms of the 2 versus 2, and they get his heal out as well, as you mentioned. So overall, effective gank, and Zlatan's not really going to lose much off the back of it. Yeah, okay, his ghost got expended, but that's still going to be a pretty short cooldown. And overall advantage gained for the bot side of the map for Misfits. So this is the risk, of course, of the split map. Zlatan knows that he can make this play with literally 0 consequences. The only person that has to be careful is Heroes on the top side of the map, which, for the time being, he has been very content to just farm up. So things so far going smoothly for Misfits in the early game.
And you kind of understand why Astralis would do this here. It has been a point of weakness for Misfits through the spring. Last year, he was probably their greatest strength, and this year, he has struggled to have as much of an impact. I will say Misfits have really deprioritized him. He has one of the lowest jungle proximities of any top laner in the league. He's very much weak side the majority of games, but if you can manage to focus him down, even on one of his comfort picks in the Gnar, you can start to eke out an advantage as Astralis.
I will also say that Misfits coming into this week, I think, need a big confidence booster, just because while they were able to take down G2 last week, their games were not great last week. You know, they had really horrible early games twice, and the level of performance that you expect from a team that's currently sitting in top 3, I think we didn't really get to see from Misfits last week. So we saw some of their potential, and we saw VTO's carry performance, but I don't think anyone's really doubted VTO's carry performance this split. He has been considered, well, MVP, All-Pro, just pretty much one of the best players in the league. And you know that you can trust him to be staple, and it's something that he's very openly talked about in that, hey, I want to be someone for my team that's very reliable, regardless of the game state, regardless of what's happening. I want to be able to make sure that my team can trust me to do what I'm supposed to do, and he does that very, very well. He has gotten a lot of wins for Misfits that arguably they shouldn't have got. But overall for Misfits, I think that as a team, they are looking to have a better performance in this Super Week, and they are in a position to fight first as well. So it's not completely out of contention for them.
I mean, the big thing for them is they are a couple of wins behind Rogue and 1 win behind Fnatic. Fnatic still yet to play today, of course, but if Misfits can win this, they catch up at least 1 game with Rogue, and of course they play Fnatic tomorrow.
Exactly.
So if Misfits can then win that game, they even out their scoreline with Fnatic.
And the advantage of being top 2 going into playoffs is you can't be chosen as an opponent. So that doesn't necessarily change much, potentially, for Misfits.
I mean, the big thing is, if you don't get first, Rogue are just going to pick the not Fnatic team out of 3rd and 4th, and you end up playing Fnatic anyway. But Misfits are still a possible for the first in the regular season here. And it would be a big win for them. I think since 2017, they have struggled across the majority of seasons. Now, I know you have a small disagreement with me here, where I think even last year they were close to making Worlds, but they never really looked at the strength that they did back in 2017. But they haven't really shown the power that you would have expected from Misfits if you have been following the league since their great performances at Worlds.
I think that Misfits have just gone through a wide variety of different variations, and I think there was a period in time where they were a very beloved team and they showed a lot of potential, and I think that they've struggled to kind of get back to that. Last split, I think you can argue that in terms of their potential, they were very close, but that's the problem. They were just very, very close. But now we have to keep our eyes on this mid lane play as Vito gets collapsed on.
Vito will flash away from Zanzara. The chase continues, and Shadow Surge a bit wide there by Dale.
So by Vito able to escape. Something that we talked a lot about in terms of the early playmaking was that Astralis wanted to try and unlock Promiscu on the map to try and make these plays. Very similar to what we saw from SK last time around. When you have this Leona looking for those mid lane plays is very important, especially with Dior hitting that level 6 mark. It means that Astralis tried to make something happen. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite pull it off. Vito still finds himself with a pretty big CS advantage in the 1 versus 1, with Zlatan doing the same.
Vito is a flash down here, though. Deo's going to get chased in, flashes away.
He has to. I mean, Vito has level 6.
Oh, it doesn't have flash anymore. Vito has level 6, but the pillar kept Deo just outside of range, but the scatter of the week is enough for Vito to claim first blood.
Excellent punish there from Misfits, and just great prioritization on how they can take advantage of the fact that, okay, yeah, Vito doesn't have flash, but Dior invested everything into trying to get that kill alongside the support and jungle, and that meant that if they can just get his flash out, then they can do it. And notice that Vito basically just walks up super aggressively in the lane. He knew that Mercer was right behind him, and he was like, if I can land one more Q, get another ball out, that's 5, that will hit you in the face, and that's enough to kill you. So by recognizing that, Dior flashes, Mercer then follows up, and they're able to get a very clean kill. So Misfits off to a great start, off the back of Vito and Mercer working very well together.
About 1,400 gold ahead at only the 8-minute mark. Much stronger start, as you say, than they had last week against Vitality and against G2. And this split map working very well for Misfits in the early game. Astralis trying to make plays. They know still Vito has no flash, but Vito playing very safe back in this lane. Promiscu and Zanzara. They smell blood in the water, but they can't quite find its trail right now.
And again, Mercer hovering around mid, there to offer protection for Vito, going to clear out that vision as well. Just really good awareness from the support, saying, hey, my AD carry's fine in bot lane. He has all of his summoner spells up. He shouldn't be in too much danger. We have a control wall there for his protection as well. So let's instead protect Vito. He's the one that doesn't have flash. He's the one that's at greatest risk, especially if Dior can land that ultimate. So they're able to mitigate that. Really good awareness from Misfits. Herod playing safe on the top side of the map. Good early game overall from Misfits. But Astralis, I think that... I think they do get out scaled in a sense, but it's one of those weird things where I think that as long as a team has Jinx, you never really get out scaled, you know?
Yeah.
So as long as Jinx exists and has items, you're always going to have late game potential as Dior's getting collapsed on.
No flash, no passive, nowhere to go. And the unleashed power is enough there from Vito. Gives them a thumbs up, 2-0 now on the board for the Misfits mid laner.
Very straightforward, very easy to execute. Zlatan has ult, Vito has ult. That means Dior is dead.
Promiscu, you don't have flash, man. He's got a Hex Flash, but tries to get away with the Zenith play. The chase is on. Neon actually flashes across the wall. Not sure that one was entirely necessary, but make sure that he gets his first kill on the board.
Really unnecessary. I really don't think you needed to flash that Kobe, though. Kobe
should be able to walk this one out. Has the heal, has the flash. Moonlight Vigil does come down, but Kobe does escape. Zanzara now feeling the pain that a few chakrams can bring.
Neon
Frozen
had his
pizzas.
flash there.
Frozen pizzas from Neon?
No. Because I'm calling the Rise build the frozen pizza because he only builds frozen items and he hits you in the face like a frozen pizza does.
Yes.
All makes sense now. Now, let's have a look at this. Ironic that Dior on Vex gets feared into the one-shot after Vito is able to set up the combo. And it's a pretty straightforward wombo combo. Ult, into damage, into dead. The doom and gloom has its comeuppance, I think.
I mean, comeuppance is Akshan's ult, so...
Okay.
This is the problem with having more champions in League, by the way.
What's the problem?
Everything is taken.
Like, all of the words are just gone.
Give me a word.
Fruitful.
Yeah, okay, that one isn't an ability. But there's so many abilities.
Pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple, Rumble skin. Rumble in the jungle has pineapple. See, everything is taken in League of Legends now.
I think that you just need to expand your vocabulary a little bit more. Have you thought about saying that, like, that was a melon of a play?
Yeah, I don't think people would understand what I meant by that.
I think everyone would understand.
Okay, we'll try
if you did a melon-type play, people would get it.
Was it melancholy?
No, because that's a different word.
Yeah, but it starts with melon. Or is it a friendly play, and we're becoming Gandalf? Melon means friend in Elvish.
Oh,
yeah,
there you go. See? Clever, Medic.
Yeah, but no one would get that, Vedius.
Well, we now get it because you've explained it.
Yeah, that's how all good jokes work. Yeah. You explain them, people understand them, and you give a slow round of applause.
All I'm saying is I'm laughing right now, Medic.
So are Misfits, as they are 2.7k ahead. 11 minutes into this game, Mercer and Vito hand-holding, basically side by side. No one's going to get lost on that school trip, as they can now actually position down towards the bottom side. First Drake was taken around the 7-minute mark, meaning we'll have a Hex take coming up in about 30 seconds. Dale knocked back. Mercer with the chase, doom and gloom. Well, Dale gets to spend some time alone, and so he's cosplaying Vex.
True, makes sense. That was just very straightforward from Misfits. Like, I don't even think Mercer was looking for that. I think the Vito is just saying, hey, if I land a stun, we can kill him. His flash still isn't up yet. Of course, pro players will always have that stuff timed. And Vito is able to land a stun. So very straightforward, able to get that kill. But it comes back to what we were talking about in draft, right? When you're playing against the Vex, range is really valuable against her. And Syndra just stays on that edge, is able to just avoid a lot of the damage potential that a Vex can offer. And they're able to find that kill, which will very quickly be converted into a Herald. So in terms of execution, we talked about it. This is the type of game that you want from Misfits coming into the Super Week. They mentioned in that video that they want to beat Fnatic. That is the team that they want to overcome. They want to try and finish top 2, maybe even first at the end of the regular season. They need to win all their games in order for a chance of that. And I think that you want to demonstrate that coming into playoffs, you are a contender. Because, you know, I have seen some interviews. The analyst desk was talking about it. The consensus around Misfits is that not a huge amount of confidence still. It does feel like that in the best of 5s, they're not the biggest threat. And I think they want to try and prove that wrong with a good performance this week.
Promiscu in a flank position here as Dale's on the chase. Zlatan a little bit pushed forward. He dodges the Zenith blade, but gets knocked back with the blast cone. Then the pillar comes down. He still has Onslaught of Shadows to escape here. Solar Flare wide. Onslaught of Shadows for the re-engage. A possibility, but they don't even need it. Promiscu left out. And Neon this time doesn't need to flash. He doesn't have it. He should be able to secure this kill. Slashan's, don't take it, man. Give it to Neon. He's got Caliber. VTO takes it. It's like, okay, I'm 4-0 now. I'm pretty big on this Syndra.
He's just typing in Neon, just like, good luck getting player of the game, lol. Good stuff there from Misfits. Zlatan just completely breaking Promiscu's ankles. You could see him trying to find that pick from the brush, but he just nonchalantly walks away from that one. Dior does have the flash up now, but yeah, he's not going to even risk approaching that tower. That will be the mid-tier 1 going down, and Misfits are absolutely stomping in this early game. Excellent play through the mid lane, and this is exactly what you want to see with a Syndra. It's really nice to see as well, because I feel like so often I've seen so many Syndras just kind of left to play in 1v1.
It's like, oh, you've got range, it's fine.
Oh, hang on, Neon
here doesn't have flash, has the cleanse, uses it, but won't be able to escape. Astralis finally on the board. Their first kill goes over to Kobbe, and that was a Mandarin of a play.
That certainly was. Yes, it was. Excellent stuff. Are you talking about the orange
fruit? The fruit. Yeah. It's the fruit metaphor coming back to bite you here, Benny. Just like you bite fruit. Zlatan here. Peachy clean as he escapes. I could go into legumes if you like.
The flank from Promiscu.
Oh, it's
getting
peanuts.
peachy.
Is it peanuts for Astralis? Can they find something? Zlatan escaping like a Kiwi. He's going to get locked down. Astralis will get their second kill of the game. No escape for Zlatan as he is given over to Kobbe. And I will say, you said it a bit earlier, Vedius, as much as Misfits have a lead, I was in a similar situation last week in a game called Misfits versus G2. And Akali got a couple of kills, and somehow they got back into the game. Here, the Jinx has a couple of kills.
True.
Astralis have a way back into the game, even if it looks unlikely.
It's very true. It's one of those things as a caster where, like, you feel that the game is over, so you the energy gets a little bit more relaxed, you know? We just start chilling.
It becomes bananas.
We get a little bit fruity on the desk, you know? And that's where, you know, you have to keep your eyes, though, on the potential win conditions, right? Observers, bring up the gold for us. Notice that Kobbe is pretty much even with Neon for the time being, right? Of course,
have you looked in the mid
there is a bit of a mid gap, but again, there was a 14k gold lead last week, and the problem with Misfits games is that caveat is always going to be there. Admittedly, Misfits was the team that was in that deficit, so perhaps they will have to take into consideration that that could happen to them. I don't think VTO is going to allow that to happen, but we'll have to wait and see. Can Astralis find an avenue back into this game? For the time being, the Drake is up. Misfits are going to start that one off. Misfits have taken down the mid turret, taken down the bot turret, and for the time being have full control over the game.
And that was something actually really inspirational for Misfits, was their fighting spirit. If you listen to their team comms from last week, they never gave up. They continue to fight and to fight and to fight, and it feels like when they are in a game of League of Legends, they are so resilient and so willing to keep battling their opponents that they won't give up leads like this in this sort of situation. Zanzara, Promiscu, and Deo looking for something here, though. Neon steps forward, Zenith Blade goes in. Yep.
He is dead.
Yep, he's dead.
Good pick from Astralis. Ultimately, what you need to do, there are no objectives on the map, so they're not really going to lose anything off the back of committing to that pick. And Neon, he just oversteps, not expecting them to be in that brush, ends up getting punished for it.
But as you say, it's what you have to do. If you're Astralis, you have to find these picks, you have to find these plays, and Zanzara with Triforce will melt through towers as well. Trundle very good at killing them. That frozen domain giving him a huge amount of attack speed as well. You can see how quickly he's bringing that club down. Now Mercer and Schlatten are on the chase, but it's just going to be to try and distract Astralis, or at least dissuade them from taking that bot tier 1. Misfits 3 towers to the good as the battle of the Hull Breakers continues in the top lane, and we haven't talked about them much, and I believe that is how the state of affairs will continue until we get to the teamfight stage.
I would very much expect so. I do find it funny that both supports are like, you know what, we too have seen enough of Jinx Aphelios, so we will leave this lane. You guys can do what you like.
That's how it works. Here it though, building up the Mega Gnar here. White Knight looking for the trade. Here it can just jump across the wall, and Gromp secured for White Knight. Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
He reset the patience so that Zanzara can come and get it later.
Smart. Also, I would be hesitant.
Or he can come back and get
I would be hesitant to take a jungle camp from Zanzara, but he is pathing towards the bot side of the map. So White Knight's like, this is my window.
Oh, BTO.
Promiscu.
Shadow Surge is a possibility here. Hex Flash.
Here we go.
Shield of Deadwing. There's the stun. Shadow Surge. Oh, he flashed just in time. The CC chain from Promiscu wasn't quite perfect.
Yep. That was a good flash there from VTO. You know he was mashing that flash key. He was just like, I need to get out. He's able to sidestep that ultimate from Dior.
I will give credit to Promiscu. It looks like he didn't have his solar flare up, so he couldn't actually pure CC train him for long enough for the Shadow Surge
I've got a line. Okay. I would call that play pineapple because it was sweet.
Good one.
My signature on that one, a very special.
As a note, Veddy, all fruits are sweet.
I mean, I feel like a pineapple is sweeter than an apple, for example.
Not an unripe pineapple.
You got me there. Yep. You got me there. Well,
I have a good one for later in the team.
Oh,
just you wait.
I'm excited.
I'm expanding. It's not just Obst anymore. It's Gemüse und Obst. We're doing both lettuce and both vegetables and fruits.
Great. I'm excited.
I will say this gold lead has stuck around the 5,000 gold mark for the last few minutes.
Yes,
there is an Infernal Soul available.
Objective bounties as well.
Objective bounties have come out, as you say. Mercer here will catch Zanzara. Schlatten's on the chase. Zanzara a little squishy with this Trinity Force build, but he does have the plated Steel Caps and going to try and turn it around.
He is not running.
No Shadow Surge. Zanzara never runs from a fray on Summoner's Rift. Mercer was chunked out. And with VTO joining Zanzara, decides, yeah, okay, I'll run from that one.
Have a nice day.
Yep. Shadow
but
Flame
2v1, he was able to fight his way through that. The ultimate, really showcasing how powerful it can be. Of course, with Schlatten going for more of the tankier build, you don't have that much damage. The slow from the pillar also mitigating your damage. Good stuff from Zanzara. Has now hit level 11, got his health back.
Shadow Surge onto the backline. Mercer's already down, but the TP's coming in. Astralis are looking for a fight. Cobby's starting to get excited. He's going to take 2 VTO Force. It's a shutdown to Cobby, and that's a lot of gold into Astralis' pockets. Now Misfits on the retreat. Let us leave, they say, as they try and get away. Zanzara continues to be a thorn in their side, but they will be able to escape.
Beautifully done from Astralis. They're able to find a big shutdown onto VTO, and they're starting to close that gold gap. Now we have to focus in a little bit more, because what looked like a very one-sided affair for Misfits, Astralis are finding these avenues back into the game. Look, this fear lands onto VTO into the pillar, and then Mercer tries to block the ultimate, which brings Dior straight into the backline. As you mentioned, VTO also getting locked up. The Neon misses the ultimate there as well. VTO gets locked down, and while Dior does lose his life, the damage is done. Astralis find themselves with 2 quick kills. They aren't able to secure any structures, but the Dragon is spawning in about 40 seconds. Remember what we said, when playing against a Syndra, you ideally want to be on the objective first, because in an ideal world, you don't want to be phase checking into the Syndra. You want her to be coming into you. But with Misfits being able to reset back out onto the map, they have good vision around the bot side. You can see they have a lot of potential flank wards. Of course, no TP is available for Herits, but for the time being, it will just be good information. You'll notice that this ward has now just been cleared out. They have this deep ward for more information, and Astralis is just hovering around this bot side jungle, trying to gain access into the river. But as long as Misfits maintain that mid-prio, it's going to be harder, but they force their way in.
Looks like Misfits picking up towards the Baron here. They may just try and pull Astralis up towards the top side of the map. 2.5 items complete on Cobby. Does have Flash as well. No flashes for VTO.
Herit building that Rage Bar up.
As you say. Baron begun. Zanzara will be the one to face check. Astralis, no vision in here. 9,000 on the Baron. Astralis, at what point do you pull the trigger? They're pushing in mid. Zanzara continues to step in, knocked back.
Ooh, the stun
to the
misses
side.
VTO.
There is the warding trinket as they look towards the pit. Zanzara stepping in. Kobe, though, hit. Solar Flare hits onto Neon on the backline. The doom and gloom on him. It forces him away. He can't get the arm off. VTO chased out by White Knight off towards the top side. Shine has to unstop the onslaught out of the pit. And that is the Baron secured for Astralis. They lose only White Knight for it.
And just like that, Astralis are coming back into the game. Misfits had a very dominant early game, but they thought, you know what? We can easily play around this Baron. We can control this brush. We can lock up Zanzara, but VTO missed that crucial stun, which means Zanzara has easy access into the pit. Look at this EC and look at this fear onto Hirit as well. Completely forces him out of the fight. Zanzara and Promiscu tanking up the front line, while VTO is split away from the team. Schlatan forced to smite to stay alive means that the Baron can go in favor of Astralis, and just like that, Astralis find themselves back in the game.
And you know what's really difficult to kill? A Hullbreaker Graves. Even as Syndra, the extra magic assist he gets, if he's isolated there, you could see Unleashed Power was used, Mercer was there as well, trying to act as a bodyguard, but it took them so long to kill White Knight that Misfits never really had a chance to approach the pit with their fed carry. Now, 2.5 items on Kobe, an item complete on Deo as well. The Ludens building up towards possibly a second item, Zonya's. Zanzara on his way to Anathema's, and Anathema's so strong in this game because who do you have to deal with? Well, VTO. Put that down, chain VTO up, and you can stop Misfits from having too much impact in the game.
And ultimately, it's now just about Kobe, you know? Jinx, the late game threat. We've seen it time and time again. What this champion in isolation can do, as long as she has champions that stand in front of her and soak damage, she can 1v9 any fight. She just has to be given the freedom to do so. Kobe, working towards the Infinity Edge, is going to be very strong on those 3 items. And after securing that 3rd Drake of the game, they're really not that stressed about contesting for the next Drake. They just want to get as much gold as possible into their back pocket.
Gold's gone from 5,000 at 18 minutes to only a 1.5k lead now for Misfits. Schlatan on the flank has the Onslaught of Shadows, has the Ghost, but was on a ward, and so instead just takes away a few of these small Razor Beaks. Misfits, they pushed in the side lanes. You can see Deo and White Knight had to go and answer those waves, which is why Astralis are the ones sort of backing away a little bit. They know they are a man disadvantage, but Deo here with Baron up. Objective bounties have fallen off. We'll still be able to secure the 3rd tower of the game and actually even the turret score with Misfits. All of the outer towers have been removed from this match of Summoner's Rift.
Ooh. The irony is not lost on me of Misfits having a 5k gold lead and potentially throwing it.
Nowhere near one of the biggest throws in the history of the LEC, but still. And especially since...
Ironic still.
Yeah, you said coming into this week, Misfits would want to have cleaner performances. And they had a good early game. They had a strong early game. They got VTO ahead. They stopped Promiscu and Zanzara from being able to do too much. And then just a couple of fights where Kobe found some picks, where they overextended a little bit in the bottom lane, has now swung the game. And the momentum of the game, I would say, into Astralis' favor, even though the scoreline is still on Misfits' side and the gold lead is still in Misfits' hands.
Oh, Neon. Have a look at Zanzara looking for a flank. Ooh, the ultimate there misses from Dior. Difficult to land that ability without a bit of additional crowd control. But they were looking for a pick, weren't able to find it. Ultimately, all this Baron did was neutralize the game, right? It brought Astralis back to even, and it now gives them a shot at being able to fight on even terms. Misfits don't find themselves all of a sudden in a really bad position. Of course, VTO is still very powerful, but Zonya's being completed on Dior means that that threat of a one-shot from VTO is suddenly mitigated. The Anathema's also being completed. I imagine Zanzara will put that on Syndra. I can't say for sure, but I can be pretty confident that that is where it's going to go. As you rightly mentioned earlier, White Knight already very tanky with those 2 core items finished. The squishiest member right now is Kobe, but you imagine that he's likely working towards a little bit more defensive itemization up next. So as the game goes on, VTO's burst is going to be harder to execute. And as long as Kobe stays alive, Astralis will always have a presence and threat in these late game fights. We said in draft that these fights is going to determine a lot. Right now, Astralis are looking good. Level 14 on Kobe, 14 on Dior. The fight for the mid-wave continues.
Astralis will be able to get the push 1 minute on the Infernal. 1 minute on what could be the next fight of the game. Of course, Misfits can just let this one go if they want, but as much as, you know, a single Drake doesn't have too much value in and of itself. If you start stacking some Infernos, that's a lot of extra damage that you are getting as a team. And of course, the Soul as well. Very strong as the game goes on. Less than 1,000 gold now between these two teams. A 3-item Jinx. Misfits trying to gain priority, trying to gain this midway push. BTO slowed up. Dayor in position to soul surge forward. White Knight not with Astralis right now, and Schlatan's looking for a flank. Cobby a little bit away from the rest of Astralis. White Knight now is going to join the team, and Misfits have the push in the mid lane. They've got a cannon minion here as well. They clear out the ward. Zanzara tries to step forward, but you can't be in a choke point like this, Astralis. You have to go the long way around. Instead, they continue to prod and to poke and to put their heads into what could be the meat grinder, and the tower will fall. Misfits take it. Astralis caught perhaps a little bit unaware there, just a little bit out of position as Misfits were able to force down mid.
Misfits get themselves a tier 2 tower and can now use this control to rotate back towards the river and set up for the Drake. Will Astralis look for a fight? Here it's Meganar will run out.
The big thing is Promiscu used his solar flare, so you don't have that as an option. Promiscu is going to get knocked into the pit. Zanzara's getting chased down towards the bottom side. Hex flash across the walls. Zenith Blade misses, but the Shield of Daybreak does not. Onto the back line, the Shadow Surge goes in. Neon cleanses. Gale forces away. Still has the flash. Mercer's getting away with quickness as well, but Cobby untouched. Unstymied by Misfits. Cobby can open up. However, Zanzara's low, and the onslaught of Shadows. It's a 4-man fear. Cobby's still alive though. Into the bush he goes. Mercer's going to get the knock-up, and now Cobby has died. The 4-man fear into the follow-up for Misfits. They will not let what happened to G2 happen to them as they win the fight.
Schlatan with the massive play. That ultimate was gorgeous. The fact that he's able to land it onto almost everyone on Astralis completely swings the fight back in their favor. I hope we can get a slow-mo of that because that execution was fantastic. So again here we see the coordination engaged from Astralis a little bit off, but in this narrow choke point, you can see that Cobb is just kind of able to free hit. He's just hitting on whoever's closest to him, and he is just chipping away at Misfits as Dior is just tanking up with the double Zonyas. But then look at the re-engage here from Schlatan. Into good. Ult 4 members. The follow-up very quickly comes from Misfits. The ultimate from VTO onto Dior, who now doesn't have any defenses available. Here it is able to get the Meganar back up. The knock-up then comes through from Mercer, and it's just pick after pick after pick from Misfits. Huge props to Schlatan for that play, and a much needed one to allow Misfits a little bit more control back over this game.
Massive play by Schlatan, as you say. Of course, the rest of the team followed up well, but it was very much on his back that Misfits were able to ride to victory in that fight. Now, Baron, a possibility for them. Gold lead extended to 4,000. Once again, they are on Soul Point. White Knight and Zanzara trying to take this blue, but Mercer looking for the chase here. Schlatan going forward still. Zanzara not taking too much damage. Cobby still has his flash, and he wants to go in. Dayor pushing in the side lane, has TP if Baron is begun by the Misfits team. Where are you going to TP
once
to,
again.
though? There's no wards.
Look how quickly this is dying.
Dayor goes to the mid lane wave. Zanzara pokes his head in. Promiscu can do the same. Solar Flare, an option for them. Misfits forced away. Here it goes into Mini-Nar. Scatter the Weak lands. Onslaught of Shadows goes in as well, but Zanzara still very tanky. Can Astralis get there in time? They cannot. Neon now on a killing spree. Promiscu on the front line trying to stop Mercer from getting onto his back line, but with the quickness going in, Mercer too speedy. Another kill, a double for Neon. Misfits turn their eyes back towards the Baron, and what can Astralis do here? Shadow Surge, an option for Dayor, but VTO continues just to keep them at arm's length. Shadow Surge in onto VTO only. Cobby looking for the Gale Force, but the stopwatch will stop that execution. Mercer low, 4,000 HP on the Baron. Cobby needs some vision in the pit, but he can't find it. Control Ward is giving him a little bit, and they decide to back away. Baron secured. Cleanse out from Cobby to keep himself alive.
Whew. So it ends up just being Astralis overextending just a tad. Zanzara a little too confident in his durability, and he ends up getting collapsed on. Big stun here from VTO with the follow-up from Schlatan immediately. Separates Zanzara from the rest of his team. White Knight does what he can to PO, but it's not enough. And the rest of Astralis then forced to disengage without their jungler. With the front line gone, these team fights become so much harder for Astralis to play, and they end up losing the Baron off the back of it. So all of a sudden, Misfits find themselves back with the 6k gold lead and the position that they were in when they started this game.
It's definitely been a wild last 10 minutes, but as you say, Misfits very much in control of the game now. 3 items finished on Neon. He has Flash, he has Cleanse, he has the stopwatch as well. And Zlatan can very happily just step forward into this jungle and force Astralis to react. Deo's got to push in the top lane, but Misfits will just play 2 lanes for now. Mid and bot, the ones they're pushing in.
Zlatan looking for it once more. The stun comes through, but Misfits not going to overcommit underneath the tower. Smarter play there. They have Hirit continuing the pressure, playing along 2 lanes, taking their time. They don't want to throw this lead away.
It's a small window when Hirit is not with his team. White Knight's going to try and answer. Deo looking for the Shadow Surge, but that ward will spot him out. Control ward goes down. Deo gets the Fear onto 2. Cannon minions doing a lot of work in this bottom lane, and Hirit doing a lot of work in the mid as he takes down the tier 3 towers. Zanzara's now going to back away. That Cannon minion still continues to chip away at the inhibitor tower in the bottom lane. Misfits now push forward. Zanzara there. Solar player hits onto the backline. Dale going forward. So is Promisecue, but where's the follow-up? Neon gets one. VTO chips away, and Shadow Surge will find it as well. Astralis fight back. The chase on for Deo. Another Shadow Surge with the reset, but he didn't have the Doom and Gloom. Onslaught of Shadows will allow Zlatan to escape. 1 inhibitor down. Astralis holding on to the game.
I'm so happy that in draft we talked about how it felt like these team fights were going to be really chaotic. They were going to be all over the place. And I feel like throughout this game, all we've seen is chaotic team fights back and forth. Can they land this ability? Does this go there? What comes through here? Everything is so important and can swing the fight either way. We've seen so many massive individual performances. And right there, it was Dior with his ultimate, getting those resets off, landing those fears. I think White Knight's ultimate as well did huge damage onto VTO and Neon. Like, these fights can swing either way depending on how they're executed upon, which is giving us a really exciting game. The win conditions are not super clear. It's ultimately about play the fights well, execute better, and whoever comes out on top will secure the game.
Zlatan might look for a steal here. As soon as the pillar comes down, he's like, nope, not having any of that. Bounty secured, second dragon secured for Astralis. We'll have another look at this fruit salad of a fight. Messy, but very fun to watch.
So the CC comes down, a really great pillar again. And look at this ultimate from...
Comes out of his
came out of his shoulder. Ooh.
It's the latest in Hextech technology. It's the shoulder cannon.
It was like a sun ejected from his arm, you know? I wasn't expecting that. It was like a meatball.
Yep.
It was
We don't have victory in this game, but it is a glorious evolution for Graves.
Yeah, it is. The meatball cannon.
So we've got fruits, vegetables, and now we're on to just random foodstuffs.
Yes.
Well.
That was... Oh no, Mercer.
He's going to get the charm down.
Oh.
We'll be able to escape from the Zenith Blade.
Promisecue does not have a great hit rate with his E this game.
I mean, that's a hard one. Like, Mercer's quicknessing around. Like...
Fine. It wasn't that important either. Mercer is able to walk away from that one. Will cost him his ultimate, so he'll be able to disengage.
It's already a third of the way off cooldown, though, so Misfits should have it back up for the next fight they want to take. That inhibitor being down in the mid lane, not too consequential right now because there's no real objectives. Up 2 minutes on the Baron, 3.5 minutes on the Drake, so Astralis can just use this time. Funnel some super minions, perhaps into Cobby, who's now 4 items with a QSS, or even into Deo, who's sitting at 3 in that Luden's Shadowflame Zonya's combination.
Whew. You can see a lot of magic resist has also been built by Zlatan and Hirit. I'm a little surprised because I'm pretty sure that stacks with like repeated hits of magic.
Force of Nature does, yeah. Zanzara here, looking for VTO. Puts down to subjugate. The chase is on. Half health on VTO now. He's going to pop the stopwatch. Gather the weak is good. Mercer coming in with quickness as well, but VTO's already down. Astralis found the flank. And Cobby could just open up. Here it, building up the Mega Gnar. Neon trying to get away. Execute on Mercer. Not quite enough. Cobby has to flash away. And here it goes in with the Mega Gnar. And Cobby was greedy. He gale forced forward. He had to flash away. And here it was very willing to gobble him up. Here it's still on the chase. Neon still full HP. White Knight, Zanzara, and Promisecue trying to get away. The Wallop will find the stun. The Misfits find the fight won as they push through the mid lane.
The fights are messy, but they're fun to watch. Ends up being a 2-for-2. No real advantages are going to be gained from either side as there's no big objective on the map for either team to secure. But both mid laners dropping there. You can see how later into the game we get VTO. It's getting harder for him to maneuver around these fights. Things like the pillar or the crowd control being thrown out by Promisecue. The long range damage that comes out from like White Knight's ultimate. Corbe's ultimate can be very obnoxious and challenging to manage. But it looks like Astralis have the rise on Hirit.
TP coming in. VTO has a TP of his own and he's just spawned. He's going to TP to the wave. Hirit, no flash. Can he find a way out of this one? The Gnar, he's trying to get them close to the wall. BTO on the way, subjugate, Shadow Surge. Oh, Dale just gets deleted! Absolutely mashed like potatoes in the top lane, but White Knight and Zanzara are still on the chase. BTO overextended for the fight. And now Mercer, Schlatten, and Neon, it's on their shoulders once again. Kobe not with this fight, not with this battle. Promiscu goes onto the backline, the Soul Flare does hit, but the cleanse already used. 3v3, the teams eye each other up once again. Neon has a GA now. Mercer a little bit over pushed, but will be able to dance his way away.
Wow. Oh my god, another 2 for 2. TPs were committed. A lot of ultimates actually still up for both sides, as it was kind of a small skirmish that broke out into a big fight. But the damage from Vitio, I think he had Q and E, and then that was it. But I don't think it's over yet, Medic.
Zlatan looking for the flank here. Kobe, no flash. He's knocked back. Quickness coming out as well. Kobe's going to use the QSS to try and get away. He's still going to get charmed on the back line. The dash forward. Moonlight Vigil doesn't hit. The Infernum would have been enough to kill off Kobe, but now Neon perhaps overextended. Zanzara trying to survive. Zlatan will go down. Get excited. Kobe goes in. Collateral damage. Oh, it's so close! The shoulder cannon into the super mega death rocket almost found its mark, but Mercer and Neon survived to get away.
Oh, all right. This game started off slow, but this is a lot of fun. Both teams just constantly going back and forth. These fights seem to never end. It is a 1-for-1 trade. The gold, we're getting to a point where it really doesn't matter. We're so late, it's all going to be about this soul. Both junglers are dead. And it's going to be spawning before either of them are up. Misfits right now have control over the mid lane, and they're clearing out a lot of the vision. They can start this one off, but it will be a flip. White Knight's ultimate. Let me have a quick look on what the cooldown on that is. So it should be up in a couple seconds, about 10 seconds. I think, yeah, 8 seconds now.
I think a lot of it comes down to flank possibilities for Astralis. Promiscu.
Oh, here come the junglers. They are speeding out of the base right now.
Schlatten slightly quicker as he gets towards this. We'll see where that man can go in this fight. But the Dragon away secured. That's Infernal. Astralis unable to step forward. Couldn't find an opportunity to get into it. And as you say, Veddy, it started off slow, but this game has become a right peach as it has gone on. Baron now on the card. Zanzara by himself, just going to get that control ward in. Inhibitor has respawned in the mid lane. Astralis is do or die. It's fight time. Out of playoffs, but you could play Kingmaker yet. Misfits still fighting for the #1 spot in the LEC. Astralis looking to deny them that opportunity.
So that's big, because with the blue trinket gone, that gives Misfits a window to actually sneak that one away. There is still a blue trinket available on Graves. He needs to hold on to this until he is very confident that it is going down. So let's keep an eye on that. Oh, here we go. Misfits on the invade.
Zanzara has no flash, but he dodges away from the ground entrance. Here it's going forward. Dale locked up with the onslaught of shadows and just deleted where he stands. Mercer on the front line. Kobe's trying to do what he can. Super Mega Death Rocket an option. Zanzara knocked back into the wall, and even the subjugate won't save him now. He's damn tanky, but he will fall. 2 quick kills to Misfits as they turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Okay, so Misfits will finally find a winning fight. They will get themselves 2 kills, and with the jungler off the map, the risk of a smite steal will disappear. Misfits, they have themselves the Infernal Soul, they have themselves the Baron. Now all that's left is to secure the Nexus, but there is an Astralis, a resilient Astralis, a team that has nothing left to play for but their pride, that is consistently getting in the way of this Misfits win.
4 minutes on the Elder Drake. It may all come down to that. Misfits, though, with Baron for 2.5. We'll see how many of these inhibitors they can crack through. 2 open, mid and the bottom lane. Top lane still has 2 turrets remaining defending that one.
See, Medic, this is some good League of Legends. You know what I mean? Just proper team fights, lots of crowd control.
This is League of Legends right here. Yeah. None of that stuff that we can't say. You guys know the copy-paste stuff.
That other stuff.
I will say, though, for Misfits, this is disappointing.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because you came into the week wanting to prove that you are a top 4 team. They haven't quite locked that yet, although they would be very close with this win. They wouldn't quite secure it. But this sort of performance is not enough. Promiscu goes in, looks for Mercer. Dale has the Shadow Surge. Schlatten looking for the knockback. Pillar not quite wide enough to block that gap. And the bleeding continues. White Knight steps in. Schlatten here, near-sighted. There's the Solar Flare. He's able to get away with the onslaught of Shadows. Shadow Surge from Dale only hits 1. Promiscu down to half HP. White Knight looking for a flank position here onto Hirit, but he'll be stunned up. Nard into the wall and locked down. Hear it, and White Knight will continue to trade blows as in top lane, Misfits continue to push in. Schlattern healing off the Razor Beaks right now, as he can rejoin his team in a moment. Onslaught of Shadows still on a long cooldown. VTO looking for the damage onto Zanzara, but this will be 2 inhibitors falling, and Zanzara demolished, removed from the game, unallowed to play League of Legends right now. And Misfits with the Baron will be able to push this one in. The charm comes out. Quickness it is. Deo looks for Neon, can't quite kill him. The GA still stands. Cobby cleanses, QSS is away. But with the Nexus towers falling, Misfits will not fall prey to what they did to G2. They will take the win and go 11-5.
Whew. We've had some games today.
We're only 2 games in.
I know. Super weeks, guaranteed bangers. That's what we've got here in the LEC, of course. In terms of the standings, Misfits continue to fight their way up. They're looking to challenge that second and first place position to end the regular season. But Astralis, they put up a good fight, an excellent fight. I thoroughly enjoyed that game. A lot of really great team fighting from both sides. Couple blunders, couple great plays. Overall, a great game of League of Legends.
Really was. You keep playing the game vote at LEC on Twitter. It's blueberries, raspberries, and kiwi. Oh no, Schlattern, Vitio, and Mercer apparently. So,
but also let us know, what's your favorite legume?
Do you know what legumes are?
They're not quite vegetables, but they're close.
Like peanuts and such. But before the break, before we head to the break, Riot Games is supporting and donating to the International Medical Corps. And you can join us in the effort to provide relief to those in the Ukraine and surrounding regions. And the IMC teams are responding by expanding access to medical and mental health services for those living in affected areas and working to help refugees. Your donation can help more people receive the life-saving care they deserve. You can learn more at riot.com/donate. We'll be back after this. I'm gonna go take a break. Cool.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC as Misfits took down Astralis, and with this victory they're getting one step closer to locking in the top 4. And to talk about this game I have with me Mursa. Thank you very much for joining me, Mursa. One question about the game, because for the majority of the split we've been used to Misfits gaining power in the mid to late game, but it looks like for the past 2 games when you have an advantage in the early game, this is when things get messy for you in the following up on the game. Do you agree on that, and is it something you addressed with the team?
First of all, thank you for having me. Yes, we talked about this after last week, that even in the game versus Vitality, right? I think we started pretty well. Like we had a small gold lead, we had like 2-3 drakes, I'm not sure, and then we couldn't like play good in the mid game, and we threw the game. But like there are many games where we start like down 5k and we find the comeback. So this week we tried to work on it. Obviously, we are still not there, but I think we are getting better. And this game like started pretty well. We just like were a bit undecisive on some plays, and that costed us.
All right. I think it's a different mechanic when you're playing being ahead. What do you think makes it difficult for you playing ahead and leading the pace of the game? Because as we said, that's not something you guys have been used to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure. Like today, they also had like these Astralis team comps that they are like doing with Vex, and like dive comps and CC comps are a bit like annoying to play against. And if you do like some mistakes, like they can always come back. So yeah, it was like mostly that. I feel like their combos like pretty good at like catching us off guard.
All right. Well, a win is a win, nonetheless. And it's looking super good for you leading into playoffs. And I want to ask Mursa, because the last time we had a talk with each other was in the beginning of the split, if I remember correctly. What's your take on the improvements that you made throughout the last weeks? And how do you reflect on your progress in the LEC?
I mean, I'm still not very satisfied with my performance, but obviously, like this is like a long-term plan. Like it's spring now, and our goal is like to be as good as possible by summer. So like I trust the process, and I mean, like step by step, I feel like I'm improving, and obviously, like I have great coaches. So it's going better.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that, and we can see the progress from your end, Mursa. Last question for you. Veteo had yet another Kia player of the game today. Where would you rank him among the LEC mid laners right now?
I mean, right now, like top 1 for sure. I think like Larsen was the other mid laner that was like pretty good in the start of the split. But I feel like Vincent, like Veteo, is more consistent. So right now I would like put him on the top.
Yeah, he's been doing really good this year in the LEC. Well, that's all for us now, Mursa. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck on the rest of Super Week. I heard some players were sick, so hopefully everything goes right for you.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And for the next game, Mad Lions face elimination as they need a win against Vitality. So let's just listen to their thoughts ahead of Super Week.
For Mad Lions to make playoffs, we have to beat all the oppositions in the Super Week.
We have to win everything, like there is no more room for mistakes. We have already done too many. At the beginning we were in a really good spot. I think we all thought we were fine, we were good. But after that we kept having some mistakes, we kept having some losses that were affecting a bit our confidence, and like the moment they keep coming and then you just go into a negative atmosphere, then everything crumbles a bit and you realize you're just like 5-9 in the standings.
Try to get in behind the Chaos Storm, Basil will fall. Wonder going forward, Unforgiven, pumps the Moonlight Vigil, has to pop the blast, going to get away, and Hitlersack's on the chase. A double once again for the Pike. Rika third, as Upset will take him, Unforgiven. Number 4, Fnatic are done with this game.
Not making playoffs after winning LEC back-to-back would be embarrassment for us.
From being champion to maybe not even making playoffs, it's something really tough because it affects your confidence a lot. Like you think you're better than what you really are. When you don't have that support that you would have last year, you realize that you are still missing a lot of everything to be a good player. Like you're still missing a lot of experience, you're still missing a lot of knowledge, a lot of like everything. You just realize how bad you are when you miss that part. It's a really big hit for my ego and my confidence, but yeah.
Fnatic will shut Mad Lions out of playoff
climbing this wall is like the last chance we have to make playoffs, so we have to give our best right now. It's just one more week and then I'm gonna be bored of vacations or whatever, and it feels really bad, man. There is always hope. I don't know where it comes from, but you always have to hope. Like, you need to stick to something to... There is always a reason. In this case, we want those playoffs. We believe it's still possible, even though it's for sure not in our hands anymore. I mean, it can still be, but yeah, it's hard. But it's on us.
I see hope. I think we can do it.
For the Mad Lions, it's been a long and difficult road so far this season. Of course, with Humanoid and Karzi departing the roster, they've had to look for new players, and with Reeker and Unforgiven, I don't think it's gone exactly the way that they had hoped so far. And now they arrive here at Super Week, which needing to win every single game they play. For Vitality and Mad both, this is a very important game because, of course, they're both still fighting to get into those playoffs. But Kadril, it's been quite sad, I think, seeing how it's been for the Mad Lions so far this season. Even though, you know, you have to take it into account when you replace two players on such important roles.
Yeah, carry roles, especially in the mid to late game. They still have a lot of their core fundamentals. I actually thought with Armut, with Kaiser, with Elioya still there, they still have those three star players to make them get the playoffs, and they don't. And the sad reality is there's a very likely chance that they won't make it, especially if they lose here, they are out. I can't remember the last time I can think of a team that's won back-to-back championships, even just one, and then fell apart, maybe Alliance back in the days.
2015.
Was it that Alliance days? 2015?
No, that was it Fnatic?
Well,
No,
maybe
it can't
Fnatic,
be,
but still,
be.
it's been years since we've seen a team that's at the top of their game and then failed to make even the top 6. So
we actually looked this up and I forgot. So maybe if Alliance indeed. Yeah,
Alliance.
you were right. Yeah, actually that's not that much of a surprise.
It's quite a free fall they've had this.
It's crazy, Niski. But yeah, when you look at kind of the roster and the roster you played against, and with the Elioya and Armut, Karzi, Humanoid, Kaiser's strengths, what do you make of the fact that they weren't able to do anything yet, really, with the new members?
I feel like I don't know, I feel like the core is there still, but I feel like they really like the voice of Humanoid, because apparently he was the one leading mid-game and kind of the macro part of Mad Lions, so maybe having like a rookie in the mid lane is kind of, I mean, technically hurting them as well, but I think they just didn't find their identity, I guess.
Yeah, and that's a very good point because they've been looking for it for so long. Just from the drafts, you can tell from outside perspective. You look at their drafts, they've tried so many different compositions, and their early games have been good, but they've just been losing the tempo of the game in the mid to late game. And we're going to look at that against Fnatic. They were winning the game. They had a great early game going for them, but it all just kind of collapsed around them. This mid fight here, Matter ahead, but they're just kind of engaging mid. I mean, their solo lanes are nowhere close. Humanoid has flash up during this whole play, and now you've got this even game state that you're just forcing a 3v3 mid. Maybe you think you could catch Humanoid and CC chain him before he can flash away, but you're actually ahead in this game. You can catch bot waves, play towards top side, keep your vision, defend your vision, but all of a sudden, you walk it down, you run it down mid, you get the fight, you lose it, you give away 3 kills, Fnatic get a Baron, and now all of this early game lead that you've got is just vanished in the poof of an eye.
In the proof of an eye. Niski, in your experience, you know, how hard is it to, if you're already a struggling team and your issue is specifically mid-game decision-making, can you kind of, talk to us about how hard that is to mitigate, especially with 2 players that are new?
I mean, usually I feel like when you have issues in mid-game and late-game, I feel like it's the hardest point to like, how can I say, like learn, I guess, and like teach your players, because first of all, in scrims, you don't really get to even mid-games usually. It's like one team stomps the other one, or you just stomp the other team usually. So I feel like teaching mid-game is really hard, and as a team, playing as 5, being on the same page is for me one of the hardest tasks to do on teams.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, just to add on to that, the amount of small things you need to do, the minute things from communication, map movements, the concepts, the key words even that you use. I mean, different teams have different words, you know, like demon shift, moving towards sides. But top matchups, what we got behind us, Alphari versus Armut. And where has Armut been this split, it feels like, right? I mean, he's been playing things like Aatrox blind recently, getting countered. He's been playing some of the carry matchups. But when you think back to last year, he was kind of like this team fight prowess, and Alphari is this lane dominant person. So I feel like I'm kind of worried for Mad Lions on the top side.
Yeah, I think if we look at everything, Elioya and Kaiser have still been performing adequately with the situation they've been given, but I don't think we can say the same for Armut. Unfortunately, he's not really found his groove here. Final note on Vitality, they look like they will go into the playoffs. Where do you think this team's ceiling could be, Niski?
I think they can make it into top 4, to be honest. Because for me, I feel like Fnatic, G2, Rogue, and Vitality would be top 4. So yeah, I believe in them. They also have the perks factor, which usually spikes in playoffs. So
Yeah, it's true. We haven't even seen that yet.
Spikes under pressure.
Spikes under pressure. Let's get into picks and bans for this do or die game for the Mad Lions with Goldberg and Dracos.
Hello, thank you very much. Top 4, interesting. I feel like everyone believes in this team to be a best of 5 team, Goldberg, but right now we're playing best of 1s. And I will say on the Vitality side, since we did hear a lot about Mad in that death segment, a little more consistency would be nice. Just a little bit.
I fully get it. I fully get it because I completely agree with you. I feel like we're at a point where the players and the caliber blue players we're seeing on Vitality quite often show up in a stylistic way in the mid game where it's like, wow, only these individuals can pull this off after being this behind in the early game. And it also comes down to the fact that they're playing quite hard to execute drafts as well at the same time. Where I would love to see this team in a best of 5 setting where you really see them finally get to adapt on the fly as well, see how the players finally get into a longer situation than just a best of 1.
Yeah, and of course, for now, it's time to get into picks and bans. Oh, wow. The jams keep coming out. I love pick band music this season. Shout out to our producer who waded through production music library nightmare to find us so many delicious bangers. Anyway, we're going to talk about the draft in a second, but quick reminder of the stakes of this game. You may have heard it at the desk, but Vitality win, they are locked in playoffs. Mad lose, they are locked out of playoffs. Right now, Vitality the heavy favorites heading into this game, but we'll see what the draft looks like and what Mad look like when we set foot onto the Rift.
Now, this is interesting already. Blue side with a Gwent ban coming in, usually showing that you have a different first pick. You want to go through a different game plan because quite often that is a pick that's left over to the red side to go for. Also interesting to see they ban away the LeBlanc of Rika. Honestly, last time these two teams faced, of course, that was one of the victories that Mad Lions actually had. We saw Rika and Elioyo bring out the Diana Yasuo composition with Armored, of course, back then with the Renekton in the top side. So it's going to be interesting to see Vitality probably get some redemption this time around now that they've been looking way better than they did in that first week. And Mad Lions, unfortunately, has been slowed down a little bit.
Certainly has, and it's important to remember exactly what happened in that game. Remember, it was Perks maybe a little bit overconfident on the Akshan. The one time we saw him bust out the Akshan mid, didn't get a rear his head.
What is it they usually say? Perks on AD mid laners? It's better to see him on mages. I mean, I think for sure we've seen some better signs as well. Last time he was on the Twisted Fate. Victor Bank goes out as well, so actually a lot of mid lane priority. Rise still up and available as well, something we've seen Rika default to. TF, something we just saw Perks play last week as well. And Mad Lions, are you starting to take away some of the interesting AD carry picks we're seeing all the time, or do you feel like there's some other picks you need to stabilize, especially maybe in the solo lane as well? We've seen Vitality be quite proactive in those lanes, and yeah, that we actually have it. Camille getting the last ban from Mad Lions.
Taking away some of the safe blind pick options for Alphari, of course, maybe looking to give the luxury of counter pick.
Okay.
Dracos.
All right. Reminder, Goldberg covered it once, but it was Diana Yasuo that Mad Lions used to obliterate Vitality.
Swear, if Vitality bring out a Renekton Yasuo second rotation on blue side, then that will just be the Vitality draft, or rather the Mad Lions draft that they ran against Vitality back then.
Yeah, that would be excellent. 3 cheers for sweet revenge, some would say.
Well, usually Jinx will go over to the side of Unforgiven. Arcane Champions usually is the name of the game when it comes to power picks and our meta at the moment. Usually we see a jungle rotation come through, since Sour is one of those junglers that's still up and available that does fairly well into Diana with the disengage. Mad Lions, they're hovering though for a long time, talking about what they're looking for at this instance.
I don't think it's Rek'Sai. Bold
they're
prediction.
just swapping this one around. Okay,
Twisted
so we
Fate.
had Perks on Twisted Fate last week, and now they're just giving it over to Rika. Oh my god, Drake, it's happening.
Good, excellent prediction, Goldberg. Obviously, this is a great 3-champion topside pairing. You can really put any bot lane together with it to make it work. Maybe something with a little bit more AP or magic damage on the bottom side of the map. We'll see what they want to go for. Could potentially see the Aphelios Jinx endless mirror match broken for a game, which would be refreshing. But focusing on Mad Lions now, Armut, sometimes known as Narmut, and it will come out here the man certainly comfortable on this champion. Has always been excellent in the team fights, even if he has struggled a bit in lane from time to time. But I'm excited to see what Rieker can do on this Twisted Fate. Frees him up to very easily impact the rest of the map. And again, we've talked a lot about this guy. Big shoes to fill this season coming in for Humanoid. But if there was a game to show up, it's certainly this one, and that champion gives him the tools to do so.
Oh yeah, for sure, and a lot of responsibility at the same time. A lot of the playmaking is going to be coming from the mid lane itself. We're so used to seeing the team try and facilitate Rieker a little bit, to help him a little bit like training wheels. This time around, it's going to be the opposite, with Rieker now on the TF, now on the opposite side of Vitality, banning out some of the safe supports that could get paired up with this Jinx. And I wonder, jungle should probably come out from Mad Lion TN4 just because they can get the counter pick on 5. So maybe the likes of Sin Sao, maybe the likes, what else could disengage against Alfari, or rather Selfmade on the Diana. No, I feel like Sin would just be the most logical for me coming into this, or you decide to take away the Thresh, one or the other, and it seems to be the Sin Sao instead.
Sin's out. And in general, we've just seen Zen be such a high priority champion in EU for so long. Don't, he's playing with my heart.
You can't blind pick it. I've played a lot of Renata, and I'll tell you right now, it's not very blind pickable. It's very situational. It's very good disengage, but it would be against the top side of the map. But I feel like you should just go with a jungler here. You can get counter pick on support anyway.
But what if you Renata all three of those melee champions? Of course, there's a wind wall, so that just probably wouldn't work. And instead, it's going to be an Alistar. Okay, this is big. Alistar, a champion we do not see a whole ton of. Of course, once he does hit level 6, he is that unkillable dive machine.
That is so interesting. I'll tell you why we barely see Alistar get locked in, and especially as a blind pick. His level 1 is non-existent. You forfeit complete wave control because you can't do anything. At best, you start W and knock the enemy AD carry away when they try to farm. So now on the side of Team Vitality, they know exactly the bot lane they're going to be going up against, and they can look for a little bit of a counter pick themselves. But quite honestly, Nautilus into Alistar. Alistar's not too sad about that one.
Definitely a solid option. Of course, tanking is going to be in the favor of Alistar as we move later in the game, and Nautilus much more reliable engage tools in the form of that ultimate. What is the final pick going to be here for the side of the Mad Lions? Giving jungle pick last to Elyoya. See how deep the pool goes, because it's been hit a ton. You already highlighted the Xin. The Hecarim has been banned away too. A lot of the easy, reliable champions. And the Poppy gonna come out. Now, this is a supportive champion, but I see Diana, I see Renekton, I see Nautilus, I see Yasuo, and I see a steadfast presence. And let me tell you, if you've ever played a Dash champion against Poppy, there is no feeling worse in the world than just getting absolutely ruined by a single basic ability.
I will say it's not the worst one to go up against Poppy against. We're not talking full dive with Jarvan or Lee Sin. Diana can still have that flash ultimate instead, or go in with Protobell before going in with an E or the flash itself. But it's a very teamfight heavy composition from the Mad Lions. You're playing around the pick potential, you're playing around your front line, and you have to feel like Unforgiven on the Jinx here has to be the late game AD carry, because there's not a lot of damage that's going to be coming out from Rieker. We know the TF has been nerfed as well. So now, it's going to be interesting to see how the two compositions are going to fare up against each other. You have a heavy topside focus on Vitality. And on the side of Mad Lions, they want to play for Unforgiven once he gets out of that laning phase.
Absolutely, and I think this is going to be a big deal because we see the 3 veteran players of the team all playing champion set up to enable the rest of the squad. The 2 younger players, Unforgiven and Rieker, the ones who need to step up in this game. The Twisted Fate who can spread that pressure across the map. The Jinx who has to be the big source of damage. Let's get into the game. Team Vitality versus Mad Lions. Four teams have locked their place in the LEC playoffs. 2 yet remain. Vitality looking to be one of them with a win over Mad here. Mad, it feels impossible. but it probably felt impossible for SK2, and they managed to beat Rogue, so crazier things have happened. That's it! This is the worst possible start. Reeker getting cyber bullied in the mid lane. Gold card does come out. Maybe they can turn it. Kaiser knocking him back into the tower. They're getting at least one tower shot. LeBron getting lower and lower, ticking, burning, ignite, going. Will it be enough? Healing through. It's going to be okay in the end, but Armut! Flash over the wall. Are they going to follow? Hook out. Spider Knot goes to safety. And in the end, nobody is going to die. Reeker gives up no sums. Crucially, Kaiser trades his Ignite for the flash of Lebrov.
Yeah, and Ignite, yeah, you're completely right. Ignite from Kaiser there as well. Interesting down from the bot side here, because Vitality would actually have some opportunities to be aggressive in the early game. As we already talked about, Alistar doesn't do too much level 1. Having that hook threat together with the poke you get from Carsey with the area as well means you can take small trades instead of these extended trades that Jinx usually benefits from, where she gets to stack up the lethal tempo, get that extra range. And crucially, as you say, Rika saved that flash, because on a Twisted Fate, the laning phase is not usually what you're going for. It's more hit that level 6 and have an influence on the side lane. Quite often we see them struggle a little bit on the first few waves, so having that flash available is just going to do you great wonders.
Absolutely, and especially when Perkz is taking Ignite. He is not about playing for the rest of the map, and we heard him talk about this on Euphoria when he was on a few weeks ago. If you take Ignite, your lane phase is harder. You need to play flawlessly because teleport gets you out of so many bad situations. It makes playing macro so much easier, so really need to see what Perkz can do with the summoner spell to get big value in the early game. And I think for Reeker, it's just so crucial because starting Flashless, when you've already had a season where you've kind of been the guy to pin the blame on, right? You are the guy who is not humanoid. That is just a tough position to be in. And while criticism of, Mad Lions is fair, I feel like this is a guy who has so much pressure on his shoulders right now in this final week to perform.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there was even a recent interview with Reeker as well where he was talking about, you know what, in the first weeks, I felt like a rookie. I let a lot of the responsibility go to the veterans, and I'm finally starting to find my footing in the team, being a voice instead. Which makes a lot of sense to me, because I saw Rico and Big at the European Masters to K-Corp to Game 5 in the semi-finals, and in that instance, he was kind of that veteran on the team. He was the one calling the shots. He was the one getting facilitated. So Rico, for him, I feel like this entire spring split has just been about fitting in the LEC and finding that confidence, really.
Absolutely. And I think the other new player on Mad Lions deserves some talking about as well, too. Unforgiven, a guy who came in very strong. The Jhin, the card that everyone remembers his first weeks, has kind of fallen off a little bit. And again, a difficult season for the team as a whole, not trying to point any fingers, but these are the players in this game specifically that we're looking to step up, both Reeker and Unforgiven, to show some of what we saw from Unforgiven in week 1, some of what we saw from Reeker in those victory games where he was really successful, because no one else on this team can carry a game in this one. That's a Gnar, yeah, maybe a perfect Mega Gnar, a Poppy jungle. I'm sorry, there's just not enough damage there. And Alistar, no, you have all the tools to make the team fight happen. Now it's on Reeker and Unforgiven to deal the damage, to be in the right position, to play this game out well enough to bring it home.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, but I also feel like at the same time, a lot of that went down to Matt being kind of experimental. We even saw it towards the last week as well, where they had one game where they played heavy for bot lane with a Pyke, and then they had the other game where they had to find their win condition with the Aatrox top. So this is a team that tries to be multi-dimensional, but just haven't had success in any of the dimensions yet, really, which is of course sad to see from a team like Mad Lions, but it is a new roster build around the core, and spring for them has been about the rebuilding. Now diving a little bit into the lanes itself, we have had resets coming through from Unforgiven, as you mentioned. They crashed on 3, allows them to get a free reset. Selfmade with top prio and mid prio is invading Elyoya here just for some camps.
You're going in. Good upfront burst damage from the Poppy. The Hammer Shock and the ability to just knock somebody into the wall. With a follow-up a little bit harder in a sustained fight, that Diana passive does a lot of work. But just fighting over small camps here, seeing if anyone can eke out a greater advantage. Alfari building up a small lead on the top side is able to push those waves in. And Alfari in general, obviously coming off of a monster week last week. And with the Renekton paired with the Diana, we can see some pretty easy gank setup. Armand has to be very careful. If you're Mega Gnar, you're probably fine. If you're Mini Gnar, even if you're under your tower post level 6, it's going to be rough to survive.
Yeah, but between 5:30-minute mark and 6 minutes, that's where the teams will finally get a little bit aggressive, because that's usually where we start hitting level 6 from the mid laners. And from the side of Mad Lions, that's where you can start looking for multi-map plays, or broader map plays rather, with the Twisted Fate. And on the side of Vitality, well, it's about looking for Reeker in the mid lane while he's pushing up. And this is a slow pushed wave. No one in the back for Reeker at the moment, but he's being patient. And they spot up Lavrov, which allows him to crash the wave. Rest of Mad Lions coming in. You can see Elyoya from the back end as well. Kaiser now as well. Just making sure Reeker can crash this wave without dying. And there we have it. 5:36 has been hit from the mid lane.
Yep. Can't move to other lanes, but you can see Unforgiven opting for the Cole. It does feel like it's going to be a bit more of a scaling game here. holding out, waiting, certainly more than enough team fight power as Mad move later into the game. Of course, the big scary thing about the Yasuo Diana combo is that even if it's behind, if at any point they hit their combo on your back line, the game's kind of just done. Unless, you know, they have 2 items and you have 6, then you're probably fine. But anything short of that, the combo is just so devastating that it doesn't matter if Mad can do what we've seen them do in so many other games, which is build an early game lead. If they fumble once in the mid game, something that they have been doing, it can fall apart so quickly.
Yeah, I do agree, but if we go to a 5v5 scenario where Vitality is actually behind and we're not seeing 3-item finish on the scary carry members from Selfmade and from Perkz here in this composition, I mean, they have a lot of good disengage. Kai'Sa with a knock-up, Elyoya as well, either with a step-fast presence or just in general, the ultimate to knock them away. You get Armored, who can just have some more disengaging now ultimates instead. Like, there's a lot of ways from Vitality's composition, or Mad Lion's composition rather, to be dealing with some of the combos that's going to be coming out, so...
Nope. Fari going for the engage here. Hyperproc is going to be extra movement speed. Engaging topside. Gold card buffers the dash. Gets the second one back through. Clean play from Alfari to make it out of that one.
Exactly. Super smart just standing on top of the gate there instead, knowing he could get not only the slice, but the dice on top of it. And just stopping the third Destiny gate to come out there, this means that Perkz can push in the mid lane. He can move down towards the bot side, get a little bit of priority if they want to have some greater setup for a potential Drake in the future. So that was the first Mad Lions attack we saw. And they completely disengaged it. Now up towards the top side. We're just going to get into the minion now in a bit. Selfmade not level 6 yet, but Alfari can just dash on him.
Through, clean engage, easy follow-up. Arma, no real way out of this one. Is forced to flash to safety, but the flash follow-up means first blood for Alfari and Vitality.
Great setup for Vitality, catching Armwood off guard in a lane where he's just been pushing in. He's feeling himself because he knew he just had a momentum play, forcing Alfari back, forcing him to TP. But quite honestly, flashing in that instant, I mean, Diana had the second E, Alfari had to flash himself. You're just dead for sure. And now Armwood, he expended the teleport earlier. He's going to just be walking back to the top lane instead, trying to catch a wave that Alfari is now crashing. And while Alfari is crashing that, he can go for a safe reset himself. So nicely done for Vitality here, getting the first kill in the early game.
Certainly. And we talked about it once before, but I think in general, just Alfari, especially in the lane phase, always a player worth highlighting. We saw it in the GP last week. Monster performance. We're starting to see it now here from the Renekton. Also getting a lot of attention from Selfmade. He has spent some time on an island, depending on how Vitality have drafted this season, but I do love when those two pair up and work together, because now the game is just so hard for Arma.
I completely agree, and the Gnar matchup into the Renekton can be explosive because it is a counter pick in the sense from the early game for Gnar, and especially because we see Hullbreaker Gnar so often, this is just a great meta for him. But if you come to a point where the Renekton all of a sudden starts getting kill pressure on you, you can't really utilize the exact counter in the champion itself, and especially not if Selfmade is going to have free pathing up towards the top side if the vision is not there facilitating it. And it's playing around that Destiny Gate cooldown. As soon as Rika doesn't have the ultimate, well, that's where you get to have free time on the side of Vitality.
Yeah. And I think at this point, Goldberg, it's been a little bit of a slower game. And we know a couple things. We talked about it already. Mad Lions, great team fighting, great disengage tools. Unforgiven, Reeker, the guys who need to deal the damage. On the side of Vitality, it's Yasuo Diana. You've seen it once, you've seen it a million times. You push R together, ideally close to each other, one after the other, preferably, and everybody dies. But in the immediate future, in the next few minutes, like, what are we looking at as the next big plays? I know Herald was something for Mad you've talked about a lot.
See, the thing was, I'm actually really surprised we haven't seen any neutral objectives being taken just yet. I thought as soon as the Destiny Gate was down from Rika, Vitality was going to be looking for either a Drake, at least when they had the bot side priority, or try and just force a play around Herald. But we're speaking about this Herald now, 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, the push back. He already made it in. He's going to try to foot disengage with Perkz. It just doesn't work. And that's the combo. Even the steadfast presence, not enough to stop it.
Oh, missed the timing of it. Didn't stop the initial Lunar Rush from Selfmade, and now Laprov going on to Armut, no flash.
Caught out, no flash means that is one dead prehistoric Yordle. Is that what he is? Prehistoric Yordle.
He is a prehistoric Yordle. I do believe he was frozen up, then, you know, came alive again. The standard story about whatever they are.
I love that you followed me to give me that information rather than talking about the Herald. Yeah, no, that's fair. I appreciate you.
It's a given. Herald is dying. The top laner died, therefore Selfmade and the rest of Vitality gets complete priority around it. And there we have it.
He's a prehistoric Yordle. If you, like me, couldn't quite remember his lore because he came out a million years ago, there it is.
I always thought it was a cool design, but either way, Vitality's early game has usually been something they've not been very good at, and now Mad Lions, they try to answer it themselves. Rotations have come through from the lanes. Alfari down towards the bot side. Laprov trying to match it as well. But Mad Lions is doing a good job. Just zoning this. Remember, Rika has ultimate to join it as well if he wants to.
Definitely does. Alfari, though, just dashes in, clears the wave. Labrov waiting in the darkness. Both teams playing pretty well around Fog of War, trying to set up these traps, but neither side going to take the bait. Mad now going to take the Consolation. Drake, it feels like. Nautilus is going to recall, and Xayah just going to move up to catch the mid-wave. So no real recourse here from the side of Vitality, as Perkz is also recalling. Don't have enough members on the map, but we'll see what they can do when they do return to their respective lanes.
And this is very interesting because usually Mad Lions, they just love their Heralds. I mean, I think they had the highest first Herald percentage in the entire league and the worst Drake percentage. So it just shows that this is a team that likes getting the first Herald, try to inject some gold with the plating, and then just play towards that carry when it's working out. And obviously, you would have loved to done that with the Jinx as well in this instance. But this time around, they're going to be playing on the back foot. Usually something you would like to see, but it is obviously a team composition that is scaling with the Jinx, right? So, and you got the disengage that we already have talked about in a team fight scenario with Kai'Sa on the Alistar and Elyoya on the Puppey as well. But it's about finding that point of attack with Rika, because if it goes on like this, Mad Lions, they're just gonna continuously getting attacked by Vitality and not really find their footing to ever play for the Jinx then.
And you just can't afford to fall that far behind. Jinx hasn't even completed an item. Yes, she has a Coal, so when she completes that, it's gonna be a lot of extra gold in the pocket. We'll be able to move through, but the sheer amount of burst damage, further and further far behind you fall, the more your execution has to be flawless to stop these fights from coming through. Kai'Sa on the top side. 3v3. Elyoya coming in looking to change it, but a wind wall to interrupt a little bit of follow-up there. Labrov now going to be the headbutt pulverized combo. Hyper ticking. Elyoya now chasing through. Phase Rush has been procced. He's zooming in, he's zooming out, but he goes gold. And that's the stopwatch. Armor now going in, but it's immediately going to be the turn. Two members ulted up with the combo, but not quite enough to finish the job. Perkz getting isolated. Perkz getting picked apart. That's the big Gnar coming in from Arma, and Vitality biting off more than they can chew and having it turned against them.
And that's some of the ego plays we sometimes see from Vitality, quite frankly. It's a 3 versus 4 situation. Alfari pushing down on the bot side. Kasi slow to the play. He was walking up from the mid lane. And they try finding the outplay through the mechanical skill, but she's not able to do so, and we talked about it. Matt needed a point of attack to get back into the game. Initially, it's a good play from Vitality. You get first turret, you have multiple members of Mad Lions going up there. You can just sacrifice Labrov and then attack mid lane, attack bot side if that's what you want to, with Alfari getting flea painting. But they decided to be greedy for it, and all of a sudden, game remained competitive.
Definitely does. 2K gold lead being held right now for Vitality, about 1.5 after that play. But as we take a look back at this, you can see Vitality 3 members, but there goes the TF ult.
And initially, you can see Labrov tries to disengage, just try to get out of there, but you can see from the posturing of Vitality, they kind of want to get in there. They kind of want to bait out some of the skill shots, or not skill shots, but disengaging abilities from the side of Mad Lions. But it's very difficult when you're going on to multiple members this early into the game. We talked about it. 3 items on Diana and Yasuo in that instance. Yes, you blew them up completely. But 1 item, not really.
And here's the struggle. Perkz got to ult, but then he immediately got wallbanged by the Poppy. Boom, boom. And then immediately got walloped by the Gnar as soon as he tried to dash out. So it's hard.
And that's just how the Mad Lions composition is supposed to function into the composition of Vitality. It is the disengage when they go in. They quite honestly want you to engage on you, as long as it's not unforgiven. Because Rika can always opt in for a stopwatch into a Sonya's Hourglass, which, I mean, he's already sitting on the stopwatch. And that's just going to be the disengaging you're going to be playing for. As long as the Jinx is not behind, you have a win condition in Mad Lions, although it is a little bit slim.
Nope. Now, see what the execution looks like as we move further into the game. Armut, it looks like building towards Trinity Force. That said, Hullbreaker already done for Alfari, so can't keep up a lot of pressure in the side lane, potentially keep Rika under that tower. Threatening the dive with the gold card looming, with an Everfrost looming, as well as the stopwatch for Rika feels difficult, but keeping him locked under tower feels like a real possibility. That said, Yasuo, traditionally excellent matchup into the Gnar, or considered sometimes a counter pick rather, as he can wind wall the boomerang and just take that cooldown out for a very long period of time.
Good vision control from Mad Lions. They have spotted out Selfmade, Kasi, and Labrov now as well. Selfmade has the presence of mind to check with the Q, rest of Mad Lions coming in, but I'm not too sure if they want to fancy a fight around this Drake. They want a few more items than the Jinx, or at least try to see if they can catch someone off guard, because they do still have the pick potential, but when Rika's not nearby, when he's up towards the top side, he's not going to be able to join the team. And Alfari does have the TP advantage currently. Oh no, forget that, Rika just will get the TP up.
And I want to give some credit to Mad Lions here, and that it's a very difficult composition to play against. That if Vitality ever find that exposed member, if they ever find anyone isolated, they can knock someone out of the game completely. But the way that Kai'Sa, Elyoya, and the rest of Mad have been moving around the map to cover these lanes, to match Vitality wherever they go, has been super solid to stop this snowball from getting any worse. Yes, it is still about a 1.5k gold lead in favor of Vitality, but it's not growing and the kills are dead even.
Completely right. Although Unforgiven has that edge over Carsey in the matchup so far, which is honestly what you love to see. And I think some of it goes back to the fact that Labrov did not start laning phase with Flash. It gave you some extra breathing room. And now Kaiser, we talked about a pick. We talked about you can go for some of it. I don't know if Labrov's the one you want to go for, but here's Elyoya around as well. Rika joining the fight.
Aftershock traded for Aftershock, but immediately the CC, it's just too much. That's the execute with the Jinx Rocket, but now Carsey is stepping forward. Alfari moving in. That TP ultimately going to feel a little bit wasted because Gnar is pushing in on the bottom side, and Alfari can't get anything done in the mid lane.
And that's what we talked about. Kill going over to Unforgiven. Exactly what you wanted from Matt Lyon's side, and you did it without even opting in for a team fight. Now it's a 5 versus 4 situation.
Extra movement speed comes out from the Rocket Belt, leaping over the wall, take out Arma. One quick pick means this Dragon should be an easy pickup for the side of Vitality. That said, Reeker, Kaiser, Unforgiven, Elyoya, 4 members strong of Mad in the area, and it looks like they are ready to contest. Alfari, a very strong Crocodile, but he cannot dash out of that steadfast presence. There's just so much CC. The feathers fly, but they will not be pulled back.
You can play patiently. Labrov is returning to the fight as well. Death timers are fairly slow so far, or quick rather, and that means Armored will be up and available as well in 10 seconds, although he does not have that teleport. Vitality with the remaining members able to secure their first neutral objective in the Drake, or rather the second one. And now, just about maintaining some control of the map again. You have Alfari down towards the bot side, breaking open the outer turret with the Hold Breaker, exactly what you want to see. But for Vitality as well, it's about regaining side lane pressure, so you get Mad Lions to respond with multiple members, and once they do that, you try and opt in for this mid lane. You want to be able to push Rika as far as back as possible on the map, while also enabling Perks and Selfmade on the Diana Yasuo for potential counter jungling, without having to worry about the safety of a mid lane turret for Mad Lions.
Yeah. Something to work away at, something to chip away at as Carsey now pushes in the mid lane. But the second tower of the game going to Vitality. Mad still towerless. Hard to get pressure, hard to get control here when, as you highlighted, they're weaker on the sides. And Perks is only going to get stronger when he hits that 2-item power spike. Hullbreaker, of course, making it very easy for Alfari in the respective 1v1. Although Stridebreaker makes things a little bit easier for Arma. Rocket Belt, the extra movement speed for Selfmade, not quite enough to get him into range and to kick things off with the combo. Arma has to be careful here. That said, second Herald started, has been warded out, but the control ward will stop any further vision from coming through. Mad Lions, they've got Mega Gnar for just a brief moment. If they want to go, they have to go now, but instead it looks like they're just going to have to concede this one.
Intel is being given.
Knockback, support out of the fight, isolated. Reeker off to the side, chain CC onto the Reckoning, knocked into the wall, but they don't really have a lot of follow-up damage. He's waiting, does he have the ultimate? No, he doesn't. Going over the wall, gold card comes out, but the wind wall from Perks. Hero play to keep his top laner alive, but it will cost him the 80 carry as Carsey is collapsed on. Again, the CC coming out left and right. Labrov getting cut down. He cannot escape. Mad Lions on the hunt. They have picked apart Vitality, and they are tearing them to pieces. Selfmade cannot even fire back with enough damage to find a kill in return. Alfari ulting. He has enough Fury to get some health back, but there's just too much CC. He can't push a button, Goldberg.
And Vitality in the mid-game once again. They fall short here. It's just around the Herald. Mad Lions, Bread and Butter. They finally find a team fight, making you a little bit nostalgic of old Mad Lions with the way that is piloted. And it comes from Elyoya's engage on the Poppy, catching out Alfari. Intel being given over by Rika initially, knowing Alfari is just waiting across the bush here. And then it's the CC chain. It's the Poppy into the wall, into the Renekton, into all the damage. And you feel like he's going down. But as you mentioned yourself while it was happening, great win wall from the side of Perks. But then once again, the man from Mad Lions himself, Elyoya, flashes forward, catches Carsey, while Carsey has the flash. He has the ultimate as well, but just not quick enough reactions to actually deal with it. The rest of the members from Vitality are so scattered that when Selfmade finally goes in from the Diana with the ultimate, Perks is not nearby to actually capitalize in it with the combo. And just like that, shutdowns going over to Mad Lions. 3 kills now sitting on Unforgiven, and 2 items on the Jinx compared to Carsey that's only finished up the Muramana.
And I think this has been the question for so long, is that we know Elyoya can set players up. When he's given a champion like Diana, he can carry. But when the Diana fell away, who is going to rise up and be that carry? In this game, Reeker's been playing well, but everyone feels like they're setting up Unforgiven. Already having a Lord Dominix against so many bruisery champions on the enemy team this early in the game is fantastic for Unforgiven and for the Mad Lions. That said, Gold, only 800 in their favor. Still have to be careful, still have to play this one pretty well. And the stakes, remember, for Vitality, they win, they're in. They get 2 more chances to do it. Mad, they have to win every single game this week. Vitality, though, is their hardest opposition. So winning here very much means hope is alive. That said, they do also need other teams to lose out, so it is not completely in their hands. But the start to a Mad Lions miracle run has to be with a win over Vitality right now.
Yeah, that's just going to give you the momentum. You take away the hardest team of the hurdle there, you're going up against Astralis BDS. I mean, that's super winnable, let's be real. And for the side of Mad Lions, you know, we were talking about Unforgiven. The first few weeks, he looked really good. He looked really clean. Potential rookie of the splits if we just honed in on that in itself with a finicky champion pool. And then it started to slow down a little bit. I think part of that as well was due to the fact that Mad Lions, they started making drafts a little bit difficult for themselves as well. They gave themselves very slim windows, a very little potential for playmaking, and especially lacking a scaling aspect. This time around, you have that scaling aspect. You have the peel for Unforgiven as well. And now, Rika...
Gold card, rapid fire cannons there as well. Easy setup, but immediately denied there by the Windwall for now. Instead, Labrov is going to be the focus here. No third Q stacked up quite yet. A bit of a slower fight. Again, Mad Lions want to lock down and isolate a single member. They don't really have enough damage right yet to win an entire team fight straight up. Jinx, of course, gets a lot of time to auto-attack, but that's going to be the ultimate, but it stops, but the feathers have come out. They can get pulled back here immediately to try to get a little bit more CC. How far trying to lock up Armut. Perk's now going into the middle. He's going to find two, and now Unforgiven's in trouble. He's leaping right back out. He knows when he's overstayed his welcome. He's got the Tornado. He's got the Windwall. It's clean play from Perks, but it's just not enough. Unforgiven with the double kill. Mad Lions in control on the top side of the map. Rocket going in, but it's not going to do anything.
What an absolute hero. As soon as Selfmade dashed in, Perks was stunned up against the wall there. So Mad Lions, that could have been a disastrous team fight for them, but they managed to fight it out. And let's have a look at it once again in the replay, because they are over-chasing. They are grouped up. Selfmade, he's not on Vision. If he can get into the backline here, it's perfect. But it's from Elyoya once again. Knocks Perks into the wall immediately. Selfmade forced to stopwatch up. And just like that, they get an incredible engage with Kai'Sa on the Alistar. They get to kite out Perks with a great flash from Unforgiven. And despite a great wind wall from Perks, he's just not able to fight it out. And Mad Lions, once again, they come out on top in a team fight.
It's massive. They went from about a 2K gold deficit now to almost 1.5K ahead in their favor. They tied up the towers. They're going to be ahead in Drakes after this play as well. They are firmly in control of this game. Elyoya 4, 1, and 7. Part of every single kill. Kaiser as well. This is the jungle support duo we knew Mad Lions had. We knew that they could play this well, but now they are finally showing up when it matters most. Paired alongside the success of Armut, Reeker, and Unforgiven. It's been a good game so far, but they have to stay vigilant. Seen a lot of mid-game fumbles, honestly, from both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, especially from Vitality, right? As we already mentioned, like, we talk about this team getting ready for best of fives. We want to see more from them in a best of one, and games like this is the exact reason why. Because some of the throws came out from, you know, a 3 versus 4 situation you just bluntly shouldn't have opted in for. And it does become difficult with this team because they have the individuals for it. That's why they're going for these plays. But sometimes you need to take a step back and just relax. But Mad Lions, once again with Rika, they're looking.
They just rinse and repeat. There's so much CC. The Windwall will not stop the Everfrost. Selfmade goes into the wall. Maybe they can try and turn it, but it's the front line. They just cannot kill the front line. How far trying to disrupt the back line, but he's immediately exhausted. Gale Force back out to safety. Vitality are getting picked to pieces. They're out of cooldowns. Karzi's now in trouble. One more headbutt. Pulverize into the Gnar. Selfmade trying to make a hero play on the backside, but he's just going to get chipped away at. Vitality again and again in these exchanges. It seems like they may have found an opportunity, but every time Mad Lions managed to make it work. TP now coming in. Elyoya pushing the back. Reeker going golden just in time. Elyoya stepping out, perfectly spacing away from the Yasuo. And Perks just can't get anything done. The Windwall falling away means he is the dead man walking. There is nothing he can do here, and Mad Lions are dominating these fights.
Mad Lions, where have you been all season? This is beautiful team fighting we're seeing from them, and it's coming out beautifully with the intricacies of how the comp is supposed to function. Elyoya is a madman on this puppy. Even Narmut, despite the weak early laning phase, is starting to show up in the team fights. And Unforgiven and Rika, once again, the 2 rookies that came in to the team this split, is showing up. Rika is the one facilitating it. We talked about it quite often. We've been so used to trying to see teams facilitate him, try and help him in. But he's the one who pops the Destiny Gate, looks for the play initially, and the rest of Mad Lions, they follow up. Unforgiven, attacked in the backline by Alfari, kites it out with the Gale Force, and then the rest of Vitality, they're just getting scattered across each other. There's no cohesiveness. It's just getting picked apart by Mad Lions, who's dissecting them in this team fight.
And I love it.
It's great.
I love it, Goldberg, because Reeker has a straight. He goes in every time his ulti's off cooldown. He throws down a gold card. He does whatever he needs to do to come out on top. Unforgiven, you auto attack people. That's your job. For Armut, Elyoya, Kaiser, they get to flex those team fighting skills they spent all of last year building. Every single time they disrupt the Vitality Wombo combo. We saw it on the top side fight where they interrupted so the Yasuo could not follow up on the Diana. We know what they want to do. Diana ult, into Yasuo ult, into all of the lethality Xayah feathers coming through and instantly obliterating Mad Lions, but they have not gotten to do it a single time.
Let's be real, if one team was going to know how to counter Diana and Yasuo, it probably would be Mad Lions from how much they played the combo in the beginning, although they started being a little unsuccessful on it. But either way, you know, every time I see Reeker just pop that ultimate, I get a little bit of a chill. It's like, okay, it starts slowing down. Is he going to pop it? Is he going to look for a pick somewhere? Because so far, every time I've seen the Destiny Gate, Vitality has just backed off. They know what's coming. And Mad Lions, they're playing as a team.
They are. Good to watch. It's like they set themselves up for success. Clear win conditions, clear things that they want to do. Vitality will look for more opportunities to come back in this game, but it is difficult. Unforgiven caught out here, but the exhaust comes in clutch. The knockback. Are they going to use it, or are they just going to go for the kill on a self-made instead? Just lets the ulti fade away. They're going to take him down, and again, you get caught out as a single member. I thought it was Mad who had to be worried about getting caught out against Yasuo. No. The amount of CC on this team means you don't get to play League of Legends. You thought Morgana binding was long. You have not played against Poppy, Alistar, Meganar, TF.
It's really just a CC train, and you know what's really concerning is the lack of Mercury treads we're seeing on Vitality right now. We're seeing one, and it's on Laprob. And it just goes to show that Vitality, they really did not expect the amount of CC they're going to be facing when they were playing up against Mad Lions. 27 minutes into the game, Mad Lions break open the first lane by taking the top lane inhibitor. And yeah, Selfmade was the one going for that. Unforgiven had the exhaust ready. You could even see Elyoya started charging up the ultimate only to realize, wait. He's the one that's inting. Let me just not throw him away and let's just get the kill.
Such a hectic game. 21 seconds left on the Baron means we will have a brief respite before any other crazy fights come out. It's not going to be Mountain Soul, so no real reason for Vitality to rush this one. But it's going to be hard because Vitality don't have amazing wave clear. They have the wind wall to buy a few seconds if Mad Lions Siege comes through, but with a melee mid laner, melee top laner, melee jungler, only really the Xayah can safely and reliably wave clear, which is going to make sieging in the future. Another Baron going over to Mad Lions feel like a death sentence, short of, again, the ever-possible perfect wombo combo for Vitality. But as Mad Lions have denied it every single time, outside of one or two picks in the early game, there's just no reason to believe that they're going to get that opportunity.
Exactly, because remember they picks they got in the early game as well. That wasn't a full-blown team fight. That was like single members. They were able to catch off guard. Elyoya in the jungle and Raptors getting perks ahead. And then when you have to play into the composition 5 versus 5, it's just not going to work out as well. You see the amount of disengage we're getting, and beautiful 3 members getting knocked away.
Isolation. Elyoya tanking the tower though. Very tanky again. Got the crit damage reduction coming in from the Randuins. Mad Lions breaking. Another lane open. Luckily for the side of Vitality, top lane very far pushed out. Yes, the supers are going to push it back, but it means that Vitality can feel free to group in this lane and prepare for a team fight. Carzzy getting poked away. Mad Lions slowly but surely pressing in, not getting over eager. That's going to be the key.
Remember the flashes. Selfmade's flash is going to be crucial in stepping in, but even look at Unforgiven. He's so far behind. He knows exactly what Vitality's win condition is right now. So all Mad Lion has to do here is just not get over aggressive.
Meganar coming out just in time should give them enough space to walk forward and take this inhibitor. When it falls away, Vitality have a clear window to try to force an engage, a clear window where a little bit of the CC from Mad Lions is gone, but Mad grab the inhibitor. They're not going to stick around for anything else. And with bot inhibitor down for the next Baron spawn, for the next Dragon spawn as well, things are going to be very, very difficult. Next to impossible, honestly, for the side of Vitality. But as you highlighted at the start of the game, we've seen crazy Vitality comebacks. We've seen sloppy games turn into Vitality wins. And so with this composition, you're always holding on to that little sliver of, you know, Vitality hope, let's call it, that they could turn this one back in their favor and lock playoffs in this game.
Yeah, we've seen Misfits versus G2 as well. I mean, there's so many small instances you can bring out in terms of when you finally throw the games away. But what I kind of want to bring into the conversation is that normally I'd say, okay, it's about coming in from a flank. It's about staying out of vision and then getting access to the backline. Problem is, Reeker on the Twisted Fate is so good to just use that ultimate as well to just get intel. Like, if you don't see members, just pop the Destiny and Gate. You barely need to use it now to get side lane pressure because you have supers in top, you have supers in bot. Like, this game right now is currently Mad Lions' games to lose. It would require a mistake, because as we've already seen in a 5v5 setting, the disengage from Mad Lions is just too good. Vitality is having such a struggle team fighting into it. Enrique, there he goes again.
Gold card comes out, but it's a little bit too late, or rather, Wind Wall comes out, but that's going to be the lockup on Unforgiven onto the backside. He has every cooldown, no demand, but it's not enough. The Gale Force, the flash, but the Tornado will finish it. That's a shutdown. That's big for Vitality. Carzzy, a lot of space to work with. Reeker over the wall with the gold card. They're going to lock him up. Arma, the ulti, where's he going to go? Knocking away, looking to disengage. He's going to come in. He's going to go in for the kill. He's going to take down Carzzy. Mad Lions are simply too far ahead. Vitality thought they had found an opportunity, maybe the healing from Alfari, but no, again, the CC train is here, and it's running all the way to the station. Arma on a rampage. Mad Lions dominate again.
Even without Unforgiven in the fight, even with that beautiful pickup from Vitality, that would have been their best case scenarios. They're just not able to fulfill the team fight. It's absolutely insane how far ahead Mad Lions is currently. And now they have to deal with super minions at their base. At the same time, Mad Lions is just starting up the Baron. They don't need their hyper carry for this one.
Goldberg, I thought that was it. I thought that was the window, but that proverbial window of opportunity has most certainly closed. This Baron should be the death of Vitality. It should be one more day in the LEC with hopes alive for the side of Mad Lions. This is big. Again, remember, take a look at the standings. Team Vitality, we feel like they're already in. We feel like playoffs is already locked coming into this week. SK make an upset. Mad Lions make an upset. And if that just keeps coming through, if these upsets keep happening, suddenly the race is alive and well.
And let's have a look at it again, because for once, it's a great pickup. Have a look at Labrov. There's a pink ward just spotting out Unforgiven so he can flash over while the rest of Mad Lions is looking for the engage. But even with Unforgiven going down in this instance, the rest of them are just getting out-team fought. 2 versus 4, realistically speaking, with Ahmed on Dinar, who's finally showing up in the team fight. Just flashing onto Carzzy. Once again, dies with flash, but he's just not expecting Ahmed to go forward from his former teammate there. Little bit of revenge coming through, and Alfari, I mean, he's left alone. Ahmed comes through with a great Q, so even the slice and dice is not enough to take Ahmed down.
And you can see how a single miscalculation from the side of Vitality cost him so much. Perks flashes forward, gets the 3rd Q from Yasuo to finish that kill on Unforgiven. It looks good. Kaiser and Elio go on him. I think, hey, he's got a lot of life still. Maybe he's going to live. No. Ignite comes down. Infinite CC comes down.
Perks not quite far.
Oh, Perks locked up. Gold card comes out, but again, the Everfrost does not really care about that wind wall. Perks getting slowly chipped away at. There's another gold card, and he cannot play the game. It just keeps happening over and over again, but there's the combo. Maybe now Xayah coming in, big damage coming back from the lethality, but not nearly enough to get anything done. Mad Lions, again, they are just beating them down with their wallets. Vitality find brief moments where they can get it right, but it is not enough. It has not been enough throughout this entire game, and Mad Lions will make the upset happen. They will take down Vitality, and they will keep their playoff hopes alive for another day.
Completely different Mad Lions we're seeing today from last week. Last week they tried to be so creative. So many tough playmaking scenarios was pushed upon them, making the Aatrox work, making the Ryze work in the early game as well. But this time around, they just have a scaling peel composition, play for Unforgiven. We set it up today, Drakus. Who's going to be that secondary carry? Well, he's sitting on your screen right there. Unforgiven once again on the Jinx with an absolute madman. But I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just
Mad Lad performance.
Beautifully
he plays for Mad. He is the Mad Lad. Kia player of the game, and I always see on Twitter. Elyoya, Unforgiven, Kaiser. Vote for your favorite Mad Lad. I mean, fantastic game.
They're all great.
Really well controlled.
They're all great.
And I've gotten so used to seeing those Yasuo dynamic compositions just come back like that it's refreshing to see Mad Lions close out with that much confidence. That said, the Mad Lions, they live another day as they secure this must-win over Vitality. After the break, we're going to hear from Elyoya on this victory. But first, let's listen to Excel's thoughts on this Super Week as they are looking for their first ever playoffs. They had the early game, they threw it all away, and when you give G2 a lead, they do not back down. Excel, for the 6th split in a row, will be denied playoffs.
Missing playoffs felt really bad for me every time, because I think every split we were also really close. Maybe 7 wins, or I think we had even 8 wins one split, and we still didn't make it. when it happens so often, just like makes you doubt yourself a little bit. Like if you're still good enough, or for me, I'm 21. I've been playing in LEC since I was 17, so I'm not always sure if I'm still good or if I'm getting too old. But if you make it this time finally, I think I'll just be really hyped up about it and happy that I'm still really good.
And thus they can stop Vitality from returning to their base. Finn, he can't even take down the second tower, but he will take down the Wukong. Now they're all leaping in Finn. What can he do? Finn taking down Selfmade! The GG Excel find their first win.
I think in the Super Week, it's very important for us to win some games. For me, some are more important than others. For example, the G2 game. And then we also play Fnatic and SK. I think the one against SK is quite important. They're like similar to us in the standings. But for me personally, I think the G2 one matters the most. So I'll for sure win that.
I think most importantly, we have to stop thinking about playoffs. I think if we just play our own game, we can beat any team right now. We just focus on what we can do, and it will happen for us.
3 years in the making, XL have fought and fought and fought, but they've never beaten Fnatic. Let XL say today, no one beats them 13 times in a row.
Making playoffs would be, of course, really big for me. I think everyone in this team, because it's never happened for Mark, and Finn had like a bad year. All of us in Excel, we weren't always like super successful. So I think making playoffs is just a big step forward, and I think can encourage us to realize that we're actually really, really good. I know it's not like super easy to support the team that never makes playoffs, but I will be really happy to make them proud a little bit.
They say it started like a wildfire. It's kind of funny that you had me written off dead. Now we're coming for the empire. So now you love me, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Go tell and watch me, keep your eyes on me. I caught you sleeping before, now I'm in your head. You can't close it, the doors are open. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave out right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can start it up. We can spark this right now.
I hear the roar of the wildfire. It makes me wanna aim higher. We have to take control. I'm always chasing the path I'm facing, ignites the fighter. Time to take what's yours. Stand and watch us, keep your eyes on us. Always leaving our mark, living in your head. Can't contain us, there's no escaping. Now you ain't seen nothing yet. They say it's starting like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave out right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark this right now.
We're just getting started. Fire in the blood, but we're still cold-hearted. Eyes on the prize, do what we gotta do to secure our rise. Like pioneers with no fear, never back down, this our frontier. Ash on the path, don't get too near. Blazing a trail, never adhere. Yeah, the road we chose is only built for the pros, and we can walk through the highs and the lows, lunges and throws. Got the crown, never letting it go. Royalty, you ain't getting the throne. Leaders of a new empire, clawed our way up from the muck and the mire. Nothing will take from us all these desires. We're at the summit, we're still going higher. We are the crucible, we are the fire.
Like a wildfire. I feel it spreading in a new wave out right now. Change the game, build an empire. If you're ready, we can spark it up. We can spark. They say it's starting like a wildfire.
Welcome back to the LEC as the Mad Lions break their losing streak and come with a clutch victory today against Vitality. And with this one, they stay in the race for playoffs. Now, Elioya, thank you so much for joining me today. Congrats on taking down Vitality. First question here, what was different today compared to the other weeks and what we've seen from Mad Lions so far?
I mean, I think today we went for an easier comp to execute, and also we were playing with no expectations. Like, I mean, I think no one expected much from us, so I think that helped a lot some of our players. And yeah, I would say that's the biggest difference.
All right, well, it was a huge difference in the whole game that you guys displayed and the playstyle you had. And I feel like the R5 Hoppy was one of the clutch pick here in Mad Lions composition, which led you to get the Kia player of the game today. So could you talk me through the decision to pick Poppy last pick in red side? And also, why don't we see more of this champion, especially given the pool in the jungle right now?
I mean, I think it's because most of the times you have to pick jungle early, and there is just better blind picks in the jungle rather than Poppy. But in this game, since we had 5 pick for jungle, and it was a good champ here, it just felt good. I mean, I didn't even play this champ too much. I think we only played it on 1 or 2 scrims, but it was just too free of a Poppy game to let it go.
Well, another example that just playing without pressure and without expectations maybe was the key here for Mad Lions today. But honestly, the past few weeks, we have to be honest, they have been hard to watch on the side of Mad Lions. And when I see the performance you had today and the way you took down Vitality, I'm just wondering what allowed you to keep your spirit up maybe for the past weeks and not to be too defeated by the results you had?
I mean, if I'm honest, I think this is mostly on the coaching stuff. Like, if I talk for myself, I was feeling pretty defeated after, let's say, the Fnatic game. I felt like when it was our chance to prove that we are worthy of playoffs, and we kind of threw it away twice because we had the Excel game and Fnatic game. And in both games, I think we were in a really good spot of winning, and we didn't. So I felt a bit defeated after that, and yeah, it was hard for me since I really didn't feel like we deserved to go playoffs since we threw all of our chances. Like, it's not that much in our hands. If other teams won, then we are not here. So it feels really bad to have that feeling. So, and it mostly comes from the coaching staff, that they are always encouraging us that there is a chance, that we have to stick to it, and that we have to give it our best every day. So that's something that is on them.
All right.
I've got to say, this time I was weak, and weak or whatever, I felt really defeated, and yeah. But I mean, thanks to them, I could just hope.
I wouldn't call it being weak. I'm just calling it learning, maybe, and getting more experience as a player. And once again, props to the Mad Lions coaching staff to put you in the best conditions. Would you say that you have more hopes now in the rest of the Super Week, given the fact that you'll be playing Astralis and BDS for the last 2 games, 2 teams who have nothing to lose, not in playoffs contention anymore? What's the mindset for the next 2 days?
I mean, I think we're going to come even way more happier, since I think today's game was a really good game. We proved that we can be worthy of way more that we were showing previous weeks. So I'm feeling way more confident coming into these 2 days, and it's back in our hands more or less. Like, we did the harder thing. Now I think we still have to beat 2 really good teams, so it's still on us. We have to win. There is no other option.
Well, I'm just happy to hear all this, and that this win was the moral boost you guys needed. Elioya, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck on the rest of Super Week.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to stay on this side of the studio because Vidius has a bedtime story for us. Time for Mickey's revenge. Take it away, Vidius.
There once was a boy kept locked in a cage, full of potential, yet empty of rage. He simply kept a list, 5 names met the page. He unclenched his fist, he must first set the stage. To cross off the names, he needed a clean sheet. Fortunately for him, there was an Excel spreadsheet. First on the list was just a fanatic, addicted to the classic, his consistency sporadic. With a snap and a snip, he thought, my opponents are doomed. But to his surprise, he was no longer immune. The next names on the list, known for their drafts. From the boys' perspective, they were nothing but laughs. The name felt confident as they hit the rift, but the quickness crossed that name off the list. With 2 down, the third made chase. He spoke with confidence, a smug look on his face. Battle brothers from bot, now enemies once more. A dying spark was his smugness when his face met the floor. Now only 2 on the list remain, a juvenile prankster and a megaphone for a brain. They can run, they can fight, but the boy will come. Mickey is his name, and his list will be done.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was amazing.
That was insane.
Wow. Great stuff by by Verius. Oh, this is great. And what a fantastic storyline. Mickey versus his ex-team. And what is even more important, maybe, is the fact that XL can still lock playoffs with a win versus G2. They didn't lock earlier because SK was able to beat Rogue. So, I mean, the stage is set a little bit for Mickey.
Oh, it definitely is, especially if he gets the win against G2, because then it feels even sweeter. Yes, you're not knocking G2 out, but that is all 4 players in grabs taken out. And then they make it.
Very, very impressive. All right, let's talk a bit about the matchup. G2 versus XL and about the top lane, Broken Blade versus Finn. Niski, Finn is someone who had a bit of a rough year last year, I think it's safe to say. And he pulled out the Kled. But is there more to him than just his Kled pocket pick?
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching Finn a lot, actually. And I feel like he's been doing pretty good this year. I mean, this split, especially with XL. And for me, where the focus is on in this matchup is going to be in the mid lane. I just want to see how both mid laners perform, because I think if Caps just plays one of his Smurf games, or like where he plays really well, I think G2 will take it, but I think it's up to mid lane, yeah.
Definitely a question.
Will we get claps or craps is a very good question, because that'll impact the rest of the map. And we saw Finn just going back to a counter-picking top with the Kled. When I feel like when he gets counter-pick, he does well. I mean, I'll kind of ignore the Aurelia game so much when he plays into Jace and stuff like this, because he did struggle. But things like the Malphite, he has got quite a deep champion pool if you think about it, in terms of tanks, in terms of different kind of carries which teams don't see. And that's just another example of a champion which maybe Mad Lions haven't seen for a while and they kind of forgot about as an Aatrox counter. It came out, it worked. I think we've got 2 very explosive top laners on our hands, and I think Broken Blade has played so many different carries this split. Aatrox, Corki, Akshan, Akali, Yone top, Graves, Jace, Gwen, Tryndamere being meta. Both these top laners love counter picks and carries.
I mean, I gotta say, when I look at and I hear about the meta and stuff like that, and we're like, oh, it's stale or whatever, but then these guys come, and it's like, these are great assets to have on your team, right, Niski?
Yeah, I mean, I think having like a player like one of those 2 is like really good, because you can always counter them to go on 4-5, and even if they get banned out, then they can just pick one of their like 10-15 champions. So
yeah, and you can see how well it's facilitated by their drafts, right? You just look at G2's last 3 games of drafts. You've got a safe bot lane, you've got a roaming support, you've got again a roaming support. We saw the Leona from Treats earlier today, and then 3 carry top champions. So it's very obvious where they're playing towards. You give Caps a champion that either he can pressure lane with, or he can roam in the early stages with, like Sylas, Ahri, Ryze on champions are going to carry later on. They're here to make plays happen in the early to mid game, right, Niski? So they want to move around the map.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see if Caps can just pick TF today. If it's not banned, I'd like to see him on it. And then if not, Ryze, LeBlanc, Syndra, one of those, I think, will help them for sure.
Yeah, I think it really shows what you just said about if Caps goes monster, then it's, you know, almost certainly a win. And you do see it, I think, reflected in the pick specifically. Going for the Ahri, such a playmaker. Going for the Sylas, on which he's had so much success throughout the years. Does it feel like that's what G2 needs right now?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's what's working, kind of. I mean, let's look at the Misfits game. And yes, we can laugh about their game throwing leads and things like this, and the 12k, 13k, 14k gold lead. But that early game was phenomenal against Misfits. They had 2 inhibs at 18 minutes. That just goes to show how good they are at snowballing.
And we're going to cover the picks and bans right here on the desk. G2 versus XL coming right up. A game for all the marbles.
All the marbles.
Are you nervous?
Oh, no, not at all. This is kind of funny to me, actually. I just love being on the sidelines this time around, of course, similar to last year. But XL on the red side, we talked about top lane a little bit there. It does give them counter pick. Normally on red side, we tend to see counter picks for more so top and support, and then kind of AD, mid, and support, and jungler mostly blind picked.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see first like what happens with TF, because I believe if it's open, I'm assuming Caps will pick it. And yeah.
Do you think the trade-off of giving them TF and picking Ryze is worth it?
I don't think it's worth it. I think when TF is in the game, like you need to play the game so much differently than if it was any other mid laner.
So even if you can push him in and you can kind of maybe match him on roams, TF is just way too powerful. I mean, early game is powerful. Having the ult up is always scary. Mid to late game, you can play over sides.
Yeah, and then like you need to go QSS or clans, and then you need to make sure to play really well in mid game, because if you make a mistake, he just ults and kills someone. So
yeah,
I want to see if they pick it or not, and if it's open.
Well, the good news is there's 480 carries banned, so we're not going to get a Jinx versus Aphelios game as we normally do when these champions are not banned. So maybe there's going to be some kind of Jhin picks on the early stages. Ezreal Karma comes to mind, Xayah Rakan, but TF's open Niski. Is it an insta-lock for Caps?
I hope he picks it. I mean, he's like one of the best TFs, I believe, in Europe, so I really hope he picks it here.
Looks like they're going to go. Oh, I wonder if G2's been scrimming Vitality when they locked that in. I mean, Vitality did the same thing. Insta-lock Diana, go Renekton, Yasuo on 2-3. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing, but things like Lee Sin are up with the Hecarim, Sin Zhao bans, Viego, Jarvan. I think maybe Finn's just teasing us a bit there with the Aatrox blind pick hover, because obviously last time that happened, he picked Kled into it. I don't think he'll be doing the same thing this time around. What are we expecting here? Maybe AD in jungle?
I think jungle AD or maybe jungle support. I'm not... Okay, Ryze.
Okay, so early rotation Ryze.
I mean, he could still go Yasuo mid, and it's pretty good into Ryze. So
okay,
I'm surprised actually.
Even into the tank Ryze build, you think it works pretty well?
I think it was pretty well. Yeah, he will still die to the combo.
And if you were Caps right now, would you be comfortable playing something like TF Diana just to get that pick?
I mean, I think it depends on the rest of the draft and of how they think, like how OP TF is for them. I believe usually when I play TF, I don't really like to play it with the AP jungler, because then enemy just goes mercs and you don't really enjoy it as much.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got Ryze Jarvan coming out. Not going to go for the Lee Sin for Marcoon. So they know the enemy jungle matchup, but normally when you pick Jarvan, you're kind of scared of things like Thresh. Some kind of Thresh lane Lantern, maybe like an Ezreal Karma could hurt them a bit. We'll see if G2 decides to go for the Renekton Yasuo, because then they're also blinding top. So maybe, do you think when jungle's first picked and mid jungle's 1-2'd on red side, it's full top side for both teams?
Depending on ball lane, I think, because you can always just drop mid top or just pick one of them and then see with mid, because right now Caps has a lot of options. You can play mages like Orianna, Syndra, whatever, or he can also play the Yasuo side.
So they've gone for the Jhin, makes sense with 4 AD bans. Maybe Patrick fancies himself something like the Xayah, which we've seen him on previously. And I guess mobility is the aim of the game here, I feel like, because Jin's locked in great, but against Jarvan, maybe it needs a Thresh. But again, maybe Curtain Call is enough range to just play further away from... We're going to get Caps Azir. So talk to me about this mid matchup.
Okay, I mean, I don't really know how it goes right now, but at least in the past, it used to be that Ryze can push our levels, but then around 4 or 5-ish, Azir starts to have enough damage to push the Ryze out of the lane. It works kind of like Orianna, but a bit slower in my opinion.
Okay, so scaling kind of mage.
Also, I think he opted into the Azir because he's against a Jarvan, so he wants a mid with a dash.
Minor thing I want to pick your brain on here. Is minion dematerializer important this lane at all? For push, is Ryze going to go for it to get an early push? Maybe Azir to match it?
No, I don't think so.
I'm not going to see that.
No.
So we're going to get Gwen locked in for XL. That's going to be a top laner. So it's kind of full top side for XL, just AD picked up. I feel like with top bans here, XL sitting pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I like XL draft more than G2 one for now.
Yeah, G2 is a bit confusing, don't you think? Because, you know, when you pick Diana first, you want to go double AD solo laners. Now you've already shown an Azir, and now your top laners are getting banned away. Because to me, Diana feels like a heavy topside champion.
Yeah, I completely agree. Also, like, usually when I play Azir, I don't really like to have like another AP on my team, because then it makes it so much easier for enemy to buy magic resist, and then you need to go void, and it delays your power sparks. So
yeah,
but let's see what G2 will go for top.
Smart by XL to ban away 2 AD tops, of course. That leaves things like Renekton, Camille, Akshan maybe for Broken Blade, which we've seen previously. Something more mobile will always be good because you're against Jarvan Ryze, so the second you get jumped on, it's going to be very dangerous. Will G2 ban away something like Xayah here just to target 2 ADs? I know Patrick is a bit of a Draven player, but into Jhin it could struggle.
Rakan.
Okay, so expecting AD here?
I don't know what ADs even left here, actually.
I mean, you could go for things like Kai'Sa, Nautilus on 5. Yeah, that would make sense with your dive. Varus was a champion we saw in the early weeks of the LCK especially. Halo Blades, still lethality Varus was picked often, but then it just kind of fell out of the meta quite quickly when Aphelios Jinx were the priors.
Now, I like poke Varus this game because he's against 3 squishes already. And it's pretty good into Azir.
Are you kind of scared of maybe the Diana jumping on the Varus, or are you just going to play so long range that doesn't matter?
No, I think you just play max range with your Qs and it should be...
So both ADs doing a similar sort of thing in this game, I feel like, playing max range. Is Thresh worth picking up here is the question, into the Jarvan?
I don't think Thresh looks that good this game.
Akshan.
I feel like they want like a follow-up when Diana goes in, rather than...
That makes sense.
Like a Thresh. Maybe like a Leona or Nautilus, something like that.
We'll see what they blind pick, because that's an Akshan top for Broken Blade. That's a lot of resources needed so he can keep up the push, because I feel like as Akshan, having top push is so important, because then you can kind of roam around the map a bit, maybe move towards mid in the stealth form. No way.
I don't think we're going to be seeing a Sylas, but
no way. G2's draft is so odd to me. I feel like with such a strong carry top, you have. It feels like you have a scaling mid, Tamkench bot.
I mean, I like XL draft way more than G2's.
I feel like Braum could be pretty good here for XL into the lane. Maybe even a range support like Karma could do pretty well. You know, Varus Karma, Varus Soraka, something like this range support to punish the Tamkench lane. Keep your bot push up and then try to punish the top side of the map.
Also, I feel like Ryze is pretty free this game to do whatever he wants, I feel like. Like, he can push without... Even if he gets ganked, he can really die to Diana, for example. Also, with paired with a Jarvan, it's really good.
Oh, we're gonna get Varus Yuumi. Oh my god. So, I don't think this is so much for the Varus, this is for the Gwen. This is definitely for the Gwen. Gwen Yuumi is gonna take over fights, Ryze Yuumi similarly. So, talk to me about the comps a little bit here, Niski, because I feel like we're talking about XL's comp being so strong because it feels like their lanes, their champs are just stronger overall. What is really G2's play here?
I think they just have to focus top lane, because I feel like if Gwen is even or has like 2 items, and the game is not like lost for XL, I believe they will just win with the Gwen Yuumi combo, because left comp cannot do much into Gwen.
Yeah, and the Diana doesn't have much to dive with her. I mean, you've got the Caps who could go in with stopwatch with an ult maybe to follow up, but the Jin's playing max range, the Tamkench is there for safety, and Akshan is kind of like a wild card in their draft.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about G2 comp, so I'm going XL for this one.
It looks hard to play, I gotta say.
It does look quite difficult. We'll see if G2 can pull it off, but XL's comp does look a lot more stock standard meta.
And maybe that's what they want. You want to be comfortable, Kato, going into this game.
Definitely do.
For XL, they want to lock in those playoffs. A win over G2 would do it. G2, of course, also still wants to drive up in the rankings. You know, you want to have the best position going into those playoffs to make sure that you can do the best you can. We get some interesting drafts, but we'll see what happens in XL versus G2.
Welcome, everybody, to what very well could be the most important match of the weekend. G2 versus XL. Now, if XL win here, they're in playoffs. Woo. Hi, still Dracos, Goldberg. That's one of our crew. He just walked by the camera. He didn't know it was on. Happens to everybody. We're getting into game. The Desk talked about it a lot. Niski called it out specifically. 2 items, anywhere near an even game state. Gwen Yuumi kills everybody. That's it. That's something we're going to have to keep track of. But when it comes to the early game, we need to pick where we want to put our focus. G2 going to make it easier for us now, though, as they are invading on the top side. But generally, I feel like Jarvan is someone I always want to watch when he's in game, because Cadrill's called it out a lot of times. I think generally, if you're a 0-0 Jarvan, you're doing it wrong.
Exactly.
You don't farm, you fight.
It's like the first 2 clears is the most pivotal clears from Jarvan. It's where you want to get something done. You want to be facilitating. It's not going to be, oh, I saw the enemy jungler gank, so let me just counter gank, or counter jungle myself rather. It's going to be about having the tracking down on Yanka, seeing what lanes you can attack. There's not the biggest setup in lanes, though. I think Nuke Dog is the best one to set up for if you flash EW. But even then, Caps, if he plays around with the correct amount of range, he will be fine in that instance. I want to talk about that early game we had here, because we see Yuumi getting picked into Tamkench, and for the longest time ever, Yuumi has been so free into that champion. Like, it's literally just free auto attacks, free scaling. You get to become that menace on just a little parasite you have on top of the other members. Finn has started his ghost already.
Going in on Broken Blade here. Obviously, Skip and Slash is just a ludicrously powerful ability. They've nerfed it multiple times now, but still very, very oppressive on the level 1. Broken Blade gets some damage back, but overall, massively positive trade for Finn. Flash traded for Ghost, also super in favor of the Gwen.
And that brings us to our next matchup as well, because this is a lane where Akshan actually take control of the wave. You're AD, you get to be the one who's actually hitting them, because if Gwen steps up, well, she's just going to be taking multiple shots to her face. So Finn getting the flash blowed like that in the early game is actually quite crucial. It's really worth popping the Ghost. It's a longer cooldown on flash. You get to have Ghost up again to punish if Broken Blade ever oversteps. And Broken Blade want to be forward in this lane as well, because he's one of the few winning lanes we actually have here. In the mid lane, Caps opted for Comet on the SC as well, and that's something that gives you some extra poking for the lane. But now no flash on Broken Blade, and Marcoon is around the area.
Recalling now. Can just TP back to lane if he wants to, but Cannon Wave there makes it pretty easy for Broken Blade to pull that one off.
Smart one. He dodges the vision by going for the Flak and Drac here, and Caps is going to be trying to push this one in. Remember, we talked about the EW flash to root him up here. Let's see if Caps actually oversteps his welcome.
Just uses Soldier. Key opportunity to go in there, but great patience from Caps there. Flashes first and then shifts out. Is going to make it away. And again, this is big because while Marcoon has been spending so much time on the map, moving to top side looking for a gank, moving to mid looking for a gank, Jankos has just been farming. He's now got a 2-camp lead and will now move up to Scuttle Crab. Yes, Jarvan can get one back, but we've seen what happens when Diana builds up these big CS leads. She can become very powerful very early in the game.
It's the two different stylistics of the champions as well, because Diana has some of the fastest clear in the entire game. She can full clear 3 minutes, 350, something like that, still be ready for Scuttle to spawn when it finally arrives. So Marcoon, yes, he is losing out in that department in terms of tempo to the enemy jungler, but you kind of have to go for plays like this, as we already talked about on the Jarvan. It's about getting your laners ahead like that, but Caps, he played around it beautifully, as already talked about. You have the range to just flash away from the E when W, when Nuke Dog flashes forward, and then the E for yourself on Caps, just to dash away when the Jarvan finally came in. It's a 2-for-1 special with the flashes.
Certainly, looks good. And we see here on the bottom side, as expected, pretty free lane, pretty tame early lane, short of a jungler showing up here. I think we can expect this to continue, at least until level 6, when Varus ult becomes up and available alongside Yuumi ult. Obviously, a lot of potential CC there, especially if Flacket oversteps. He is cleanseless in this lane, which I think is a fine choice. Having the heal is obviously good, but will make things difficult at level 6.
But I do also want to hone in on the fact from the XL draft that Jarvan is literally the only one who's going to be trying to get something done in the early game. The scaling aspect of how these two compositions functions with each other are just benefiting XL. As the death score you talked about, when with Yuumi, it's so oppressive playing against. And the fact that Patrick can just scale up for free with what I assume will be the Fallated Varus as well once he's gone for that Hail of Blades, it's going to be very difficult to play with, because in a straight-up team fight where Diana is dashing in, Finn is going to be so huge. There's going to be Spell Vamp, Omni Vamp, whatever you want to call it. There's going to be a Yuumi. Nuke Dog's going to be able to kite back on the Rise as well. And the member who's playing with the long range and Flacket and Caps, I mean, they're going to be fighting that range battle with Patrick on the Varus.
Yeah, and it's certainly not as simple as we saw from the Mad Lions comp. They don't have the Poppy and the Alistar. They have the Tahm Kench and the Eat to save one member of their team, and they've got some awesome disengage in the form of the Emperor's Divide, but obviously going to be a little bit harder to execute than what we saw from the Mad Lions in the previous game, just given the lack of comparable tools. That said, we'll just keep track of it for now. Level 5 for both mid laners. It's level 6 coming through shortly. Marcoon already got a cat strapped to his back.
It's how you roam as Yuumi. You don't walk out alone. You walk around on your jungler instead.
Jankos here on the bottom side, very important. Targamas could have been in trouble there.
And actually, another thing as well, like if you take a look at the top lane differential.
Okay, wait, hold on. I want to call that out.
Now.
Yeah, I gotta call this out. Yuumi just said, I'm an independent cat, and that is a lie. I just want to be clear, whoever wrote that voice line, Jared, if you're listening, he's on the narrative team. That line is a lie. She literally has to mount herself to someone.
Oh, you say that. She's quite independent right now.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what that gets.
Let's see how that works out.
Oh, okay, it works out fine for now. Yeah, there you go. Independent cat. Still going.
I'm watching.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm watching.
The thing is, Drakus, you can be independent, and it's still okay to rely on other at times. You don't have to fight the struggles of the world all alone.
I agree, Goldberg. Philosophically, I agree, but that's one codependent cat. That is what I will be clear.
Yeah, okay, you know what? That's fair. And you are right. That is for sure correct. But to bring it back to what my initial point was as well, it's the fact that Broken Blade hasn't gotten to be as oppressive as he would like. And now Finn is sitting at level 6. Broken Blade rather, is slow pushing a wave into Finn. This is a perfect spot for Finn at the moment.
Yeah, and I think we have to highlight this further as we see a lot of this back and forth trading. Finn playing with a lot of confidence in this lane. And one of the questions that the desk asked was, hey, is he going to be more than just a Kled pocket pick? And in this matchup, where he blind picks the Gwen, where the counter pick comes out from Broken Blade, him having that early ghost advantage, remember, that he built up with that positive trade, him being able to hold his own in this lane is a great sign for Excel moving forward and in this game, because we've seen so many players fall short against G2's seemingly endless supply of Broken Blade counter picks.
Yeah, 100%. The only problem for Finn right now is he's actually not facilitated by his team and vision. Marcoon is finally up here, but ideally, you would have loved to stop this wave right outside of the turret. You would have loved to just pop Ghost and one Broken Blade down with your ultimate. The problem for him was that you don't have any river vision whatsoever. As you can see, it's completely dark, and therefore you cannot allow yourself to go for the all-in. But Marcoon's still in the area. I wonder if he's going to hit 6 here. He's not. No wards from Broken Blade either. Marcoon obviously doesn't know that, but here we go.
How close is he to the 6? Flag and Drag can't come up. Broken Blade flashing out to safety. We'll just heroic swing his way out of that one. Marcoon already being spotted now. It's pretty easy for him to just walk right back up to this lane, especially with Finn having 0 mana, no Ghost available. At the end of the day, trade of Summoner spells. That ulti going wide on bot side is big. It's a key indicator that Tahm Kench can now go forward. Mickey X only level 5. Level 6 would be big for the Yuumi there. Potential to turn, but G2 bot lane holding on pretty well. Curtain Call coming out, I think, just to clear this wave, just to stop any potential dive that could come through.
But look at over the top side as well, because the members are actually cursing around this Rift Herald of the world for a moment. It actually got taken, yeah. So there we go. From the reset that came through from Finn, Jankos just decided to, all right, I'll sneak the Rift Herald, and despite Marcoon and Nukedog being in the area, they're just not able to punish on it.
And we're in such a very bizarre game state, Goldberg, because you look at Jarvan and you say he has to do something early, right? You look at Diana on the opposite side. You're
isolated,
like,
yes.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, well, we're gonna go through it. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm not gonna like just say something wrong and then make you agree with me. I promise.
Well, I would disagree.
I will do my best.
Yeah,
okay, that's
go
good.
on,
All right. Anyway,
PowerPoint, let's go.
Jankos power farming, very scary. But Gwen getting to 2 items in a 0-0 game, even more horrifying. So we're in this weird dichotomy where it's like, okay, Marcoon, yes, you need to do something. Yes, you are falling behind in the jungle. But is it gonna matter if he just does, if we go 0-0 all the way through and Finn comes online?
I honestly don't think it will matter. I think the Jarvan is great to balance out the early game just a little bit to create some pressure on the G2 laners, but let's be real, the only lane from G2 that was going to be super aggressive in the early game would be Broken Blade either way. And he's not really been allowed to do that. That's not so much because of Marcoon, that's actually just because of Finn's own capabilities up in that top lane.
That's a hole breaker around the corner for Broken Blade. Is going to make him an absolute annoyance in the lane. Gwen does get around a lot of it with some of the clean cuts, true damage that will come through. The sustain as well certainly helps, but Broken Blade is not going to be a man that can be left alone on a side lane ever. He will shred towers. And that's Nukedog posturing from the Realm Warp up to the top side. He's going to walk back into mid here. Tahm Kench in the area. Caps can fish for something. Nukedog senses something's up. Try to zoom out there. Targamas now walking down, Finn walking down, using the heal. He has Summoner Spellbook. He can't just flash over the wall. He's going to be forced to do so. Sliding glide back through, pushing back into Targamas. A nice little licking. Keeps on kicking. That's going to be first blood for Caps.
And it's beautiful from Caps there. Great patience waiting around, knowing he has Targamas right around this out. Yes, you can argue that Nukedog had to flash earlier, but Caps could have been ready with the follow-up flash as well. So therefore, Nukedog goes down. Great play from the G2 mid laner. He's starting to show off as well in the roads towards playoff.
And this is massive. You hear it for Perks, you hear it for Caps, you hear it for a lot of our all-time legacy players. When will the playoff form come around? When will the best of 5 version of these players that we've seen so many times at international events and in playoffs show up? Caps, they're actually going to get caught out here. Tahm Kench is going to get locked up, which means Azir is still going to get spit out in the midst of the fight, but Tahm Kench changes means that's a very big shield coming through, so Caps will walk away safely. But naturally, while on the side of Excel, we're looking at making the first playoffs ever.
Yeah,
that's the big story. G2's win means something different. G2 are ramping up, and we're looking to see what they can do in best of 5, because they've already locked playoffs. And of course, if they win here, they're going to lock Fnatic into top 4. So some stakes there, but for Excel, easy to look at what they have coming.
It's not only that, it's the fact that G2 was the specific team that has denied Excel playoffs in the past too. So definitely a little bit of a grudge matchup in between these two teams. And here we have it again, once again, beautiful flash from Caps. Auction Ultimate even coming online as well, just trying to kill steal it as well. Yeah, that's not a happy person in the mid lane there. Nukedog yelling about that one.
Rito, please, is what that Rise said. He gets pushed back from over the wall. So far in the early game, 1K gold lead for G2 is certainly not insurmountable. Rocket Belt online for Jankos, though, is a big piece of potential playmaking, and Broken Blade with a Hull Breaker on the top side, having a lot easier time sustaining this push, keeping Finn under his tower, something we're going to have to keep track of as we get later and later into the game.
And I would honestly love to see XL, once they finally get some mid lane priority with the help of the rest of the members, just get some extra vision to Finn, make sure that he can utilize the little lead he had in the early game better. Because right now he is sitting on very defensive items, but once he starts building up that Rift Maker, or even Nash's Tooth, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Caps, though, lurking around the area once again.
Marcoon's in the area as well, too. Nuko trying to make it out to safety. Yumi going to try to speed him up, moving out, getting the pop and bop passive. Now Jankos dashing out of the Cataclysm, though. Marcoon going to be in trouble. He's got no damage. He's behind in the individual matchup, and it's going to cost him. Jankos healing up from the Triumph. Now the rest of the team retreating. Broken Blade laying down some good damage. Finn on the backside, but he's not going to be able to do a lot. He just doesn't have enough items. He's leaping in. He's immune, but only for a few more seconds. He needs to get something done rapidly. He's trying to take down Jankos. Now the Yumi's on top of him. This is going to be big. Finn getting one. Finn looking to get a second one. Broken Blade goes in, but Finn is just too strong. That is the cat power right there. Mickey pushing that E button like a madman as Finn tries to get something done, but that is not a strong, independent cat. Mickey's got no hope without a champion to attach to, or does he? The absolute mad lad. I was wrong. He is a strong, independent cat. He will make it out. His death note will not suffer. Never mind, he's dead. It's, yeah, not a strong, independent cat.
You sold it pretty well for a good amount of seconds there, I'm not going to lie. You had me in the first half. But it's actually really nice played from Mickey as well, the way he actually got his shield by auto-attacking as well. But all in all, Caps is once again playing these fights beautifully. He's 5-0 on the Asir. Down on the bot side, Flacket. Forced to flash from the Varus ultimate. But it's just messy as well at the same time. And it's Caps, he's actually so smart, he's so sneaky, he's just playing around the Fog of War. You'd expect this to be Diana, but it's Caps on the Asir, and these extended fights are exactly what you love, especially when you get Tarkamas moving up as well. Marcoon flashing out, a little bit of a misplay, is only giving Jankos an extra dash to get out of the Cataclysm, but once Finn joins the fight, and once the Yumi finally connects on it, that's where it starts to get dire.
Nuke caught out. G2 starting to pick Excel apart. Mickey there just in time to stop anything else from going down, but the red buff will go over. Finn moving into the area. Something to keep track of. And Goldberg, we said, watch out for playoff Caps. We saw playoff Caps versus BDS. It was versus BDS,
oh, yeah,
but it was awesome. You know, 7-0-2, you're like, is that the Return of the King? Is that really obnoxiously long Lord of the Rings film? No, that's Caps versus BDS. Here's the problem, is we now have a mysterious fourth Lord of the Rings movie, which is maybe like, I don't know, that series that's about to come out.
Oh, yeah.
That 5-0-0. XL are sweating.
They definitely are.
Caps, not the same Caps we've seen in years past, Goldberg, but I think still at least on a top 3 players you do not want to feed in the LEC list.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it's just a fact as well that he's the one that's 5-0 on this team right now. He's the one that's going to be most reliable. You know, Action is slowly but surely going to start to fade out, but if Caps get ahead of the curve like they've done now, they get to utilize so much more of that pressure, because that is insta mid lane priority all the time, and the Des talked about it. Whoever gets to move around on the map and gets to have an influence on the side lane, I mean, no matter the comp in the early game, that's just going to be benefiting you. So Caps being able to just always push Nuke Dog in, move around the map, stay in those vision pockets, as we've seen him do twice now, catching XL off guard, forcing them into an unfavorable fight. That's definitely going to take some time before the XL composition gets online, because that's what they want to do. It kind of does outscale the G2 composition, but if Caps gets to be ahead of the curve all the time, it's not going to matter so much.
Certainly terrifying to deal with. See what else XL can do. Marcoon and Mickey X paired up as expected. Patrick with the first item now completed. Look to get aggressive on the bottom side with the dive here, zoning Flacket away. Downside is Broken Blade. Free to push in that tower. Caps breaking down mid lane. Jankos taking another objective on the top side. Top side is owned by G2. We knew it when we saw the roster, when we saw how they played in the first few weeks, but you were witnessing it firsthand in this game. Total top side domination.
Just like that, mid lane turret taken, top lane turret taken, and it just kind of comes from these kind of win lane, win game kind of moments we see from G2 where the individual shows up in laning phase. That's what we talked about. This is a composition where you can make it work in the laning phase. It's a very difficult window to, and that slim window to get through. But G2 so far they've been able to do so. Caps though, he's got turret to save himself here. It is still a 3 versus 2 situation with the cat on top of Marcoon. So let's see how he plays this one out.
Slide and glide out to safety flag, and Drag pushes him away. It's clean so far, but there's just too much CC. Shutdown is massive. Goes over to Mickey X, maybe not the ideal target, but big for Excel nonetheless.
Yeah, that's a statement. That's about Mickey killing his old teammate. We all know that. And that's setting up the Drake instead here. So with mid lane down, the strongest member of G2, Excel should be able to pretty confidently pick this one up, unless that they can do anything about it.
Steal it, he is, and that's going to be the knock-up as well. Marcoon now in no man's land, getting caught out. Big ulti coming in from Broken Blade. Broken Blade going to take down Marcoon. G2, not a lot else to push for, but with the wave stacked on the bottom side, maybe they can look to break their third tower of the game.
And you know what? That's on me, because Broken Blade had roamed down. He didn't want to use the TP to it, because it's only coming up just now. He can TP up towards the top lane if that's what he's looking for, but with the Rift Herald, they're able to get the last outer turret of the game.
And right now, Goldberg, 4K gold lead, 17 minutes in.
Brutal.
Towers being broken down, G2 taking over. We saw a much bigger version of this versus Misfits. G2 threw it away. I have a feeling after that horrendous loss, they will not make the same mistake twice.
And that's the kind of thing, like, G2, sometimes their early game stats doesn't really influence how difficult they are to play in the early game. There's so much pressure playing against these players, especially because of the champions coming out. You get Broken Blade just being annoying and just playing range top lane. We all know that. If you've ever been a top laner, you know how it feels playing against range top laner. You just don't get to play the laning phase. It's about losing lane and winning the game instead in that instance. Caps on the Asir, 2 items, 17 minutes into the game. Completely amazing performance from him. And it's about just equalizing this gold lead. Even last week, when they threw that game to Misfits, if they hadn't thrown that game, we would have said that's the best early game we've seen all year.
Yeah. The big thing for Excel, of course, is they have 3 chances to win to make it to playoffs. We take a look at their remaining schedule. Obviously, the game against G2 today, SK tomorrow, Fnatic on Sunday. A lot of people look at that SK game and say, hey, that's the one. That's the one where we expect you to make playoffs. G2 is hard, Fnatic is hard. That's the one. SK beat Rogue today. This is not an easy road for Excel. They can't afford to lose faith, lose focus for even a moment, because as assured as this felt at the end of Week 7, as this game kicks off, as SK found that upset versus Rogue, again, the doubt starts to creep in if you're an Excel fan. How many times, how many 7ths, 8ths, 9ths, how many failures have we seen over the 3 years Excel have been a part of this league? It's a tough, tough week to play out.
They really shouldn't have signed K-Angel again, should they? But now G2 continuing relentlessly down towards the bot side as well. Going in front against
it's a big combo. Look at the damage coming out from Finn and Mickey off to the side. Patrick as well just free firing big from the lethality bars. He leaps through Jankos. Jankos getting cut down. Finn on the hunt for Broken Blade. We wanted to see it, and there it is. Strap a cat to his back. The man's unleashed.
Take it back. They're definitely ready to chase that playoff spot there. What an engage from Marcoon there instead. And now Finn finally finished up the Riftmaker, making his ways toward that Gnasher Tooth. Even when you got a Hullbreaker on Broken Blade on the action, you're not going to be answering when on the side lane in an isolated setting. That champion is just so disgusting. And you best be knowing that he's going to be having the Yumi on top of him as well.
It's hard. Because here we talked about wombo combos, but
beautiful.
this is just clean. Oh, flag drag through 3, snare follow, flash forward from Patrick, aggressive flashes from 80 carries. We love to see it. Immediate follow-up damage. It's going to dash through Jankos. I don't really think that does anything, but it looks cool. And sometimes that's what matters.
And it could have been so much worse. They only got 2 of those 4 kills there, but Targum was forced to run out immediately. Did the same together with Caps. Absolute monstrous team fight there from XL. Barely a team fight, more like G2 just getting engaged on than trying to scatter afterwards. And now from the posturing of XL, you can see they've moved in 5 members here. They can allow themselves to do that. They pushed in the bot side. They're going to be trying to regain control of the top side of the map.
It's hard for G2. They need to protect Caps, and that means Targamas needs to sit right next to him and be ready. Caps has tools to disengage, yes, but you saw how quickly that can fall apart when the combos come through. Caps' flash still not up and available. Pressure on. At the end of the day, 4K gold lead for G2 remains. 1 Drake to 1 Drake. This game looks like it's going to go the distance here. Nuke Duck now finishing the Fimbulwinter is big. A lot more tankiness in the fights to come. But for G2, feels like eyes on Caps. He is the sole focus. He is the 5-1-0 Azir. He has more than enough damage to kill everyone on Excel if the setup is there. But setting up against the Gwen, who is so often immune, is much easier said than done.
It would be nice if she didn't have that W ability right now, wouldn't it? But unfortunately she does. That is the harsh reality you have to face. And she's going to be able to deal with the small front line you actually have. So when Jankos jumps in, I mean, if the disengage is there from the side of XL, he's just going to get absolutely blasted. But now Drake, 30 seconds for what would be the second Drake for both of these teams will be spawning, and currently a lot of the vision is in priority of XL. They're going to be pushing in the bot side now, or mid lane rather as well, deal with the pink wards. Just get a little bit of vision around that Baron area, so G2's not all of a sudden just going to be threading a cheese Baron.
Both teams actually Baron pretty quickly. Akshan and Zero, obviously very good Baron duo. Diana as well. Gwen, Ryze, very solid. Varus, normally very good. Obviously, the Lethality Varus a little bit worse. Doesn't quite get as much value out of the W passive. But Poke now coming down mid lane. Both teams fishing for setup. G2, 5 members just bullying their way in, taking control of that mid wave and moving down to the Drake. Now, Finn's already started this one, but obviously doesn't have a smite. Yanko's now wrapping around, maybe fishing for an angle into the pit. Second Drake for either team. Who's it going to go to? Keeping track of it. This time, Marcoon's going to steal it. Yanko's got the last one. Caps waiting as long as he can to shuffle out to safety. Yanko's caught up, locked up. There's the Yuumi all now going forward. One member at a time, just getting snared. The Ignite now taking down on the Finn. Yanko's looking for the turn bar, looking for an opportunity. The Finn is gone. Patrick now running. Mickey strapped to his back, but it's not enough. Marcoon has to run as well. Nuke Duck off to the side. It was a split fight, but XL falling to pieces. We thought maybe the Yuumi would be unstoppable. Nuke Duck now getting chased down, and G2 proving again why they are so good in these tense moments.
And just like that, Nuke Duck, he tries to realm mob into the backline. But once he does it, G2, they see their moment immediately, and they just dive into the backline. Brilliant turnaround from Jankos in a situation where XL felt so comfortable. So yes, XL, they pick up the Drake, but all of a sudden, Baron is on the cards. Marcoon is alive, no flash, but Yuumi is on top of him. Let's see if he can get in.
Marcoon, you stole a dragon just moments ago. Flag over the wall, Caps just walking. TP now coming in. Maybe they can win the fight even if they can't take the Baron. Marcoon's sticking around. 5 members of G2 though. Finn in the area. They don't have a lot of cooldowns left to take down Finn. Targamas is just going to get chased down here and taken out, but only a single Baron removed. 4 Barons still up for the side of G2. That is a massive win.
Yeah, and a 6k gold lead that's all of a sudden built up. They can start playing more towards those side lane as we see with Broken Blade now. Kraken Slayer, Hullbreaker as well. You're going to need multiple members down towards him, or at least the Gwen and Yuumi, but once you diverse those members down to one side of the map, the other side of the map all of a sudden is going to be left weaker. And when you're sieging up against Baron up empowered minions within a seer with 3 items, one of them being the Void Sap now as well, you're going to be taking quite amount of damage.
Goldberg,
Dracos.
It's a very important game, but despite that, I'm going to make a Death Note reference. Did you watch Death Note? Everyone's made it.
I have until that. Okay, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, you have. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm wondering what Mickey wrote in the book. Because if he wrote Craps, it looks like he might have wrote
that might have been the mistake.
Because this man is Claps, and Mickey sure as hell didn't get those Shinigami eyes, and it might cost him. Yankos gonna get caught out. Good damage, good follow-up. Black can throw down the curtain call from over the wall. He's gonna look to lay down a bit of damage, but he's very close to that Gwen. He has to be careful. Tarkus being taken down early in the fight is massive. Marcoon locking up 2, but Broken Blade off to the side. It's big damage. He's taking down Patrick. He's taking down the carry, and now Caps is on the hunt. Big damage, but the soldiers are not in position. He'll push him back into position. It's clean from Caps. G2 making it work. Multiple members down. Baron buffed up, barreling down the mid lane.
Darkest timelines where Craps has been eliminated from existence, and it's only Caps back. 7-1 on the Azir. Absolute monstrous performance today. And we talked about the draft as well. It was weird from G2. It was difficult to pilot. They don't care about that. They have the individuals to do it. And XL, they're going to be losing their mid lane inhibitor now.
Oh, and I wonder if doubt starts to set in. Again, 2 more chances for XL. A single win will lock them into playoffs. They need to find it. SK, Fnatic, the 2 teams that stand in front of them. They still have hope in this game, but they are now 8k behind in terms of the gold. They've got a dragon, but not a whole lot else. Caps is only getting scarier. Flacket is now caught up 3 items. You take a look at Patrick, it's not even really 2 fully completed as he's still waiting to stack that tier. So while the Yuumi is great, it works great with the Gwen, the rest of the team, dragon behind in this game.
And it's so difficult as well because it's not just straight up front to back team fight you're having. It might be now. Caps getting engaged on.
Warp in. Caps getting pushed back, but there's a tower right there. They're fighting under the Azir tower. Marcoon instantly going to get deleted. Finn trying to heal him as much as he can, stacking up the clean cucks, but he just gets stuck down. Caps is a monster. It's a triple kill. Broken Blade now on the hunt, looking to lock him down with the ultimate. The minion's going to block a few shots. Patrick will not get hit by the deadly flourish. Caps is simply too strong. XL are too far behind.
20-second death timers as well. They might just try and go for an end.
G2, eyes on the prize, can't afford another screw-up, cannot afford to have another game turned against them like the Misfits one. Curtain call comes out. Patrick not a lot of room to play. Nuke Duck has to body block, but he can't body block the last one here. Go down. Oh, no, it's a tragedy. XL will have to wait at least another day for their first playoffs. It's been 3 years, 1 month, and 17 days since they joined the league, and they're going to have to wait at least one more because G2 are unleashed, and the death note will mean nothing. Mickey will be stopped, and G2 will obliterate Excel in this matchup. 10-1-6. Claps is back, baby. G2 will take the win.
That's the thing, 10 kills in a competitive game like this that only lasted 26 minutes? I mean, that's really impressive. Caps definitely building up momentum towards playoffs. That is... Oh, they're out Bay playing basketball again!
It's not 1 a.m. It's 9:43, but that's late enough.
You don't want to mess with G2 now. Not only are the athletes, gamers on the Rift, but also out. They're away from it now.
It's true. And with that, G2's win has locked Fnatic into top 4. Big deal, there's only 1 spot in top 4 remaining, as the previous game's result locked Misfits. So Misfits, Fnatic, and Rogue are all locked in top 4. There's 1 spot in top 4 remaining. Massive, because that is the top side of a pseudo double elimination bracket. Key player of the game, though, at LEC on Twitter, Yankos, Caps, Targamas are your options.
I wonder. I genuinely wonder.
Who could they vote for?
I don't know.
They're independent people. We need to let them make their own decision.
No, not this one. You know what to do.
But in case you are visually impaired, Caps is the answer. After the break, we're going to learn from the victorious Targamas, and Cage will break down Caps' early game on the Azir. Stay tuned.
I can't believe you've done that.
Cool.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Berlin studio, G2 start the Super Week with a win, and Targamas is with me to talk about this victory. Thank you very much for joining me, Targa. I have a first question because I got a chance to hang out with you guys on Tuesday and see how you guys train, and I learned about the concept of Mr. Clean games. So for the viewers at home, a Mr. Clean game is a game that G2 players would end without throwing or just letting a lead slip by. So do you think, Targamas, this one applies as a Mr. Clean game or not?
I think by our standards it would be. I think we had like one kind of scary moment on bot where I had like flashbacks of last week playing against Gwen Yumi, and maybe for a minute we thought that like Gwen was able to be able to 1v5 the game. But I think after that we played pretty well. We just won a fight, took Nash, and then basically ended with our Nash. So I think it's like a Mr. Clean game, I think.
All right, well, Dylan can be happy about this one, I hope. But can you please elaborate on G2's tendency to sometimes get carried away and have fun in times you have a lead and maybe you should close out the games sooner?
I think we just get, I don't know, maybe very excited when especially this game Caps was like really fed, so he really wanted to I don't know, make plays, like kind of test limits a bit. Like on mid, he died and he gave shutdown when he thought he would be safe and he would just be able to kind of outplay them. Also, I think last week, when you're in enemy base before 20 minutes, you kind of have this moment where you want to, I don't know, you want to end the game with hard, you want to see the hard dance, and then you just end up throwing the game. But we kind of talk a lot about it. I think it's one of our biggest defaults to that we don't take it as slow as we could. So I think we just talk a lot about it, and now we're probably gonna be more fine than before.
Yeah, well, at least it is something that you acknowledge and that you guys are working on. So hopefully for playoffs, this will be resolved. But focusing more on you, Targamas, I don't believe we had a chance to have an interview for a while. You said in an interview recently that the fact that you play a lot of support is actually not that impressive, in that according to you, most of supports should be able to play multiple champions. I want you to elaborate on that, and especially on the fact that joining G2, you quickly gained a role of someone players listen to. Given the fact that you often have the last pick, I get that you have a huge part in the team. What's your take on your development with G2 and the role you have right now with them?
Well, I think for the champion pool, as I said in the interview, I think for support it's like way easier than for the other lanes, because you don't actually have to learn any matchup. Like if you wanna play a new top laner, then you have to learn how to play the champ against every matchup. On support, it's like very similar, because for example, the melee support, they often interact in the same ways. Like if you play Leona or Nautilus, then the lane is always going to be like somewhat similar, and I think that's like the main reason. Like the matchups are just easier to play than on solo lanes. And for the role I play in the team, I think I don't know. I think I just came in and the team just trusts me to always find a good solution for the draft. Is something that I was like known for in K-Corp last year, to be able to pick later in the draft and kind of have like a pick that's always going to be good. And I mean, G2 probably just noticed it, and when I came in the team, they just they wanted to replicate the same role as I had in K-Corp in that sense.
Yeah.
So they just trust me for my picks, and they just trust me to always have like a good champion for the game.
It is really cool that you managed to bring what you were doing with K-Corp in the LEC. Most often than not, players are not able to do so. We'll see how it develops, and if you can bring some new picks in the LEC for playoffs. But that's all for us now. Merci beaucoup, Targu, for the interview. And for more on this game, let's send it over to Shox.
Hello, I'm waving back. They
This is humanoid, was it? You were just waving across the stage.
I probably can't see it. But thank you very much for the interview with Targamas. He said, it's not hard being support. I can just pick whatever I want.
Yeah.
That's what I got from that interview. Just kidding. Huge win of G2 over XL. Now, dealing another blow to XL's chances to get into the playoffs. We'll talk about that later, though, because first we want to talk about Caps' early game. I thought Azir was a boring, scaling champion. But this madman scored 5 kills at the 14-minute mark.
If Azir is 5-0 with 14 minutes, I think the game is already doomed. So we'll look at how the hell that happened, because at the start of the first kill is on Nuke Duck, and it's a pick that happens. Cap smart positioning. positioning, pushes him into the rest of his team, and they eventually chase him down to get the kill. Now, this is what kind of sets up the entire topside river fight to go into favor of G2, which will happen in around 3 minutes time, because Targamas is first to move, Mickey's down towards the bot side, and XL are going to get some kind of objective or pick or force something towards the bot side. Anyway, Nukeduck dies, Caps gets first blood, 400 gold. They go towards mid, what happens? Herald gets placed, Caps gets even more plates, pushes out the wave, and backs off. Now at this point, Caps is basing, and he picks up a Ludens. He has a Ludens at around 9-10 minutes into the game, and he's coming back into lane against the Lost Chapter Rise, right? So he has insane item advantage. So when he gets into the lane, he's already got natural pressure. But when the team fight kicks off, not only does he have the item lead, but he has the experience lead. So this is how the fight starts. Caps is trying to roam towards top. Mickey's grouping up with Nukeduck, and they think, well, hang on a second, let's stop this Azir from being able to roam, because now he has push, we need to shut him down. And that's exactly what they try to do. The problem here is I go quite slowly, I'll pause and play. Caps pushes Nukeduck as he walks into the bush, which is smart, because the second Caps gets rooted, Markoon will follow up, he'll be chain CC'd, no flash, he's dead. So he knocks him back before the root can happen. And the most important thing about this whole fight is how well Caps plays around range. So now Nukeduck switches targets. Let's go on Jankos, let's use our combo on him, let's use the root on him instead. We don't have the damage to kill him. Caps is still untouched. This is the second where Nukeduck says, okay, I'm in range of Caps, but then he dashes away. So now he can't get onto Caps still. So Caps' positioning throughout this whole fight is fantastic. I'll pause one more time here because Jankos walks into the bush and pops a sweeper. So XL have lost vision of Jankos. He's out of the fight, he's low HP, he's gonna rejoin it, but XL don't know that. So he's kind of hiding here. Nukeduck's looking for him, but Caps is stopping him and blocking him, not letting him walk through, and now Finn's arrived. So this is the turning point for XL for them to win the fight because Finn's arrived and Mickey can jump onto the Gwen. He's pushed away Broken Blade. Broken Blade, yes, is here, but he's going to finally clean up Jankos. But look at Caps' positioning throughout the whole fight. Still untouched. First he was untouched here, then he was untouched here, and now he's in this third circle here, just untouched again. So he's playing max range. Nukeduck is he's just too short range to be able to touch the Azir. And by the time Finn, yes, gets 2 kills for the rest of XL, Caps can just clean up. And now you're facing a 5-0 Azir at 14 minutes in with tower plates, with level leads, with a mythic at minute 9. Like, the game is already incredibly hard.
I love that breakdown. I could listen to you talk about spacing and positioning all day, Cadril, because I really hadn't noticed those small things. But it does show again how Caps has such a wealth of experience. I'm not saying Nukeduck doesn't have any, but this was just played out to perfection.
Yeah, and I mean, what is here other than Caps is right? I mean, the second he's 5-0, you know he's just going to single-handedly win the game for your team. Yes, he made a mistake and got caught later on and got a shutdown on him or something like this, but still, like, the amount of pressure this puts on XL against such a scaling champion that's already accelerated beyond belief, it's very hard.
It's crazy. Are we looking at another clip or we're going to the desk, actually? That's what we're doing. So Caps, I forgot. No problem. So anyways, we talked a bit with Niski as well. Niski saying, well, hey, if Caps is on a certain champion, you know, like a Sylas or whatnot, where he can really influence, he's going to do a lot of work. But, you know, obviously, he also did it on the Azir. And I found it particularly interesting because G2 is obviously also still fighting to get a good spot in the standings. XL was fighting to get into playoffs. But G2 drafted themselves a very, very complicated to execute on paper composition.
Yeah, I was talking to Niski about it backstage, and he was just saying things like, you know, Azir, Diana, double AP into a Rise, which is a tank build, will just be very nice for him. I mean, he can't really get caught out when he's at 2 items. He's going to win over side lane. Unless the Akshan really gets rolling, that's going to be the pressure point for G2, but it turned out that the pressure point was Caps all along. An explosive team fight towards topside, you don't have those early game items to negate a lot of this kind of similar damage they have. They don't have mixed damage, they just have full AP from the mid jungle and from the Tam Kench, of course. But when it's that early in the game, you don't have the itemization to prevent it, and the Azir already gets accelerated.
And we don't talk about the early game versus Misfits last week so much because they ended up not winning that game, but maybe we're supposed to start taking account of G2's early games and how much pressure they've been putting on them. But what does this do to the standings? XL and Vitality lost. To remind you, coming into this super week, XL and Vitality just needed to win 1 game to make it, and preferably also not have certain teams winning, but both Mad Lions and SK Gaming won as well, which is really great. It means that the playoff race is still on, and XL is playing SK tomorrow, Cable.
That's going to be the most important game of the week, I think.
The first one of the
stars have aligned today, right? Vitality and XL both lost their games. Mad and SK both won their games in the last 4. So, like, everything's aligning for this playoffs race to start. And that's exactly what it's going to do tomorrow, especially because right now, yes, BDS is out and Fnatic are fighting for the top spot. So it's an important game for them. But those last 4 games were deciding who's making playoffs, basically, right? And teams knocking each other down or teams climbing back up is so important. So going into day 2, when you face each other for the spots, that's when we'll see the real competition happen.
We have a small delay on stage for our last game of the day, but that does give me a little chance to also talk about XL now, right? Because they came into this game versus G2 with kind of an Exodia draft, I would say, like a really good draft for them to play that they're comfortable playing. And Yeah, maybe we're just undervaluing how strong G2 is in the early game, and that's what happens, but that sucks.
That's a good argument, though, because G2's early games have been pretty clean the last 2 weeks, right? I think Jankos is finding good leads. They're playing well around support roam timers. Targamas is very flexible in draft, which allows them to unlock a lot of different bot lane picks. This draft, a lot of players, I think me and Niski are very skeptical of the draft itself because it just doesn't come together in harmony very well. It doesn't have like a clear condition other than maybe Akshan side lane, but the Azir getting ramped up is what kind of saved them there. And Excel's draft was just very stock standard meta, which you would consider quote-unquote OP picks other than the Varus maybe that looked a little bit off-put with a Yumi lane into Tahm Kench. Yes, you should still get the push in that lane, I believe, with double range, but it doesn't synergize as well as things like Ezreal and Yumi.
And we saw what could have been, right, with the Gwen and the Yumi teaming up, but it wasn't enough, and it's still all left to be played for the side of Excel. So BDS versus Fnatic is the last game of the day, whilst Yamato is giving Professor Hilly
He always does
a little
this.
massage.
Every game I see it. I remember I was casting last weekend or the weekend before that, and Yamato was massaging Hylissang. He always gives him a nice little warm-up massage. He knows if Hilly pops off, they got the game in the bag.
Yeah, that's what I'm reading from that. It's like
he's got to get the blood running into his arms, so he's ready to flash in all the time.
And we're going to go to our casters, and I hope maybe they can... Oh, no, they can't. There's a thing between them. Otherwise, they could give them a little bit. Anyways,
Massages.
Team BDS versus Fnatic.
No,
Let's go.
turn around. We have to fake
I
it.
thought you had massages a thing as well.
They fake it.
Wait.
Yeah.
I don't want to knock it over. Is this fine? Oh, it feels so nice. Thank you. Much
There you
appreciated.
go. That was our fake massage. We're like Yamato and Hilly. Yay. Yamato and Hilly, though, having a great time. Locked in top 4 after the results earlier today. Chilling. I think in LEC, there's basically, you either want to be first, which means you can pick between 3rd and 4th for your opponent in the first round. You want to be top 4, which means you get the luxury of eliminations. Or if you're really desperate, you just want to make playoffs. Fnatic, they've locked top 4. It's great. Let's go to Champ Select. And here we are,
once again,
in Chimp Select. Ice Tower, normal, Super Monkey. These are the questions we have to ask ourselves. Or is it League of Legends? It is. Thresh, now taken away. Zeri, banned as well. Remember, for BDS, this means
so long since I ever heard the word Ice Tower, my god.
I love balloons. I love League of Legends more, but balloons hold a special place in my heart. And we might have more off-topic stuff depending on how BDS want to approach this game. Remember, for BDS, they're not really playing for anything other than pride and, yes, some potential changes in placement at the bottom of the standings, but they're not playing for a playoff spot, which is massive. Fnatic can still fight to move up into a higher seed and position.
Are you saying there's a possibility of me getting a Yumi top versus Olaf with Adam of Wonder?
Oh my god, that's a great meme. Old meme, but it checks out. It is possible. I kind of doubt it. I feel like that ship has sailed. That said, see what Fnatic want to do. I think this is an interesting time for teams that are moving to playoffs because there's a decision you have to make. You can show everything that you've got in terms of prep strategy, secret picks to get as high of a seed as possible.
Oh, yeah.
Or you can play it close to the chest and just play generic stuff in the meta, try to hide as much as possible. Now, keep in mind, playoffs, I don't know at this point, might or may not be a different patch. Hard for me to know how big that patch is. So we'll have to see how much changes, but so far, we got the Rise, we got the Hecarim. Opposite side, Ahri for Nuclear Int. Love to see it alongside Syncroft on the Xin. These two, when they get going, always a pleasure to watch. Aphelios, of course, stock standard, but makes sense since the Jinx was banned away. That said, opens up the Caitlyn, and upset Caitlyn, terrifying prospect.
Honestly, no bad picks have been locked in so far. There's great skirmishing around the Xin Zhao. You get pick potential of the Charm as well. The same can be said with Humanoid on the Rise as well when he finally gets out and moving about. Ex-Matzi is on the Aphelios, which is a great hyper carry in its own right. And when he doesn't have the Calibrum, which is the sniper, you get extra range. That is the only time where you can really brawl with Caitlyn in lane, but once that's no longer your gun department, that's where Caitlyn can start taking control of that bot side as well. So support picks are going to be really curious. Hylissang's Pike getting banned out as well. Normally when we see a Caitlyn, you're thinking like Lux or something that helps upset the traps. Pike's that kind of does the opposite, although it can still be done, but it's just a testimony to how scary Hilly is on this champion.
I don't think most people just don't survive level 1 against Hilly Pike, let's be honest. He continues, despite the fact that we've all seen these crazy level 1s, to manage to pull them off, to make them work, and I think a good sign of respect. Seeing both the Rakan and the Pike banned away, two of the premier roaming CC champions that could come out. And again, Fnatic, I like this, saving last pick for Hilly, making sure he can set up that bot lane for success. Caitlyn obviously can be paired with something like a Karma, something like a Soraka, something that can take over the lane, or it can just as easily be paired with a more engage option like Leona and look for the trap chain CC.
100%. And right now with the Graves locked in for Wunder in the top side, you know it's just going to be a weak side kind of ordeal where Wunder is going to be left to face for his own fight for himself. Now Aatrox is getting locked in. We haven't seen it with the biggest success just yet. I don't think this is a good Renata Glass moment. I've played a lot of that champion, and the composition of Fnatic right now just doesn't seem to be it. Aatrox did get buffed, 160% on the outer sweet spot of the Qs now instead of the 150 in the past, so just do a little bit more damage. But we haven't seen the success of it just yet.
Tom Coco, now locked in. Sir Thomas Kench, if you're an LCK enthusiast. The Renata hovers over. I want it. You want it. We all want to see it. It's not going to happen.
I mean, okay, so it is good into Tahm Kench because laning phase is usually the weak spot for Renata. She want to survive laning phase and get into the mid to late game where she can just keep people alive. And yes! 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 Yes, Ellie, you beautiful man! Yes! Thank you! I've been spamming this champion so much.
I'm ready.
Okay, so...
hold on. Hold it in your heart of hearts. Let us talk about comps. You want to hear about Renata? Goldberg is going to tell you all about Renata when we get into early game and there's laning phase footage to talk about. Let's talk about comp, positions, goal. You have to hold back. Let's summarize. We got 2 comps. What do they need to do?
Yeah, okay, so we definitely still has a topside hub focus from BDS with the Ahri, with Stinkroff as well, who's been a spear all the time from BDS as well. You can play up towards topside as well. Wunder will probably be left alone a little bit on an island, especially because he's on the Graves, which that's usually the case. And BDS want to get the topside rolling. You still have reliable backline carry in terms of Xmati if he can survive laning phase. And even with the backline threat Razork does provide from the Hecarim, you'll have Tahm Kench to gobble him up. But on the opposite side of that spectrum, if Fnatic is successful at getting the Caitlyn ahead, they're just going to be rotating that Caitlyn around the map. And then the top lane lead you get on the Aatrox won't really matter as much in that instance. So for the side of Fnatic, it's just to make sure you don't fall behind. Luckily for Fnatic, they're one of our best early game teams, if not the best team we have in the entire league right now.
Goldberg, I cannot wait to watch this bottom lane matchup. It might be just about jungle mid, but I pray there is action on the bottom side. We're getting ready for an incredibly exciting game for Fnatic, moving up, fighting for seeding, BDS fighting for pride and improvement. It's time for Renata Glask and BDS versus Fnatic. Ladies and gentlemen, what you think you're about to witness is BDS versus Fnatic. Instead, what you're going to witness is the best Renata Glask Goldberg rant of all time. Goldberg, go!
Okay, so Renata is super great into Tahm Kench. She functions like any other enchanter, and actually paired up together with the Caitlyn, if you get the Q, handshake, on towards both members, is actually stun. So what it does is that you grab a member, and then you can dislocate it. You can put it wherever you want, which can actually be great. Nuclearant doing the classic mid lane strategy of not stepping too far forward. Hilly might be able to flash in, but that's not going to be the case. So I'm going to continue with my ramble. Now, her W, bailout, is that kind of broken ability that we all ranted about when it was announced. It's the one that if you die, you have 3 seconds to kill another champion. If you do, you revive on 20% HP. And if you get takedowns while the ability is still active, well, it resets. Although, if you revive and this ability is still active on you, you cannot revive again. It can only revive once, but you still get the extra attack speed, which is great.
So we've got weird 2-part Blitzcrank hook thing.
Then you got an E that I would kind of call it Karma Mantra Q. It's a skill shot you throw forward that's going to explode. It goes through minions. Range is not very long, but that's the one. And you get a shield around yourself and your allies, and if you hit your allies as well, then that'll give them a shield.
All right, so Renata for Dummies, real quick, if you haven't seen it, to recap from Goldberg. Weird Blitzcrank Q, you hook them and then you can push them. You hook them and you push them. You've got build a Scion passive, but with the potential not just to die.
Oh yeah.
And you've got Karma Q, but like different.
And then you have the ultimate, Hostile Takeover, which is, okay, it's an interesting ability because the downsides of the ultimate is that she has to use the little channel time for it. It's very slow, and you're reliant on people walking into you. It's a really terrible engage option unless you already have the CC applied on towards your enemies. But if you hit your enemies, then they'll get 100% attack speed. They'll become what's called berserked, which means that they will get that attack speed and then they'll start hitting each other's teammates. So yeah, great stuff when you have an Aphelios on enemy team.
I love it.
But there's more finicky stuff with it.
Okay, all right.
And that is, you can actually animation deception with the ultimate. See, the ultimate functions that whichever way Renata is facing, it will indicate the ultimate is going that way. That means if you throw your Q backwards and you ult, it will show that it's going backwards, but it's actually going forward. And you can do this with Flash too. It works like a Flash, Ari, Charm, where you Flash, Charm, E, or Charm, Flash. So yeah, it's great like that.
All right, Goldberg.
Now her weak spot, yes, Dracos, it's usually the laning phase, which is why she functions so well into the Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench doesn't do anything in lane. So you just want to survive the laning phase, you want to get out to the mid game, and Hylissang has presented us with the best Renata game option. Now Dracos, I'll ask you a question. What do you think Renata's global win rate is currently?
I have no idea.
0%! This could be the first ever competitive Renata win we'll get to see by yours truly, Fnatic Hylissang.
Goldberg, you are so excited, it's infectious. And I'm going to be honest, this champion is very complicated, and you said a lot of stuff. So what I'm going to ask you is to repeat it when it happens.
Okay.
For clarity. But I like it, and when you said you played a lot of Renata, I didn't realize you knew about Q animation facing away, facing right way, wrong way tech. I didn't know you were that deep, so respect
Thank you, Riot,
to you.
for adding practice tool. That's a great mechanic we can utilize when new champions are coming out.
Absolutely. Checking in on the game state, though, as we take a breath.
She's very boring to play.
We take a breather away from CEO Karma in the bot lane. As Wonder's going to be in trouble here. Syncroft moving onto the top side. Adam has the Ethereal Change, forcing out an early flash. Smoke screen might give Wonder a little bit of space, but it looks like he does not have the cooldown. And they're trying to finish him. The flash up, and Syncroft healing up on the minion, but it's not enough. Oh, executed. Oh, thank God for the execute. That would have been very, very bad. Razork now just going to move and force out Adam's flash. Overall, hugely positive for BDS. Credit to Syncroft. That could have been the worst top gank ever. But it worked out pretty nicely.
Yeah, not bad. And it's what we talked about with BDS as well, with that composition. You want to play topside. You're using Limit as a weak sider, but that doesn't stop Limit from going out and roaming, and they're looking for Humanoid.
Hailblade's Tahm Kench. Phase Rush, though, means Humanoid can just zoom away. Slow reduction. Very big. All right, here's the other side of this, is we're very excited about the Hylissang bot lane. Range support with Caitlyn, obviously really
I'll tell you
easy.
right now, it's not excited in the early game. It's about the mid game. So let's put the pick on ice for now, and then just wait till we get to the mid game.
You know what? I like that strategy, Goldberg. Maybe we can talk about upset then too, since I feel like we talk a lot about Hylissang. But for now, Xmatty doing pretty well. Good combo. Xmatty locked up. He's sticking. He's so incredibly low. Limit now going in. He's Halo Blade's Tahm Kench. He is incredibly powerful. Guardian. But Hylissang has brought himself back. If they kill Limit, Hylissang can keep going. But they can't kill Limit fast enough. I've heard about Eat the Rich, but Limit, you can't just do him like that. We'll get traded back, though.
That's beautiful. Initially, I just thought, okay, this is great with Caitlyn because you can Q an ally and then stun when you throw it into the other ones. But why not just get the Q, they're stunned, let Upset place a trap, and then you just put him into that trap immediately. That's great stuff from Fnatic once again. And Upset, look at the wave he's pushing in. Matty is losing so much.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty mad. Like, the fact that Matty gets taken down here, or is forced out here, rather, but does not get taken down. Clean combo, as you highlighted, into the trap. Cleanse, of course, coming in there. We'll make sure that Matty can make it out, but this is the power of specifically Halo Blade's Tahm Kench. Yes, he's going to spend 90% of the lane getting bullied, not being able to get in range, but when he does get in range, he's going to whoop you, and then he's going to eat you, and in that case, he's going to die.
Another thing is that, oh, hold it, Upset's getting engaged on.
Clean combo from Matty. They're responding with combos of their own, but now he can throw him right back into the trap. Upset trying to walk away here. Limit getting ticked down lower and lower. Thick Skin has been procced. Piltover Peacemaker to flash in the auto attack. They will be able to finish it. Hylissang getting a kill back. Razork and Syncroft fighting off to the side, but that's another kill picked up for the bottom lane of Fnatic.
And it's brilliant. Syncroft, though, has to be a little bit not careful, but he gets Razork in that instance as well, so great. They trade the kill back. Nuclear End is around as well. He's out of vision currently.
And I gotta say, I like how aggressive Limit has been playing. Yes, he has 2 deaths, but overall now, Nuclear End stepping forward. Hylissang, good lockup, flash over the trap, but missing the charm is big. Fnatic bot lane gonna be able to walk away.
What brilliant movement from Hylissang in that instance. Usually playing Renata with no flash is kind of just like a dead in itself. She's so immobile. So once she finally gets locked down, most of the time she will just be dead. But Hylissang, beautiful movement.
Certainly. Playing flashes will be difficult, even in the minutes to come, but Nuclear's flash down, Syncroft limits, Maddie's, everyone's flashes down means it's relatively even footing. That said, want to talk about two people, and the first is Syncroft, because 2-1-0, and I gotta say, again, we've seen how much teams can step up when the pressure is off them, but I feel like Syncroft, I need to call this out because I was not a Syncroft believer at the start of the season, but I think this guy, for a first split in the LEC, or for in a long time, I suppose, has looked really, really solid and super reliable for this team.
Honestly, I completely agree with you, and let's just talk a little bit about it while the replay is coming over, because yes, it's great play. Hylissang flashes forwards, gets the W on as well, which means that Upset here, I mean, he can die if he wants to, he's just gonna get the kill, and then he's actually coming back alive. The thing with the W is that it doesn't count as a death before the zombie form gets taken down. So you're still very much reliable, enemy doesn't get gold, it can be super tilting and super annoying to play against a little bit, but as we talked about, BDS with their early game, honestly, it's not been bad. The reason why BDS is failing as a team is because they really struggle in mid to late game playing macro, and we talk like basic macro. They rarely get stuff done once they have to push out on the side lane. They even lose games with souls, we've seen it twice already. So for BDS, this is still great stuff to see from them, but they're going to have to continue with this kind of strength and move it into the mid to late game.
Certainly will. And of course, Fnatic, a very difficult opponent to do it against. It definitely has been one of the cleanest teams we've seen this entire season alongside Rogue. Did, of course, just beat Rogue. So something to watch is now the ultimate's coming out, the flash over the wall. Instant pickup onto Syncroft. Big kill for that Zydex. Maddie trying to turn it back. He knows he's dead, but maybe he can get something in return. Piltover Peacemaker will finish it. Limit back under the tower. Fnatic, are they going to go for the redive? Razork looks like he's just going to get sacrificed here. Hylissang, not quite enough time to get the W there. Not enough time to bail him out.
But in the end, it is still a 2-for-1 in the favor of Fnatic and Humanoid. Playing around the pressure with the Realm Wall. Once again, they're so good at finding picks. Speaking of picks, Nuclear almost found a charm there.
The other player I think we really have to highlight, because he's often, we'll hold that thought as we look at this replay. And you can see here, the full commit here, but I like the way that Fnatic play this, leveraging the Realm Warp of the Rise, making sure to force these engages onto Syncroft, who was very far ahead until this play.
And that's the thing, but you just can't match the movement that a Rise will have. It's Fnatic in the mid game, as we talk about. They have a 2k gold lead now, and usually at the 10-minute mark, that's why they start accelerating.
Limit getting pushed away. No flash. Oh, I can't do anything. He's gone. Upset now on a killing spree. Fnatic taking the Drake, and Upset on a killing spree. Not a surprise, because this man is an absolute monster. He is yet to die at 14 minutes. He has 8 deaths, and I want to give a quick shout out to our stats guy Marcus as well as Naimura for having us look into this stat. Death record, 13 for Reckless in 2018. Upset needs to die 5 times this week to tie. If he dies 6 times, he loses the record. Any other situation, Upset will have the least deaths in a regular season of any player. Incredible, incredible split for him so far, as well as Hylissang, and it's something we just have to keep our eye on, especially as we move towards playoffs.
And it's impressive because it's not just being a KDA player. This is like your catalyst on the team, who's always played forward, who's always playing aggressive to get a lead, and still manage to have this kind of score. It's actually a little bit illegal in terms of him getting away with it, but that's just how good he is.
Yeah, excellent season so far, and you can see Limit and Maddie, they had a couple options. Some solid trades on the bottom side, and Engage where Limit was able to take down Hylissang, but ultimately they've been falling steadily behind Gale Force. 3-0-1, 98 to 71 CS. Massive bot diff at this point in the game. And Adam, while he's been doing okay in the trades, is still falling behind in CS, and certainly not going to get any easier with Razork in the area. Ulti up and available. Adam potentially overcommitting here. Going to use his ulti to try to dash away to get out of range of the Hecarim knockback, but now he's forced to fight. Easy kill comes in for Fnatic, though. Nothing Adam could do.
Yeah, Fnatic, Adam did have the flash there, but unfortunately didn't feel like he wanted to go back out of it. Thought he could go for the outplay instead, rather. And is punished for it. Great setup from the side of Razork, just waiting in a bush. Doesn't need to come from any visionary, and know that Adam wants to get aggressive in this lane.
And at this point, Golvar, we're talking about 11 minutes, 3k gold lead. Got to see what BDS can do to respond. They do have a Herald, but similar to last game, when you have a member that's this fed this early on, in this case it's Upset, going to be hard to respond to, but Limit, full confidence, flash over the wall, instant charm follow-up. Syncroft now pushing, but that's the hostile takeover. Syncroft running to hit his own ally. Effect won't last long enough to do much of anything other than disengage. Hilly trying to keep the fight going as Fnatic using Wonder's TP into the mid lane, ready to fight back against BDS's attempt on a pick.
But there you also see it. The ultimate, it's so slow. Limit was able to run out of it. Xmatzy down on weak side. Now it's going to meet Razork. He's just been mid lane. He doesn't know.
That's a very powerful pony. Heal up comes through, though. Xmatty, well played. Flash means he'll make it out to safety. Difficult situation. Not sure if he had to flash there, but the heal coming in from the Severum ultimate was everything. And now we've got Adam trying to dodge Graves autos as he hits a tower. Well, good highlight observers, but man, that's a weird situation.
Definitely agree, but that's just how it is when you're playing into Graves, and you know, you gotta give it to Adam when he's able to play the match very well now when he's sieging up on the tower, getting a play for himself. Syncroft, speaking of plays, does still have the Rift Herald for himself, but currently they're struggling to find a good lane to use it on with a reset coming through from Humanoid now. I wonder if they're just going to be sticking around for that. Humanoid decides to cancel the recall, smells that Nuclear and all of a sudden just wants to shove in waves and knows that, okay, Syncroft must be near around this mid lane.
He's running out of time on this Herald. They're going to need to find somewhere on the map to use it, but it's so difficult because on the top side, Wonder has Hullbreaker already. Aatrox always, of course, kind of feels bad because he needs ability haste early game to be able to spam that Q, so can't just rush Hullbreaker the same way that a Graves can.
Okay, this is a little bit. If they spot Wonder on this one, he's actually completely alone. Adam has the ability to move down. Nuclear's around as well. Wonder, not too sure.
Flash. Syncroft's going to take that one. Wonder's going to flash. Oh, tries to ult over the wall, but can't do so. Smoke screen. Charm is connected. Wonder knows he's dead here, or does he? Dash, good sidestep, clean movement. Goes back with a Q. Now flashes over the wall. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, keep your eyes. He's buying time for another play being made on the opposite side. Yes, Wonder has overstayed. Yes, Wonder has overextended, and Adam will grab the kill. But what will it cost BDS? For now, it just looks like the bottom tower. Not a bad deal at all.
Yeah, but I feel like Fnatic could have gotten this anyway. It was 3 members who's on the top side anyway, so a little bit of a blunder moment there instead. And Fnatic, he's with Upset down towards the bot side, going to be able to pick up solo gold for this first turret, netting himself 600 gold. Absolutely insane. 4k gold lead already from the side of Fnatic, and Razork, he's just running Limit down. Limit gobbles him up, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Charm. Nope, Charm comes a little bit late there. Feels like they could have done that one, but I think they were just waiting on the cooldown. Nuclear's going to dash in. Maddie taking the gold there is nice. Will help him catch up to Upset at least a little bit. Meanwhile, on the top side, Humanoid zooming in. Power of the Phase Rush, going to keep him close to Adam. Will get pulled back by the Infernal Change. Flash forward from Hylissang, going to pull him back. Going to lay out some good damage, and that will be the kill.
It's just beautiful. Great play there from Hylissang, flashing forward with the Q, dragging Adam right back into the frenzy and picking up a kill for Fnatic once again. 6 to 8, but gold difference saying a lot different than that number. Now with Upset in the mid lane, you can reset with the rest of the members. You can start setting up around this Drake, and 6.8k gold lead. I mean, 2k ahead on Upset compared to the opposition of Xmatty. He's going to be taking up a Rift, or not a Rift Hell, but a Red buff as well. Get the slows down on the auto attacks, longest range in the game on the 80 carry as well. I mean, he's set up for success.
Yeah, that base range from Caitlyn, so oppressive. And you highlighted it, when there's a green gun, Aphelios has some tools to fight back, but a lot of circumstances where he won't, and Upset throwing down the ultimate can just start to take control of this mid lane alongside Hylissang. Razor continuing to get scarier and scarier as well. Yes, he is 2-3-3, but when Aphelios isn't, you know, super far ahead in the game, he's really just going to struggle to do anything against Hecarim. If you've ever played AD carry against Hecarim, you know exactly how miserable that can be.
And the problem for BDS right now is currently, if we want to take it back to a serious conversation about win conditions, is that they're lacking a lot right now. They're not winning on side lane. They wanted to get Adam ahead. That didn't really happen. Yes, you have the teamfight scenario where you play off Syncroft as a frontliner, but Renata's a great champion to actually discourage this, especially if you're playing a full front to back where you're just facing each other. Someone has to come from a flank position. At the same time, you still need someone to peel Matty. It's a very difficult situation.
Forward, rooted, locked up, hostile takeover giving them the AD steroid. They're immediately going to bully down Adam. Tower gets taken down in the meantime, but Fnatic set up to break the bot side tier 2. Just continuing to press their advantage forward. Gold lead still sitting about 3k, hasn't grown much past that, but a lot of map control and objective bounties obviously helping balance out some of that.
Yeah, but this is what Fnatic is so good at. When you start playing the big map instead, it's not only just fighting for the turrets, it's about knowing what camps will be up. As soon as the red buff and blue buff spawn again, you can count on Fnatic to be there in time to try and contest it. Either you fight for it and you die most of the time, or you just let it go. And they get more resources, not only just because they take it, but they also take it away from their enemy. So it's kind of like doing 2 things against the enemy there.
Certainly. Of course, we look at this game, again, reminder, 4-11 to 11-4 inverted score lines, and 2 very different stories. BDS have not maybe had the split that they wanted to. They are a young team, they're still growing. We'll see what else they can do in the splits to come and in the games to come this weekend. Of course, still a lot of time left in this one, but for Fnatic, battling at the top of the table. First, certainly hard, but a battle for top 2, very much on the line. Reminder, if you are top 4, you make it into the double elimination bracket. You can afford to lose the series. If you are number 1, you get to pick between 3 and 4. And if you are second, finish second, you cannot be picked, which is important if you're scared whoever finishes number 1. It's a nice luxury to have. It does mean you'll get the remainder of 3rd, 4th, but this is something I think worth fighting for in the context of Fnatic, and it is a race that they are still very much neck and neck in. I think a lot of people have gotten used to the idea that Rogue finishing first is a foregone conclusion. Very much not the case, especially after the upset earlier today.
100%, and Fnatic's dominance keeps showing as well, so it's not looking like they're going to be dropping games to some of the lower end teams here. Rift Herald has been started. We watched Caps just last game, 17 minutes into the game on 2 items this time around. It's Upset we're keeping on our eyes on. Got the Gale Force, got LDR as well. He's going to be dealing a ton of damage. Hylissang actually for support item build is going for the Locket of the Iron Solari. Usually we see the Shirelli as being the choice, as we see for most enchanters. But I feel like this is just to give that extra shielding value, making sure that even if a dive does come in from the side of BDS, you have some extra resources to keep your members alive.
Certainly, and Renata obviously just has an immense amount of utility in her kit, so can get away without needing to build any sort of damage item or any more aggressive choice. And generally, I think just Locket is honestly just a super solid item, especially against BDS, who are going to be forced to teamfight them, who have these champions who want to dive in, like the Ahri, like the Xin, like the Aatrox.
Personally, still a fan of the Shirelius itself, given the movement speed when you hit that E, given the extra movement speed for your W as well. That is, of course, only something you can do.
Look, there's also a Hecarim, and the Hecarim, when he goes faster, he does more damage. I feel it, Goldberg,
yeah.
But I can see the argument. You know
yeah, for sure. Definitely. Now, speaking of that, Hecarim has found us in Sao in the jungle.
He's very, very fast, though. And that's the thing. Syncroft is realizing that. He is just running past him. And there's nothing he can do about that one. Hylissang, though, is going to hit the handshake, going to pull Adam away. Wonder trying to lay down some damage. Hylissang now going to use that Locket for a little bit of extra survivability. Infernal Change pulls him back. Adam not going to be able to connect on the Q there. Humanoid just waiting for him to get close to the wall. Another handshake, another throw into the wall. Hylissang going to take that kill away, and honestly, BDS just getting picked apart there.
A little bit cheeky from Hilly there, throwing him out of the overloaded Q from Humanoid and yoinking the kill for himself in that instance there, but sure, support's gotta get some gold as well. Humanoid's already sitting on 2 items. No need for him to get any more, and now it's just about killing this outer mid lane turret as well, because as we already know, it's always a thorn in the side when you go in and you want to counter jungle, as we're seeing Razork right now. It allows Matty to contest it just a little bit, but even then, not strong enough to contest Razork here.
Yeah, and that Caitlyn's hurting. You know, little 30 your health just gone in an instant with a Hecarim waiting over the wall. Matty has to be careful. Has the cleanse, has the Gale Force. A lot of tools to get out, to outmaneuver, but without limit in the area. Always has to give a little bit of respect. Limit, though, feeling frisky, most certainly. But it looks like BDS are going to back away instead, turning their attention back towards mid, because Upset and Hylissang are already taking control. Big ulti to lay down a little bit of poke. Syncroft can fish with the follow-up, but they're just not close enough to get in there.
Yeah, it's difficult, and you know, it's just to throw them away a little bit. This can allow BDS to push in the mid lane now themselves. Just Upset. Either will have to reset. Looks like he's just going to be going for the red buff. We'll be getting you some extra HP regen as well. And all members basically posturing up against this mid lane. Humanoid just finished up. Morellonomicon. Oh. And then towards the bot side, Limit just pushing that in, but we could get a fight now any minute, any second rather.
Fnatic, obviously, the Aphelios is very scary the later and later the game goes, so wouldn't mind snowballing ahead to a Drake win condition. The extra attack speed coming in from the Hextech Drake certainly going to feel nice as well when you've got the Caitlyn.
Oh my god, this is actually not tank Rice. This is like useful I do damage Rice as well, I just realized. Let's see how that looks like.
Takeover! Oh, everybody's hitting everybody! It's an absolute melee, it's a battle royale! We're Fortnite now, baby! But Fnatic, they're taking the fight! Humanoid stepping forward, Syncroft getting cut to pieces. BDS absolutely obliterated in the exchange. They were already behind in gold, but now it's starting to feel insurmountable.
Absolute perfect scenario to highlight what this champion does as well, right? We talk about it, get out of laning phase, and it's brilliant if your enemies are running towards you. It's brilliant for meta, where it's so front to back. They're all just lined up against each other, and all of a sudden you're no longer teammates, you hate each other. He took the last meal from the fridge, and you just had to take care of him yourself.
I felt personal, Goldberg. Is that based on a personal experience? Matty, taken down, sniped. Humanoid very, very fast with the phase rush, as well as the movement speed steroid for the bailout. Hylissang doesn't always just need to be a revive, can't just be a movement speed steroid, and that's going to be Baron. 9K gold lead for the side of Fnatic, almost 10. Looking like a done deal, Goldberg.
Definitely. Let's see, can Wonder actually get a kill this game? Because the rest of his teammates right now, they're looking mighty fine with their KDAs. Wonder, having had the pleasure of weak siding this game, is sitting at a 0-2-6, so a little bit to boost his KDA would obviously be nice. Analyst this, but appreciate that as well.
Sure. Reminder, there's a bounty on Upset. If you kill him 6 times, you'll take away his least death record.
You have to kill him twice, though.
No, you have to kill him 6 times.
Why 6?
So once before 14 minutes to break that record.
Okay.
And then the other record is 13 deaths, and he's only at 8.
Sorry, when I said twice, I meant because Renata's on the team.
Ah, got it. You have to kill him 12 times. It's going to be hard, Goldberg. In a single game of your BDS. Across the rest of the game for Fnatic's other opponents.
Fnatic for the rest of the game will only be playing Renata and Tahm Kench. Cillian every now and then as well.
Yep, keep him alive, keep the record strong. Fight for top 2. Razork caught out here, this is big. This little bit of damage traded back. Is he gonna be able to find a kill? No. Hostile takeover comes out, Adam just starts beating on limit. But not a lot else is gonna come from that. Slows down the Baron push a little bit. No inhibitors have fallen, that's actually super crucial. BDS can look to stall it a little bit longer. 10k gold lead does always feel, you know, impossible to come back from, but with an Aphelios, there's always hope.
I think that's cope.
Yeah, you could hear it kind of in my hesitant delivery. That might have been cope, but we'll see. Is it hope or cope? We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find multiple pickups like that, because that's what you need. It's not only one we're talking about. You need to be able to find a pick multiple times. Another thing is that it's not so much about what you're capable of doing. It's more like, will my enemy walk into you? Because you're very reliant on Fnatic making a mistake at this point. They're so far ahead, and they're completely dominating BDS right now. There is just no question about it. So it's just about Fnatic not splitting up. Yes, sure, for BDS, you can try and create some vision pockets. You can try and get some picks. Even then, it's going to be very difficult getting backline access to Upset.
Certainly. I mean, 3
yeah,
items.
Go on.
Caitlyn at 20. I mean, how do I follow up on that? Yeah, Caitlyn scary. Ryze, very scary. Renata, playable in the meta, we've learned. That's about all I've learned so far. Handshake, very good ability. That's the cue. Limit now locked up. He's dead. That's it. That's all that happened.
He was looking for a pick, and that's desperation as well for BDS. They have to look for some of these plays here, but I mean, it's tough. And now you're in a sieging position against the Caitlyn. Baroned up minions, Humanoid pushing in the mid lane. They're just going for a fight.
Coming over the wall, Razork locked up and taken down, or is he? That's the bailout. He's coming back alive. He's gonna kill Nuclear Ant. Is he gonna live? Yes! That's the power of Renata. Only one time this game, but it does certainly matter. Triple kill comes through. Fnatic gonna take their time closing out this one. A little bit of split focus, but they can just end through top. Fnatic going to move up to 12-4, keep the fight for second place alive. It was a confident win, absolutely demolishing BDS in this game.
And not only that, Drakers, but this will be the first ever global victory of Renata. This is the world's first from Hylissang.
Wait, hold on. We gotta, wait.
Woo!
Renata win.
Let's go. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at them hawking.
There it is. Renata, viable, Fnatic proving it. I asked at the start of Picks and Bans, hey, how much do you want to hide? Apparently Renata is on the table. Maybe exclusively with Caitlyn. We'll have to find out in the games to come. PGL, of course, right around the corner, but good win for Fnatic. Expected win, admittedly, but continuing to show dominance here in the regular season. Continuing to be consistent, which I think is super big as we head towards Best of 5.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, they found the perfect situation to highlight the pick as well, right? It's free laning phase. That's where it works. This champion is not as broken as most release champions. Actually need a little hotfix. And I think Fnatic, they're still looking strong, as you're saying.
I like that little subtle shade there. That was good.
What?
Just the balance team, the not as broken as most release champions.
You know, they get a lot of bad stuff thrown towards them.
Yes, criticism.
That's the word.
That's it.
So you gotta give the good feedback once you can.
Yes, and speaking of, if you want an opportunity to give good feedback, Kia Player of the Game at LEC on Twitter, Humanoid upset Hylissang. A lot of options. Hylissang wins most of them, but consider, for once, you have a choice. You can vote for Upset, and maybe that would be nice for Upset. Or you can do what Upset would do, which is vote for Hylissang. So it's a hard choice. Or you can vote for Humanoid because he also played fantastically. There's arguments for every single choice, really.
It's about upsetting the votes. Ha! I hope Medic's laughing out there somewhere.
Good joke, Goldberg.
Thank you. I'm really trying. You know, there's a high ceiling for that here at the LEC, and I'm trying to meet it, but you know what? It's never working.
I made an eat the rich joke. I don't know how high the ceiling is, dude. We'll figure it out as we go further. Humor's always interesting. But it's not all about humor. For Fnatic, it's about celebrating. They got 2 more games in front of them, but things are certainly looking good. Now, here's the thing. As we head to charity, while it's all fun and games here at the LEC, there's actually some serious stuff happening in the world. So before we head to break, Riot Games is supporting and donating to the International Medical Corps, and you can join us in the effort to provide relief to those in the Ukraine and the surrounding areas. The IMC teams are responding by expanding access to medical and mental health services for those living in affected areas and working to help refugees. Your donation can help more people receive the life-saving care they deserve. You can learn more at riot.com/donate. And of course, we'll be right back after this. It's a great cause. Donate if you got the money to spare.
Welcome back to the LEC for the last interview of the day. Fnatic take down BDS for the second time this year, and I have with me Yamato to talk about Renata actually, because it's the first time we see the champion in the West.
Yeah.
I looked it up online. We saw Renata with LGD played with Zeri against Leona, ended up in a lose.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on the champion? Because we haven't seen so much from her so far.
It's kind of hard to say, you know.
Yeah.
On top spot, we have Super Week. It's still 2 games to play, but generally, I think she has a lot of powerful abilities. I think her W is insane, and it kind of always with new champions that are released, they kind of curve how you have to play the game completely. And I think always now you're kind of in an awkward spot if you haven't played too much against Renata. You don't actually know how to play against her because the ultimate is very specific, the W is very specific. All of the spells are so unique. So if you don't have a lot of experience, which we're banking on right now, we just pull it out, and then you can see these nasty combos with Caitlyn. The enemy team doesn't really know what to do, and we're just abusing the fact that the champion is new, and we trust when they make new champions that they're just going to be broken.
And who else than Professor Healy to just play this champion for the first time?
For sure.
But where do you think it's going to place among the supports? Because right now we have a drop in priority for Thresh. Tam Kench is rising. Where does Renata can find a place among all this?
Oh, this is a landmine of a question.
Without saying too much, of course.
I have to be careful with how I say. I think there's a lot of room to play almost anything right now in the meta. I think the mainstay, like for example, this game Thresh was banned, right? So it opens up a field of champions. They banned the Pyke as well. Of course, we wanted to pick Pyke, but this time the enemy team was smart enough to ban it. And then the next champ just comes into place. Whatever Hilly's feeling on the day, you know, we just trust him and we just go with the flow, you know? Whatever comes out of his mouth, we're like, okay, let's rock and roll, Hilly.
He's been doing amazing. Potential MVP contender, potentially. We'll see about that later for Fnatic. But talking about the team in general, you've been doing amazing. Probably one of the strongest looking team right now in the LEC, tied with Rogue. When you look at the expectations you had at the beginning of the split, including 2 new players, and the results you had so far, how does it compare?
Like in my mind, I think not winning the split would just be a failure in every, you know, in every amount of it. I think just not winning the split would be a failure with the roster we have on paper. We have experience, we have a really, really high ceiling, and it's just a question of we can capture it. So far, so good. I think the progress has been good over the weeks, and we feel good coming into playoffs. I feel like we have a lot to improve on, but I think the ceiling of the knowledge that we have on the team is super, super high, and I think we have players that really drive up the general level of the play in our team, super, super high. So I think just the potential is super, super high. So I think coming into playoffs, we should be the winners. If not, you know, I will consider it a massive failure, for sure.
We'll see how far Fnatic can go in the playoffs. And focusing on that, last question. Who will be the 2 last teams joining you guys in playoff? I think we had some surprises today in the results. Everything is up in the air still. What's your take on who makes it?
Today was a bit crazy. I think it's hard to imagine XL and Vitality not making it because their position is so dominant. But, you know, there's SK with the Gilius horse force, you know, he just has some energy about him. You know, it would be, I think for the memes and the jokes, I just wish it doesn't happen for the sake of competition. I think these 2 teams are just better. And I think with the position they're in, I think the percentage is really, really low that they don't make it. So I would be very surprised if that's the case. And I will laugh very, very hard. You'll hear me across the whole studio, even though if I'm in my apartment in Berlin. So
we love the drama. Well, Yamato, thank you so much for all these insights, as always. And we're going to go straight to PGL with Shox, Nisqy, and Grabs. Take it away.
Oh, Nisqy. Nisqy Baba.
Yes, Nisqy and Grabs. Thank you so much, Laure. Welcome, everyone, to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm super excited, even though it is not such a joyous occasion for Grabs, because BDS was not able to win their last game, but...
I'm used to it by now.
Oh, we owed you a PGL, and I'm really happy, though, that you can be here to just kind of talk about the season so far. But maybe let's start with the game. What was it that went wrong?
Disrespecting. I think we just didn't know what's going on in the game as a team. Like the one with Dive Mati, where Tam Kench is sitting in the bush, and we're not aware of them going into the river afterwards. Adam deciding he wants to fight without having information. It's just, I don't know. It's hard for a team to keep like the hunger up if you're out of playoffs.
Yeah.
So we said before, just have fun. So I think they were lacking the right discipline, I guess, for today.
Was it fun, though?
Not for me. I hope they at least have giggles. I'll go ask them later.
Yeah. What do you think about Renata?
I mean, I think it's hard to judge from this game because I think we gave her everything she wants.
Yeah.
I think she can be really good in a R5 spot, like as a counter pick, especially against a team that wants to go into you, like Ari, Itox, so like it's a good pick here. I think we're gonna see her more often, but just not blind.
You got any questions for Grabs, Nisqy?
Not necessarily.
Okay, it's fine. Do you have any observations about the game? It's been a long day. We've got 2 more,
A great
dude.
addition to the desk here.
Yeah, we've got 2 more days.
I mean, I don't know if Fnatic just picked it to pick it, like the Renata, or if they actually think it's good. Because maybe they're just picking it to make other teams think that they play it, for example.
Yeah. Is that a strategy that Yamato likes to
if
apply?
they're already like locked top 4, I think that's one of the things you would do.
Yeah.
And then also like the game did not really matter as well because BDS is out. So yeah, hopefully we see more Renata. I think Champion is fun and it can turn games around. So
Yeah, and it also got Hylissang another Kia player of the game. 57% of the votes. I think he can do anything right now, Hilly, and still get the player of the game. There's a big discussion, Grabs, about if Hilly deserves to be MVP of the regular season. What's your take on it?
Oh, for sure. Especially now that he can also play apparently range champions.
Apparently.
Beforehand, you were like really happy when he played Lulu or something. I think now even that doesn't help you. So he's just a very complete player. I don't even think he's playing on his peak performance right now. So he will just get better for playoffs.
I agree.
Wow. That is super crazy to think about because he's already so oppressive, right?
I think he will be so scary when playoffs will arrive. And
I agree, yeah.
I don't think people are ready for it yet.
Oh, so that's actually very exciting, thinking about the possibilities. But let's talk a bit about BDS. Grabs, for you, huge shift in your career going to this project, which is so different from the project you worked on with G2 for so long as well. How do you look back generally on the first season?
If you would have asked me after week 6, the answer would be different. I think after week 6, I was pretty satisfied because we were on a 5-game losing streak, but watching these games, every single one we could have won.
Yeah.
Like I think back of the Mad Lions game where we outraged them and we suddenly have to engage. We lost 2 games with Dragon Soul, which also can be wins, of course. The last 2 weeks were really, how do I say it in English?
Difficult?
Deflating,
Challenging?
I guess.
Yeah.
Not because of the games. Like I don't care as much on stage, but I think the way my players reacted to being out of playoffs was something that I had to like address with Duffman a lot in scrims. I think we wasted 2 weeks of time, and I think you kind of fought this as a young team. I say it not publicly because I was way harsher to them anyways. Like they know.
Okay.
There's no secret there. So I really hope that they understand now what is needed as a pro player or like an LEC player to actually improve. Because I think, yeah, we just didn't do ourselves favors the last 2 weeks.
How challenging or how different was it for you and Duffman to deal with players that are at the start of their journey and have to learn some of these things, like how to deal with defeat, how to deal with being knocked out of the LEC playoffs, for instance, even though, of course, some of them, of course, have played in the ERLs before, in comparison to kind of, I don't want to say the egos, but the like very established players you played with before?
The only hard thing I would say was that our initial expectations still were too high in a way. Of course, we expected to be like known or knowledge. I think especially against Vitality and Rogue in week 2, you could see that the team was just not ready to play on LEC level, and we had to like dial back a bit, go back to the basics. I think afterwards, the early games especially stabilized quite a bit. Then just working step by step. But basically, it just helps them to say we both can laugh about every situation and say we wouldn't have before. Like, if they talk about bad scrum days, I can tell them about G2 against Damwon when we lost every game in 2 minutes, basically. So everything they think is bad, I've been there. So I think that helps a lot.
Okay. Yeah, Niski, as a player yourself, what can you say
Ex-player?
about... What? He's not an ex-player, bro.
Okay, Grabs.
Oh, my God.
I mean, at least I'm in playoffs, so
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, Niski, when it comes to newer players, and not to call out anyone in specific, but it does feel like there's a lot of lessons that you can literally only learn by going through them, right? Do you find that in your younger years compared to now, like dealing with feedback and learning from your mistakes and being open to criticism is one of the biggest things to learn?
I think like dealing with losses, for example, dealing with toxicity, because like, community is nice sometimes, but also sometimes not so nice.
No, you can say it's there
and
sometimes.
then there's also like pressure, there's playing on stage, I don't know, and then you have to focus on like in-game stuff, you have to focus on like communication, so there's so much stuff that you need to focus on. But I feel like it's only by losing and by realizing that you need to learn way more that you actually improve, so yeah.
Yeah, I just think like taking and giving feedback is one of the hardest things in any team environment, but especially when the pressure is involved, right, Grabs?
Oh, yeah, exactly. We just try to make sure they have our trust. They know that whatever Reddit says or Twitter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't impact that for me and our opinion on them. As long as they put in the daily work. This is something I mentioned the last 2 weeks I didn't see. We're going to have some exciting plans for the offseason to like actually give them the ability to actually practice as well.
Okay.
We can share more if it's actually locked down. But
All right.
yeah, just making sure, again, they have an environment where they know The career is not decided by one split, by one game. Just by daily work, I think helps there a lot. I'm someone who's really harsh. Duffman is a bit nicer than me, so we also have this good cop, bad cop mentality. So I think we have there a good way to help them. But ultimately, I think what Niski can also confirm as a once rookie and then having 4 different teams, I think, in the time, is that everybody says they want to win, but just realizing what steps you have to take to actually become better and win is something everybody has to learn. And especially these young 4 players I have. Still didn't get the lesson quite yet, I think, but step by step we got there.
Yeah, but it's normal. Everyone learns at their own pace. The thing is, sometimes you just have to learn it quicker, you know? Grabs, maybe a final question on BDS is about you personally, because not just for the team that you're working with, but also in your career, this is just a completely different thing. You're used to winning everything all the time, basically, right? Except for Worlds.
Besides last year as well.
That's fine.
Except for last year.
But yeah, is that some kind of a shift for you? Like a completely different kind of mountain to climb?
Not really, because I can basically pick and choose what fulfills me in life. So basically, I just know with this team, I'm not coming here to be first place and win every split, but it's more about seeing the daily improvements, which until week 6, I was really happy, actually. I could see every day, every week that the players learned. So that's where I get my satisfaction from. So ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I just shift my perspective, basically.
Okay. Another thing I want to ask you is some of your tweets. I mean, your Twitter has been so entertaining. I actually was looking some up, but I didn't want to put them or ask production to put them on a graphic because I mean, just in replies to Carlos and a reply to Excel when they tweeted about your drafts. What's going on? Why are you unleashed on Twitter, dude?
Okay, with Carlos, it's just fun banter because, I mean, the things we say offset Twitter are way more offensive to each other than this, so this is just fun. For Excel, I mean, if that orc comes at me, never achieved anything, and then tries to, if you're Fnatic or G2 now or something, it's fun, you know? Like, it's banter between winning teams, then Excel comes around the corner. And the thing is, that day, I saw 12, they tried it twice already, that means they deleted the tweet twice. And then at 3 p.m., they did the third tweet, so I was like, if this is what you come up with after 3 times, please, man, don't come at me with this, you know? So I just had to fire back a bit, but also all in good fun.
Yeah. I love how you're like, blah, 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 org, and this, but it's all in good fun. It's your prerogative.
But I mean, that won't change, right? Ultimately, it's also an entertainment business.
Yeah.
The fans want to see that. And I'm not going to change suddenly because we're 412 or something. I'm me on Twitter. I hope nobody takes it too serious, especially the banter part, so it's just fun.
Yeah, I like it also that even after the BDS losses or whatnot, you always gave a clear tweet and you're like, hey, this is what it is and you can flame me if you want, but this is just what it is. I appreciate that a lot. Speaking of Excel though, and the teams trying to make it into playoffs, let's take a look at the standings because they haven't made it yet, Niski. So we came into the day, Vitality needed to win, Excel needed to win, it did not happen. Mad won, SK won. What's going on for the people who missed it?
I don't know actually. I mean, I was really expecting Rogue to beat SK.
Yeah.
And then I actually thought Excel draft was better than G2's as well. So I'm not sure. Maybe as I said earlier, maybe the pressure is getting onto them. But I really hope Excel can get a win so that they can get their first ever playoffs.
Do you think they'll make it, Grabs?
I think this is actually the hardest scenario as a player to have because if you think all I need is one win, every game is a bit less serious because I have 3 chances. No, I know how players work, so I think there's the lack of little perspective. But I just can't see Matt in this game playoffs over the other 2 teams. Even though I believe that the field in Europe this year, as much as I can say I'm a BDS coach, right, looks pretty weak. But they have 2 weeks, I think, or 3 weeks to clean up their play. So maybe going to playoffs, suddenly the teams will shift in strength, and then we have suddenly new exciting playoffs. So.
Yeah, I do think, unfortunately, that the consensus is that if SK, Mad, or XL make it into the playoffs, we're not expecting too much from them out of the best of 5, sadly. How do you feel about Vitality? Because they still look like they will make it, and that's been a point of contention, you know, the super team. What's your opinion?
This team is so hard to read. Even today's game, if they take it seriously, they want to win, right? But you cannot tell me that your top side 3v4 and the best idea is to engage into Alistair Poppy. They're obviously saying, because we're better players, we can win these scenarios. So I think as soon as they realize we might not be that strong or we have to just play cleaner, I think they're going to be better. Whereas I think teams like Misfits, who are very... I mean, of course people will say Vithio, right? But even the way he gets his leads is nothing where I feel Misfits does the play, but more the enemy teams run into them and die. And then they're really good playing it out, right? But I think if this doesn't happen, they're going to have a hard time in best of fives, I think.
Okay, so Misfits Vitality may be a hard time. We had a discussion today about Rogue and Fnatic. I'm going to paraphrase what Niski said at the beginning of the day. He said, like, regular season Rogue is super impressive, but I don't have the faith still in them for best of fives. More faith in Fnatic. Yamato said, if we don't win the season, this is an absolute embarrassment. How do you feel about those two teams?
I agree with him in the sense that they are the favorites. I wouldn't say it's an embarrassment, because it's still a new team as well.
Yeah.
Changed a lot of players. I think, like, actually, the dark horse for me is G2. I think they're very flippy in how they get the leads, but if they're in a winning position, normally they're really good in playing it out. You could talk about the Misfits game, right? But it was supposed to be an 80-minute storm. It is a win. Like, you cannot tell me this is something in best of fives they wouldn't clean
I think
play
Mrs.
out.
Play did really good. That's why they won. Not
exactly, yeah. So I think G2, if they can get the leads more consistently, they're going to be really, really good. At least especially if Caps and Jankos have the lead, they're really good at moving mid-game. And I think then Tagamas and Flag can just follow a bit. BB can play Akshan to his own style. So that will work. So I think Fnatic should be the favorites, and I think G2 could be the most surprising team on playoffs.
Oh, Niska, do you agree? Dark horse maybe, G2?
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, I think if Caps plays the same right now than like during playoffs, I think they can for sure be in the finals. I don't think they'll beat Fnatic still, but for me, it's between Rogue, Fnatic, and G2, and I can see a Fnatic G2 final for sure, especially because I don't think Rogue will be that strong during playoffs.
Very interesting how like the tables turn and everything, but it's still a Rogue Fnatic G2 kind of toss-up. I do hope that some of the other teams can throw a wrench in the works, but tomorrow's schedule is going to start with XL. I remixed them. XL versus SK. So this is an absolutely huge game in the race for playoffs after today's results. Grabs, if XL win, they're in. If they don't win, they're not in. And SK can actually go 3-0 this week, and then I don't know, because I still don't think it's up to themselves, but it would be crazy. So do you think SK can win the game versus XL? Did you see them beat Rogue today, or?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
When a best of one scenario, everybody can beat everyone in a best of one, besides Astralis and us, probably. But besides that, everybody can win. I still think, though, like SK has very specific things in draft they look for, and XL can choose to target that if they really want to. I think they still have individually better players. So I would still give it like a 70-30 for XL. But maybe the pressure gets to them, and then the last day they have to play Fnatic, and then they're really starting to sweat.
Oof, it's going to be spicy. Also, the end of the day is going to be really cool. We have Misfits, Fnatic. We have Vitality versus G2. We also have Rogue right before that versus BDS. Are you going to go out with a bang, or what do you think versus Rogue?
We're going to try. I mean, I told our players today, have fun, and this is what happens. So maybe dial it back a bit on the fun.
Not have fun, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe not Tom Kench anymore, and then we'll see.
What do you think about the Malran case for Rogue? The fact that he sometimes does plays that actually shouldn't work, but they seem to work for Rogue.
I agree in the sense that the plays he makes, if they work, are really good, but there's a higher chance that he falls back. They're very unnecessary in a way, I think, because Rogue is really good at playing on tempo and understanding the map. So if he just follows the setup, I think it's way better for them. But let's just say in the best of 5, as I said, like I think G2 and Fnatic are better, that he can find angles with his ganks, right, and suddenly flip a game, flip priority if he can find it. So I think it's a good tool to have. I just think he overuses it.
Okay, I see. That's an interesting way to look at it. Well, thank you so much, Grabs. That was awesome. It was lovely seeing you with BDS this season so far, and obviously looking forward to the future.
Thank you.
And I'm also going to take a selfie with you guys. Have some conversation. Talk about something whilst
What's up, Grabs?
What's up? What do you think about Ari?
Ari is actually surprisingly OP. I feel like maybe, I don't know, everyone seems to be first picking it or like first rotationing it. So maybe also G2 didn't first pick TF today. I was sad, I wanted to see Caps TF, but
I still think it's broken.
It's still OP. People will realize it during playoffs.
All right, nice. Very well done. You're a pro. All right, let's go. Here we go. Awesome. Thank you so much, Grabs. Thank you, Niski. We'll see you tomorrow. That's all from us here tonight. We'll be back tomorrow as the race for playoffs and top 2 continues. Have a great night and see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome everyone to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC and the final week of the spring regular season.
Just wide, Larsen continues to dance around, but the Megadeth rocket lives up to his name. SK find first blood. If you lose this one, you are well and truly out. Remember, they're still fighting for their playoff lives, and Gilius is not willing to give it up without a fight. Another Sonic Wave connects. Trimby and Larson falls back. The Shockwave does absolutely nothing. Smarang trying to retreat with the Crescent Guard, but he's solar flared. He's stunned up, and here comes Jenax. Stopwatch popped. Gideon tries to get onto the backline. Solar Shockwave not available for Larson. He doesn't have the mana. He does not have the mana. Rogue once again were not able to find the fight. Misfits now push forward. Zanzara there. Solar flare hits onto the backline. Dale going forward. So is Promise Cube. But where's the follow-up? Neon gets one. BTO chips away, and Shadow Surge will find it as well.
This game started off slow, but this is a lot of fun.
Zaya coming in, big damage coming back from the lethality, but not nearly enough to get anything done. Mad Lions, again, they are just beating them down with their wallets. Vitality find brief moments where they can get it right, but it is not enough. Finn on the backside, he's immune, but only for a few more seconds. He needs to get something done rapidly. He's trying to take down Yankos. Now the Yumi's on top of him. This is going to be big. Finn getting one. Finn looking to get a second one. Broken Blade goes in, but Finn is just too strong. That is the cat power right there. Mickey pushing that E button like a madman as Finn tries to get something done, but that is not a strong, independent cat. Mickey's got no hope without a champion to attach to, or does he? The absolute mad lad. I was wrong. He is a strong, independent cat. He will make it out. His death note will not suffer. Never mind, he's dead. It's, yeah, not a strong, independent cat. G2, eyes on the prize, can't afford another screw-up. Curtain call comes out. Patrick, not a lot of room to play. Newtuck has to body block, but he can't body block the last one. He'll go down. Oh, no, it's a tragedy. Excel will have to wait at least another day for their first playoffs. Hostile takeover. Oh, everybody's hitting everybody. It's an absolute melee. It's a battle royale. We're Fortnite now, baby. But Fnatic, they're taking the fight. Humanoid stepping forward. Synchron getting cut to pieces. BDS absolutely obliterated in the exchange. They were already behind in gold, but now it's starting to feel insurmountable.
Do you know who I am? How much it took to get to this point right here? How often I struggle with myself? How often I feel lonely? Do you know what music means to me? Music is so much more to me than just doing music. Often words can't describe my feelings, but producing music does. This is me, raw, real, uncensored.